Democracy or Bonapartism? 2 Centuries of War on Democracy. Domenico Losurdo, foreword by Luciano Canfora. Translated by David Broder. Foreword, Luciano Canfora. Here, I have chosen to speak of Domenico Losurdo as a militant. Indeed, Losurdo was not only a teacher and scholar of the history of philosophy, but was also, in the full sense, a historian and a militant throughout his life. A militant, that is, someone who does not hold himself back from the fray, who commits himself, who puts himself out in the open. This, not only in the way that occurs within political formations, in their life and their functioning, but also in his written work. I believe that the most militant part of Losurdo's activity were the books he produced and disseminated with important publishers over a long period. In my opinion, and I hope I am not mistaken on this score, the start of his activity and his strong commitment coincided, we might say, with the world crisis, with the historical turning point of 1989 to 91. The beginning of the final decade of the 20th century. Why? This was a trigger for his activity. But for self-evident reasons, we could say that this historical turning point was an opportunity for everyone, an opportunity to understand. It was as if we were witnessing a new restoration. Restoration is a word used to indicate a certain period in the history of the 19th century, the end of the quarter-century cycle from 1789 to the end of Bonaparte. While strictly speaking, the word refers to the restoration of the Ancien Regime, that is not what it was, nor could it have been. As we learn from a great Italian historian who died young, Adolfo Amadeo, he devoted a large part of his studies, which are still authoritative, and which we can even today benefit from reading precisely to this era, showing that no restoration is truly a restoration. There is never a return ad pristinum to just how things were before. In those dramatic years of clashes, of conflicts, of breakdown, Losurdo grasped that it was time to understand what had happened. So, he reckoned with a great defeat, with a great disillusionment, with the need to understand. This is especially true of the period starting in 1993, a year in which he produced 2 texts. The first of which was Democracy or Bonapartism, which I will be pausing to reflect on in a little greater depth. Its subtitle in Italian, which is highly telling, is The Triumph and Decadence of Universal Suffrage. In 1993, alongside this book, which is very dear to me and which I have long been studying, he also published Marx and the Historical Balance Sheet of the 20th Century. In 1996, there was Historical Revisionism, Problems and Myths, and in 1998, The Original Sin of the 20th Century. Obviously, this title was meant ironically. From 1997 to 1999, he co-edited, together with Ruggero Giacomini, USSR, Balance Sheet of an Experience, and in 1999 he published his Escape from History. This is a very cutting book, taking on what he calls the self-phobia of the communist movement after the Soviet collapse. Then, in 2005, I will look more closely at this one too, there was Liberalism, a counter-history, which gave rise to related works like Language of Empire, Lexicon of the American Ideology. In 2013, The Class Struggle, A Political and Philosophical History, and in 2014, The Absent Left. This is a brief panorama of his titles. Obviously, I will not dwell on them all, but rather on the 2 I have noted already, the volume on the apparent alternatives of democracy or Bonapartism, and Liberalism, a counter-history. I do so because of my preference for these works, but also because I am convinced that they are central to Losurdo's production. Losurdo was an acute scholar of history and thought, and it could not escape him that, while on the one hand the turning point in 1989 to 91 brought to completion a perhaps foreseeable crisis of actually existing socialism, perhaps forcing a revision of categories, but also of the philosophy of history, as the expectation of a fullness of time instead suddenly receded, causing an almost unbearable trauma for those who had dedicated their lives to that cause. It was in that precise situation, in those years and the ones that followed, that the mask of so-called Western democracy fell. This latter is an entity of which we speak ever less often, with less enthusiasm and with greater fatigue. This is the fundamental point. We can say, the trench that Losurdo defended. There are newspaper pundits, usually paid very handsomely, who sing the praises of the great democracies. But these meaningless words are ever less heartfelt and less convincing. Losurdo clear-sightedly grasped the concomitants of these 2 things, that is, the fact that the enemy had disappeared, or seemed to have disappeared, and thus the rhetoric and the self-representation of so-called Western democracy also fell away. Losurdo therefore took as his cue for democracy or Bonapartism the history of universal suffrage, which I think is the appropriate, concrete move for a scholar himself faced with a historical problem. While this subject has repeatedly been addressed by scholars showing greater or lesser originality, for instance, Giovanni Sartori, a very well-known political scientist and editor who enjoyed great success, Losurdo instead reframed the starting point. That is, he framed it in terms of the fact that the conflict that characterized the 19th century after the defeat of the Revolution and the end of Bonaparte was a conflict between liberalism and democracy. That is, democracy is a product of the workers' movement, organizing itself against a liberal vision that is restricted, elitist, based on property. Qualifications. This took the form of concocting various means to restrict suffrage, which Losurdo sets at the forefront of his analysis in Democracy, or Bonapartism. It had not been very well known that such a revered and widely vaunted thinker as John Stuart Mill was among the theorists most convinced of the need to, yes, perhaps resign oneself to the extension of suffrage, but also take the precaution of ensuring it would be a suffrage, by degrees. Mill speaks of how the master works with his brain and his worker works with his muscles, in a famous line which Losurdo cites from the Considerations on Representative Government from 1861. Starting from this consideration, Mill suggests that the vote should thus be proportionate. He says that the plural vote of the person who works with his brain, we could say, works with his wealth, must be several times the vote of his worker or employee. In fact, he is also talking about peasants. This is a thread which Losurdo highlights in so-called liberal thought, where unfortunately the word liberal ends up meaning its opposite. Here we may think of another revered exponent of that current, Benjamin Constant, who had well before Mill served in many trenches, been with Bonaparte and then with Louis VIII and then with the 100 Days and then, let us say, he was a liberal running out of breath. In his best-known text, The Liberty of Ancients Compared with That of Moderns, Constant theorizes another perhaps more disturbing aspect. This is that, even at an electoral level, there must be a distinction between people who have nothing to lose in terms of their assets, for example, professors to whom we give a modest vote, as compared to those who have a lot to lose, and so must be given more space in the electoral conflict to conquer a parliamentary majority. Not to mention the most acute representative of this current, perhaps the one to whom Losurdo is dialectically most linked, reading him, holding him in esteem, and rightly criticizing him, namely Tocqueville. There is a private note of Tocqueville's, published long after his death in a fine volume by Bolatti Boringhieri on a sheet of paper, which happened to be saved, which he had written while he was a member of Parliament in the Second French Republic in 1848. Tocqueville was a little bored by the Parliament's interminable debates, and so wrote these notes to himself containing his thoughts. He says that, caught amid the battle between equality and liberty, I reject equality, I am a man of liberty. So this is, if you like, the most explicit and honest characterization of a current of thought that has always had a hostile relationship with equality and suffrage for all. In his work of excavation, Losurdo not only studies the historical stages of universal suffrage, but also rightly points out that the so-called extension of suffrage due to Giovanni Giolitti in 1912 was in fact only partial. It is curious that, in the current Vulgate, Giolitti passes for being the man who established universal suffrage in Italy. Of course, even the partial extension that did take place was only for men, as it remained in 1919 when the franchise was extended for real after the war. While this Vulgate continues to spread, in reality, there were considerable limitations to the granting of suffrage, which, Losurdo notes, are well described in an excellent entry on suffrage in the Encyclopedia Italiana, a text which is, moreover, full of surprises for those who examine it carefully. This does not take away from the fact that this idea of a Giolitti extending suffrage to all has established itself in the historiography. This leaves in the shadows another factor, which also concerns liberals' doubts over universal suffrage and equality, if not outright hostility towards them. By that I mean the strong doubts nurtured by Benedetto Croce. He was a close friend of Giolitti's. He had already been a senator appointed by the royal family well before the Giolitti government, which took that decision. And he warned Giolitti that this extension of suffrage would be a colossal capital error. This is the real concrete history of that conflict, which Losurdo discusses in a fine essay he gave us an account of in one of the courses he held in San Marino. The history of the Ancien regime's long endurance, he says, perhaps ended in 1918, with year one of the October Revolution in Russia, the caesura with the Ancien regime. Lest we forget that in liberal Britain plural suffrage, in which some groups had more votes than others, persisted until the first majority Labour government after World War II. In this discussion on the fundamental conflict of the 19th century, democracy against liberalism and vice versa, Losurdo repeatedly crossed paths with an interlocutor with whom he also had lively polemics, ones from which I think he emerged victorious, namely Norberto Bobbio. I do not know if Bobbio has already become a pater patriae. He was a character who had great self-restraint and capacity for self-criticism, even if his followers have tried to canonize him. The clash between the two revolved around, emerged, and was expressed in the newspapers on the occasion of the First Gulf War, when Bobbio supported the thesis of the just war, the war that should be supported. Developing over time, this led to the catastrophe which we are today living through, of which the war in Iraq was the most serious detonator. But Losurdo also rightly notes the stages in Bobbio's rather wobbly path. For instance, dedicating many pages to the book published by Einaudi Politics and Culture, in which Bobbio brought together his long-distance discussion with Palmiro Togliatti. By then, Einaudi was rather out of step with the cultural policy of the Italian Communist Party, whereas in the immediate post-war period, the relationship had been so close that it wanted Togliatti to give it texts by Zhdanov to publish. Togliatti said it ought to ask Giancarlo Pagetta, and did not publish them. But at the time, Losurdo reminds us, Bobbio had theorized that basically the socialism achieved in the USSR was already almost a complete positive system. Bobbio said there only needed to be a drop of greater freedom in that system. So, this was the moment of the closest relations, let us say, between the former militant of the Action Party and the Italian Communist Party. Bobbio was a sensitive man, honest in his way. When there were the revelations about the ugly page of his compromises with fascism, the only one who rejected the ad hoc, self-serving defenses was Bobbio himself. He wrote a very short article in the Turin La Stampa that rejected adulation that was instrumental and ill-founded, or founded on lowly motives. Well, Bobbio in 1975, I think it is right to remember this, abandoned his minimum theory of democracy as the rules of the game, and that alone on an important occasion, namely the event marking the 30th anniversary of the liberation, held at the University of Milan between January and April 1975. For this important occasion, Feltrinelli produced a collection, including texts by Lelio Basso, Umberto Terracini, Ezio Franceschini, and Bobbio himself. Here, Bobbio returned to the theme of the definition of democracy and mindful, we might say, of the content of the key articles of our Constitution. He wrote that the content of democracy is social justice, not the rules of the game, which are merely externalities. It is striking that, as time went on, with the crisis in the workers' movement and the communist movement in Italy and beyond, Bobbio then returned to his positions, holding that democracy is the rules of the game. This oscillation is symptomatic, because it shows that this is a problem with which liberal thought is unable to fully come to terms. The other volume I wanted to touch on for a moment is Liberalism, a Counter-History. I think that this volume, among many important works of Losurdo's, is always rich in concrete documentation and never mere rhetoric. At first, with a little self-mockery, he tries to justify this somehow journalistic and combative title by saying, rightly, that he is taking his cue from the first page of Tocqueville's The Old Regime and the Revolution. In this, his most profound work, Tocqueville says that, to understand France on the eve of 1789, it is not enough to focus on the great figures that represent it on the level of culture, political power, and religion. It is necessary to observe the social functioning of the conflict among classes. Losurdo says, I, si parva licet, intend to do the same with respect to the gap between abstract liberal thought and the concrete practice of real-life states, which historically have been led by liberal elites and which have found themselves confronted with conflicts that have been resolved in a way that restricted freedom, what he calls a disemancipation. To get to the substance of this rich book, I think it is worth recalling the concluding pages, in which he somehow comes to terms also with himself. For example, there is a part I appreciate very much in that book where he says that liberalism has tried to take on the lesson of its antagonist, forced by history, naturally forced by conflict, but it has not retreated, and perhaps its antagonist could have done likewise but did not. In those same pages, Losurdo advances a consideration that I believe is the substance of the whole book. He says that it is true that in the states led by liberal elites, there was a process of accepting, albeit under the urgent pressure of conflict, the affirmation of the principle of equality in its various aspects. But this process developed at the same time as the planet-wide consolidation of colonialism, meaning the projection, outside the states led by these same elites, of slave-type dependency and exclusion from full citizenship. Thus, colonial empires and the enlargement of suffrage in the metropole go hand in hand. Emancipation and a disemancipation. For Losurdo, this greatly limits the credit owed to liberalism. It understood the lesson that its antagonist imparted to it, but in that same context arrived at a question that I believe is the crucial one we have before us. If, at the end of this long cycle, we can conclude that liberalism has assimilated this lesson and incorporated the principles of equality within its horizons, its answer is also full of doubts. I believe we can go further with regard to the fundamental question Losurdo raises over those we could call the victors of the conflict that exploded at the end of the 20th century. I often say this, but I think it is not superfluous to repeat it. Today, profit needs slavery. Slavery is back on the planet in a big way, not only in far-off worlds which are thus invisible or easily concealed, but inside the metropole itself. So, the turn we have before us is a dramatic one, posing not only empirical problems, but also ethical ones. The enslavement of human beings is no longer a relic of history, but a fundamental part of profit in all its aspects, of which financial capital is in a sense the pillar. For the money that comes from the various arenas of slavery, such as trafficking, war, the huge drug trade, and so on, is laundered through the major banking institutions. And so financial capital is the place where the holy grail of profit is protected. I think that this is the problem we face. The last point on the vast output of this man of whom I am trying to provide an outline portrait here is that here we are evidently talking about an eminently critical scholar, not prone to self-indulgence or concealment when he poses the problem of the crisis of socialism. A crisis or else a transformation. I am very much in accordance with this focus of his. I believe that the weight of the history of the countries where socialist-type revolutions took place inevitably constituted the clay, the coarse earth that was to be kneaded with ideal intentions. History alters those intentions, and those intentions are in turn a yeast that can change the weight of that history. So, it does not move in a straightforward way. I think that Losurdo brilliantly captured this with a metaphor he used in a fine text entitled Marx, Columbus, and the October Revolution. Here, he poses the question: did the October Revolution fail? There is no doubt that the goals it pursued or proclaimed were not achieved. Think of Lenin and the leaders of the International, who saw the world Soviet Republic already taking shape with the disappearance, in the final analysis, of classes, of states, of nations, of the market, of religions. Not only was the objective not approached, but there was no march in that direction. So, are we faced with a failure? In truth, the gap between programs and results is a property of all revolutions. The French Jacobins did not achieve or restore the ancient polis. The American revolutionaries did not produce the society of small farmers and producers without a polarization of wealth and poverty, without a standing army, without a central power. The English Puritans did not bring back to life the biblical society they mythically transfigured. The story of Christopher Columbus, who set off in search of the Indies but discovered America, can serve as a metaphor for understanding the objective dialectics of revolutionary processes. The fight for the vote, a tortuous and still unfinished history. Benjamin Constant, and property qualifications. If we want to understand the genesis of modern democracy and the problems that it poses, we need to turn back to the era of the French Revolution. The highest praise for this revolution came in an objective statement from an authoritative exponent of the liberal tradition. After jeering at the idea that suffrage is a natural, absolute right, a conception he deemed peculiar to France alone, and emphasizing how alien such a ruinous and strange notion of politics was to Britain and the United States countries which he admired. This, in many ways, classic thinker concluded, it would take the French Revolution for something resembling universal suffrage to be found in Europe. Indeed, it was through the radicalization of this revolution that the demand arose for a more or less universal and direct suffrage, albeit one limited to the male population. This was especially the case after the events of August 10, 1792, which marked the birth of the Revolutionary Commune in Paris. This radicalization put into question not only the distinction between active and passive citizens, but also the institution of intermediate bodies of electors and the two-tier suffrage which had been maintained by the Legislative Assembly, even if on a temporary basis. The Jacobins, instead, argued that the sovereign people must alienate its sovereignty as little as possible. While the elections to the convention had still been held on the basis of the two-tier electoral system, from which domestic servants were excluded, the Constitution of June 24, 1793 stipulated universal, direct male suffrage. Of course, the concrete conditions in which the elections to the convention were held, with the shadow of the terror already looming, did not guarantee a fully free or secret vote, and dramatic developments both domestically and internationally prevented the ratified Constitution from ever coming into effect. Yet, this first radical challenge to discrimination based on property remains a fact of great historical importance, corresponding to the transformations which further democratized the electoral system. In the period of the Jacobin radicalization of the Revolution, there were also incisive state interventions on the economic terrain. Made through such means as progressive taxation, it enacted measures which we would today define in terms of income redistribution. Tellingly, Maximilien Robespierre, who condemned the restriction of political rights on the basis of property qualifications, deeming this in contravention of the Declaration of the Rights of Man, at the same time theorized the right to life as the first among man's inalienable rights. After Thermidor, the liberal bourgeoisie faced a dilemma. While it clung to the representative system in an anti-absolutist and anti-feudal key, it also had to stop political representation granting any overly powerful influence to the popular masses. Hence the return to a policy that tightly restricted political rights based on property qualifications. Indeed, the critique of the Jacobin social policy went hand in hand with the critique of the democratic electoral system. Progressive taxation was a particular target for opposition, being denounced as synonymous with land reform, and thus with a tax on property rights. Boissy d'Anglas asserted the need to Exclude non-property owners from political rights. In the absence of such restrictions, they will establish or have established harmful taxes. This was also Benjamin Constant's view. He insisted that measures involving tax exemptions or favorable fiscal treatment for the poor not only unjustly penalized the comfortably off, but ended up treating poverty as a privilege, instituting a privileged caste in the country, a caste surprisingly composed not of nobles or the rich, but rather of les miserables. This was a remarkable text, if for no other reason than the fact that it arrived at a moment in which, according to the authoritative accounts of Madame de Staël and Mallet Dupin, the combined effect of shortages and inflation were reducing the bottom class of society to the most miserable condition, inflicting unheard of hardships upon this class, including death by malnutrition. But, for the liberal tradition, the important thing was to neutralize these masses politically, even in their conditions of destitution or literal famine. What was the most appropriate means for achieving this goal? The post-Thermidorian bourgeoisie reintroduced both the restriction of political rights on the basis of property qualifications, even if in a softer form than had been set out in the 1791 Constitution, swept aside by the insurrection of August 10, 1792, and a two-tiered electoral system, as a further means of imposing social filters on representative bodies and keeping them at one remove from plebeian or popular contamination. But, from Constant's point of view, this latter clause of the electoral system made it difficult, if not impossible, for the mass of the people to identify with its representatives. For it reduced rather than expanded the margin of consensus and risked opening up a gulf surrounding the government and legislative organisms. Hence, the property qualification now imposed itself even more drastically than it had in the past. To prevent Les Miserables transforming into a privileged caste, that is, taking advantage of political power or the influence they exercised upon it to force through income, redistribution, and somehow improve their own material conditions, the exercise of political rights had to be the exclusive privilege of the wealthy classes. Otherwise, the existing social order would be exposed to intolerable risks. Tocqueville and the rejection of direct universal suffrage. Constant's preoccupations were shared by Tocqueville. The latter is today erroneously presented as a theorist of democracy, when he should instead be counted among its critics, at least so long as we consider direct universal suffrage to be an integral part of democracy. The author of Democracy in America was motivated by the same social preoccupations that we have already observed in the liberal tradition he had behind him. He was sharply opposed to political authorities intervening on the economic terrain, to any suggestion of income redistribution, and, in consequence, to any electoral system liable to favor such deplorable eventualities. As against any bid to put the foresight and wisdom of the state in the place of individual foresight and wisdom, Tocqueville proclaimed that nothing can authorize the state to interfere in industry. This was part of his famous 12 September 1848 speech, insisting that the Constituent Assembly should reject the demand for the right to work, which had already been bloodily stamped out in the June days. Tocqueville's laissez-faire approach went as far as to place the legal regulation and thus reduction of the working day, le travail de 12 heures, in the basket of socialist doctrines, on which grounds he ruthlessly condemned any such legislation. But this danger was now confronted in a different manner to that which Constant had preferred. The latter had maintained that it was preferable to neutralize the popular masses politically by setting property qualifications that restricted political rights rather than by resorting to an electoral system based on different tiers. The author of Democracy in America instead declared himself in favor of this second option, invoking the example of the country he had visited and taken as a model. Notwithstanding the wide extension of suffrage, the United States enjoyed an enviable political and social stability because it had left great room for the two-tier electoral system. Thus, without having to take recourse to sweeping forms of discrimination often perceived as odious, the United States also succeeded indeed, all the more effectively in keeping representative bodies at a distance from the influence, or at any rate the excessive influence, of the popular masses. This, at least, was Tocqueville's interpretation, as he provided a telling comparison between the House of Representatives and the Senate, which in this period, it should be remembered, was elected by the legislatures of the individual states. When you enter the House chamber in Washington, you feel struck by the vulgar aspect of the great assembly. Often your eye searches in vain for a celebrated man within the assembly. Nearly all its members are obscure persons, whose names bring no image to mind. They are, for the most part, village lawyers, tradesmen, or even men belonging to the lowest classes. In a country where instruction is nearly universal, it is said that the representatives of the people do not always know how to write correctly. 2 steps from there opens the Senate chamber, whose narrow enclosure contains a large portion of the famous men of America. You notice hardly a single man there who does not evoke the idea of recent celebrity. They are eloquent lawyers, distinguished generals, skilled magistrates, or known statesmen. All the words that issue from this August assembly would do honor to the greatest parliamentary debates of Europe. What causes this bizarre contrast? Why is the nation's elite found in this chamber rather than in the other? Why does the first assembly gather so many vulgar elements, while the second seems to have a monopoly of talents and enlightenment? What causes such an enormous difference? I see only a single fact that explains it. The election that produces the House of Representatives is direct. The one producing the Senate is subject to 2 stages. He concludes, "It is easy to see a moment in the future when the American republics will be forced to multiply the use of 2 stages in their electoral system, under pain of getting miserably lost among the pitfalls of democracy. I will have no difficulty in admitting it. I see in indirect election the only means to put the use of political liberty within reach of all classes of the people. Those who hope to make this means the exclusive weapon of one party, and those who fear this means, seem to me to be equally in error." And we need hardly emphasize here that the French liberals' predictions for America's future proved radically mistaken. Its future would, in fact, be marked by the triumph of the direct universal suffrage that both he and Constant considered so harmful to, indeed incompatible with, social and political stability. Both men rejected the idea of an autonomous political representation of the vulgar elements, that is, the men belonging to the lower classes who made their baleful influence felt in the House of Representatives in Washington. In that legislature where access was barred neither by the property qualifications so dear to Constant, nor by the two-tier electoral system so dear to Tocqueville. The latter's private comments on direct election were, truth be told, even more bitterly hostile to it than the stances he took publicly would lead us to believe. That is, at least, what we would conclude from a letter in late 1835, in which, after he pointed to multiple degree elections, thus allowing even more than 2 tiers as the only remedy to the excesses of democracy, Tocqueville added that, given the dominant ideological climate, it was necessary to present, with great prudence, an argument that he had himself expressed only cautiously in public, blunting its sharp edges. 14. As confirmation of why we should not rush to hail the author of democracy in America as a champion of democracy, we should bear in mind that the Legitimists were also promoters of a universal or very broad suffrage, albeit one again expressed on the basis of the 2-tier electoral system. Moreover, as we shall see, immediately after Louis Bonaparte's coup d'état, Tocqueville briefly maintained contacts with the latter. It is worth bearing in mind that, in 1789, the elections for even such a typical institution of the Ancien Régime as the États Généraux were far from characterized by rigid property-based discrimination. Rather, they took place on the basis of a near-universal suffrage, which however filtered the Third Estate through successive elections so as to remove, without too much trouble, the illiterates who had survived the first assemblies. One thing is for certain, while a stance in favor of the 2-tiered electoral system could be filled with rather diverse social and political contents in his case, Tocqueville looked to this principle as a means of politically neutralizing the popular classes and socially purging representative bodies, that is, the same function Constant had instead entrusted to the monopolization of political rights by the propertied. Moreover, also telling is the concrete attitude that Tocqueville adopted in the course of the struggles that developed in France in opposition to discrimination based on property. It has been noted that the author of Democracy in America kept aloof from the agitation to extend the franchise during the July monarchy. In his memoirs, Tocqueville would write that this was a movement that committed the imprudence of appealing to the people, and which he feared might escape, as indeed happened, the leadership and control of the middle class, that is, the bourgeoisie. But perhaps the liberal theorist's attitude towards these struggles was not just distant, but rather diffident and hostile. It is true that, in his political writings from this period, we can find one statement in which he deemed opportune the gradual extension of the circle of political rights, going beyond the confines of the middle class, such as to make public life more varied and more fertile, interesting the lower classes in political questions in a regular and peaceful manner. But this extension of the right to vote was meant to concern only individual elements, or a very limited layer of those who had been excluded. The French liberals stood so far from the idea of universal suffrage and the democratic participation of the broad masses in political life that in a transparent polemic against the reform banquets, he declared, "The people should not be wooed, and they should not be recklessly and wastefully bestowed with more political rights than they are capable of exercising. In recompense, the legislative organs elected on the basis of property qualifications should display a philanthropic concern for the needs of the poor man, such as to bind the people to institutions, and reconcile it with the fact that it cannot make laws by constantly making it see that the legislator is indeed thinking of it." But we should be clear, Tocqueville continued to consider intolerable any legislative intervention in the sphere of the economy and private property. There was a reason why he spoke of philanthropy, charity, or even of public charity, and Christian charity, as applied to politics. If Robespierre subsumed voting rights and the right to life under the general category of the rights of man, for Tocqueville the former was a question of political expediency, and the latter was simply inconceivable, given that human miseries were the work of providence and not of laws, thus making it absurd to imagine being able to get rid of poverty by changing the social order. 21. Lastly, Tocqueville does not seem to have opposed the coup de main of May 31, 1850, which removed the male universal suffrage that had been introduced by the Revolution of February 1848. The reservations that he did express in a letter to a friend concern nothing more than the question of how politically expedient it was to attack a principle that had now taken root in the consciousness of the day, especially given that the new legislation, while drastically reducing the electorate and thus producing understandable irritation, does not seem to me to give more serious guarantees of order, given that it still stands faced with a crowd and its emotions. Rather, the new legislation might even have counterproductive effects, given that it struck hard but blindly, to the point of erasing from the electoral lists in the countryside the men who most depend on the propertied and the clergy, and are more easily directed by them. 25. It is true that in the wake of the coup d'etat by Louis Napoleon, who was already posturing as the vindicator of trampled upon universal suffrage, Tocqueville seemed to understand the pressing need to revisit or abrogate the law of 31 May. But such a bid to rethink the legislation again started out from the political preoccupations we have noted already, and certainly not from any principled attachment to universal suffrage. Moreover, just a few weeks after the 2 December 1851 coup, the liberal philosopher entered into contact with legitimist circles and wrote directly to the Bourbon pretender, the Comte de Chambord, calling on him to fight for a constitutional monarchy, which would provide for a sincere representation of the nation within the terms of a robust traditional power founded on the nation's moral and upper classes. Would universal suffrage have survived the success of such an attempt, had it come to pass? Or would this instead have given rise to a disemancipation, perhaps camouflaged through the introduction of a two-tier electoral system? Europe and America. When he wrote Democracy in America, Tocqueville had in mind the period that had begun with Andrew Jackson's rise to the presidency in 1829. This was a period that saw a powerful democratization process within America's white community, which seemed destined to wipe out the property qualifications that still remained all dominant in Europe. But if we examine the history and the situation that had prevailed in this country in the immediately previous decades, we see the alternating use, or indeed combination, of the same instruments for erasing or filtering popular suffrage that were also discussed and used in France. The delegates to the Philadelphia Convention of 1787, from which the draft federal constitution emanated, were appointed by the states. It should be added that a majority of the states placed direct property qualifications on the voters, and the other states eliminated practically all who were not taxpayers. And therefore, in this case, the second-degree electoral system was intertwined with property qualifications, and sometimes with religious discrimination. This meant that in states such as New Hampshire and Georgia, in order to be entitled to political rights, one had to be of the Protestant religion, and thus, in practice, belong to the oldest group of inhabitants. As for the conventions in the individual states, in order to ratify the proposed new constitution, they certainly did not rest on a very broad popular base. Indeed, among a population of around 3.5 million, the voters amounted to 160,000, a proportion lower than that in France, in the election of the Estates General under the Ancien Regime. The ideology called upon to legitimize discrimination on the basis of property also had clear similarities on both sides of the Atlantic. As for Constant, for Gouverneur Morris, manual laborers could be counted among the ranks of children who did not and could not vote because they had no autonomous will. This was also Hamilton's view. Above all, we see the same social preoccupations at work in America as in Europe. Madison observed that if elections in England were opened up to all classes of the people, this would bring the immediate introduction of an agrarian law, thereby endangering landed property. It is true that America's social composition was different. Freeholders had far greater weight in U.S. society, but it was also necessary to have some foresight and think about the future in which the opposition between classes and the contradictions between rich and poor would have further developed, as had already taken place in European countries. It was thus necessary to take measures in the present in order to keep the people at bay. For Hamilton, far from the people being God's voice, as was commonly believed and pretended, they were turbulent and fickle, envious, and thus inclined to attack property. 2. As in the European case, it was sometimes considered possible to confront the popular threat by way of indirect elections. Some delegates to the Philadelphia Convention proposed that this method be applied to the House of Representatives and not only to the Senate. Interesting in this regard is Madison's response. After having begun by stating that he was himself in favor of the system of a series of filters on the vote, he noted that, in some states, legislative power was already the result of indirect election, for which reason there was also the danger of pushing too far along this path, at the risk of compromising the necessary sympathy between people and government, and thus reducing the latter's base of consensus and stability. As we can see, this is the same argument to which Constant also later resorted in his polemic against the two-tier electoral system. There are thus obvious analogies with Britain and Restoration France, and even more so with the France of the July monarchy. Within the country's bicameral system, before Jackson's day, the American lower house was also based on the restriction of political rights by way of property qualifications. The upper house, conversely, was sheltered from the popular masses' political influence in Europe by way of the monopoly guaranteed to hereditary peers, and in America, where the feudal aristocracy was practically non-existent, by way of two-tier elections. Not by accident, in Philadelphia, the proposal that the Senate should not be directly elected from below, but rather by the legislatures of the individual states, was advanced with the explicit intention of constituting an upper house as similar as possible to the British House of Lords. It would thus be made up of members who were already distinguished by their rank, ensuring the unchallenged predominance of the sway of property. It should be added that in the United States, the Supreme Court functions in practice as a third house called upon to serve as the guardian of property against the power of numbers. It was precisely in this guise that in the 19th century the court strongly impeded the development of democracy, the organization of trade unions, progressive income taxes, the prohibition of child labor, and so on. For these reasons alone, it is unsustainable to attempt to recast the history of the United States by bathing it in the aura of a supposed exceptionalism characterized by democracy and equality. Rather, as we shall see, discrimination based on property would prove particularly dogged in the United States even into our own times. Without doubt, within the white community, this discrimination was strongly put into question during the Jackson presidency. It was precisely in the wake of this broad extension of suffrage that Tocqueville's Democracy in America paid tribute to a two-tier electoral system that had such egregious success in reserving the Senate to the nations, elites while keeping obscure characters, vulgar elements, and above all, men belonging to the lower classes at bay. Such an unambiguously clear-sighted description of the two-tier system, with no mention of possible qualms, seemed to suggest that this system should be introduced also for the House of Representatives, as had indeed already been proposed in Philadelphia by the right wing of the forces arrayed in the convention. Property-based discrimination and racial discrimination. But here it is worth dwelling on the interpretation of post-Jacksonian America as a land in which discrimination in political rights on the basis of property had substantially disappeared. This is all the more important, given that Tocqueville's opinion was also shared by the young Marx, who saw the property qualification for the right to elect or be elected abolished in many American states. In this view, property qualifications no longer constituted a legal condition for the exercise of political rights and eligibility for elected posts. The unpropertied would thus, at least in theory, have become legislators over the proprietors too, and thus politically the state annuls private property. Even so, for Marx, in the very moment in which wealth was declared to be without political significance, as a fact that exclusively pertained to the private sphere, it could exercise its influence and its domination, undisturbed. In this sense, as On the Jewish Question put it, America appeared to be the land of complete political emancipation, or, as the German ideology had it, the most perfect example of the modern state, ensuring the bourgeoisie's rule without a priori excluding any class from the enjoyment of political rights. Truth be told, both Marx and Tocqueville were mistaken to interpret the United States in this way. They generalized a certain tendency and raised it to an absolute level, and, while this tendency really was operational, they overlooked the episodes of resistance to it. In Virginia before 1851, between a third and half of white men were denied suffrage. But what requires the most urgent emphasis is the fact that, in America, far from discrimination based on property having disappeared, it was expressed through ethnic and racial discrimination. In this form, it would prove far more stubborn in America than it would in Europe. Marx displayed his understanding of this aspect of the question during the War of Secession, when he defined the rebels defending the institution of slavery as the nobility of the Confederation, confoderian tenadel, thus establishing an implicit comparison with the France of the Ancien Regime. The Republic was no longer taken as exemplary of a particularly advanced modern state. This is also clear from the fact that Marx considered Lincoln as the continuator of Washington's work, as the figure who was somehow bringing to completion in the United States the bourgeois democratic revolution that had already triumphed in the more developed European countries. Did not the enemies of the Southern secessionists and slave owners often call them Bourbons? As for Tocqueville, he himself noted that the highest value for the white masters of the South was oisivete, from odium idleness, whereas work merges with the idea of slavery. Labor was thus deprived of civil as well as political rights. In the North, it is true, blacks were free, and in theory, they were not excluded from suffrage either. But, as the French liberal himself observed, if in nearly all the states where slavery is abolished, the Negro has been given electoral rights. If he presents himself to vote, he risks his life. Blacks made up an essential aspect of a more general reality. It has been noted that the United States imported its working class by sailboat and steamships. This did not only apply to slaves. European migration before the American War of Independence also included many people who accepted the temporary bondage of indenture in the hope of establishing themselves in the New World. These indentured laborers may have comprised as many as 2/3 of all early migrants. Who were these apprentices? Let us listen to a contemporary U.S. historian. They were the so-called indentured servants, in practice semi-slaves, at least for the duration of their contract, which was, moreover, often arbitrarily prolonged by their master upon various pretexts. They were bought and sold on a regular market, which was also advertised in the local press, and if they fled or unduly wandered from their place of work, they were hunted down. Size defined this as a legal slavery, recommending its extension to France in order to regulate the social and economic position of the lowest class, made up of men who have nothing but their hands. Size would elsewhere define this class as that set of passive citizens, to whom it would be absurd to grant any role in political life. These realities do not relate only to the earliest history of the United States. Rather, even in the 19th century, that country imported considerable masses of Chinese workers, for instance. The coolies employed to build the continuous rail line designed to consolidate the conquest of the Far West. To understand the social and juridical status of these immigrants, we need only reflect on the fact that Nietzsche took them as a possible model, as he underlined the need to introduce a new slavery to Europe and the Western world, a new type of slave relation such as could be realized through a massive introduction of barbarian Asian and African populations, in particular the Chinese, who would bring the way of living and thinking appropriate to industrious ants. Similarly, albeit making a clearly different and opposed value judgment, Engels spoke of the camouflage slavery of the Indian and Chinese coolies 45. Thus, even beyond blacks, there was another important category of U.S. society excluded from political rights and even, in large part, from civil rights. In seeking to justify discrimination based on property to the disadvantage of wage workers, Constant assimilated the latter, among other things, to foreigners lacking an interest in the national prosperity, with whose elements they are not familiar, and in which they had next to no share. Yet this metaphor became a reality in the United States, where a workforce largely imported from across the oceans continued to be alien until the moment of naturalization, a moment that could easily be deferred during crisis situations. Such was the case of the Naturalization Act of 1798, when the residency period necessary to achieve naturalization was increased from 5 to 14 years. We could even ask whether, when Constant resorted to the metaphor of foreigners, as well as to the medics of classical antiquity, he was not thinking precisely of America, which he repeatedly invoked and sometimes referred to as a great example. 8. Excluded from democracy. If Tocqueville took explicit interest in immigrants to the United States, it is interesting to examine the particular terms in which he did so. With the gathering of the storm clouds that would, within a few years, lead to the War of Secession, the French liberal attributed the worsening crisis to the rapid introduction of men, foreign to the English race, into the United States, a factor that was making America run the greatest danger. Tocqueville tirelessly warned his American friends and correspondents about this threat. Unfortunately, every day brings you so many foreign elements that soon you will no longer be yourselves. All the reasoning that could once be made on your nature will become ever more uncertain. Indeed, mixed with so many races as you are today, who can today say what your nature is? And further, what I find alarming is this prodigious number of foreigners, which is turning you into a new people. It is probably excessive to state that Gobineau, the theorist of racial inequality, was not so far removed from Alexis de Tocqueville, at one time his mentor and superior, as might be supposed. All the same, it is senseless to paint as a champion of democracy an author who denounced the U.S. ruling class's lack of opposition to mass immigration and the consequent bastardization of the original American population as one of its great faults, an author, that is, who seems to have shared the arguments later used by American nativists in their campaign to deny political rights to immigrants above all, those extraneous to the Anglo-Protestant race, and even to subject them, as we shall see, to a process of disemancipation. The fact is that Tocqueville never thought about democracy in truly universal terms. This alone explains the paradox through which, at the same time as he lucidly described, without indulgence, the inhuman treatment imposed on the Native Americans and blacks, he also insisted that the United States was the only true model of democracy. The Native Americans were subjected to the dreadful evils that accompanied forced emigrations, that is, the successive waves of deportations imposed by the whites, and were now close to being wiped from the face of the earth. As for blacks, the French liberal recognized the catastrophe that was their situation, and not only in the South, he observed, racial prejudice seems to me stronger in the states that have abolished slavery than in those where slavery still exists. And nowhere does it appear as intolerant as in the states where servitude has always been unknown. However, this did not stop Tocqueville from celebrating America as the only country in the world in which democracy prevailed, living, active, triumphant. There you will see a people among whom conditions are more equal even than they are among us as French, among whom the social order, customs, laws, everything is democratic, among whom everything emanates from and belongs to the people, and where, even so, every individual enjoys a fuller independence, a greater freedom than in any other era or in any other clime on earth. The fate of the Native Americans and blacks never rears its head to cast a shadow on this shining example. There is something quite incredible about the programmatic declaration, which the French liberal sets at the beginning of his chapter, dedicated to the problem of the three races that inhabit the territory of the United States. The principal task that I had set for myself has now been fulfilled. I have succeeded, at least as much as I could, in showing what the laws of the American democracy were. I have made its mores known. I could stop here, only to avoid the possibility of disappointing his reader. Does Tocqueville speak of the relations between the three races? These topics touch on my subject, but do not enter into it. They are American without being democratic, and above all, I wanted to portray democracy. In the course of his polemic against the Jacobins, Constant reproached them for having forgotten the fact that ancient democracy, which they purported to take as a model, was in fact based on slavery. But it was he himself who ran into even more remarkable amnesia, or absent-mindedness, when, in his text dedicated to illustrating and celebrating modern freedom, he asked what the word freedom, among others, meant to an inhabitant of the United States of America, as if that country had nothing to do with the institution that cast such a shadow over the freedom of the ancients. 58. What Constant had forgotten or overlooked became a sort of programmatic declaration in Tocqueville, who clearly asserted that the fate of the blacks and Native Americans was a question external and extraneous to the essence of American democracy. Even where slavery was cited as an explanation and condemnation of ancient democracy, the liberal tradition could light-mindedly ignore it when the task at hand was to counterpose American democracy to the violence and plebeian turbulence of the French revolutionary tradition. The development of U.S. democracy, celebrated as peaceful and orderly, in fact rested on the fetters which shackled the dangerous classes even in the sites of production themselves. Property, culture, and political rights in John Stuart Mill. In seeking to neutralize the popular masses politically and diffuse democracy's tendency towards income redistribution, Constant looked to the restriction of political rights based on property, whereas Tocqueville, misunderstanding and remolding the U.S. model, recommended recourse to indirect elections. For his part, John Stuart Mill, proceeding by way of an appraisal of traditional methods and a somehow more modern, seductive reformulation of them, above all drew attention to what he recommended as a new method. For now we can concentrate on the first aspect. The second-tier electoral system, so dear to the English liberals' friend and interlocutor Tocqueville, appeared to Mill himself as scarcely practicable, even if only for the fact that it was difficult to export it to a country without a federal structure. The case in which election by two stages answers well in practice is when the electors are not chosen solely as electors, but have other important functions to discharge, which precludes their being selected solely as delegates to give a particular vote. This combination of circumstances exemplifies itself in another American institution, the Senate of the United States. These members are not chosen by the population, but by the state legislatures, themselves elected by the people of each state. Now, it is also worth bearing in mind that the two-tier electoral system began to prove a fiction even where it did formally remain in force. Only nominally was the United States' system for electing a president indirect. In reality, the members of the Electoral College were elected with a mandate binding them to a specific candidate and him alone. What could be done? In Mill, we can see a fresh preoccupation which had not hitherto emerged in the liberal tradition. In the meantime, universal male suffrage had established itself for good in France, and even if it was regulated and frustrated by the Bonapartist regime, it had become ever more difficult to challenge it on grounds of principle. The English author himself realized as much. It was absolutely necessary that suffrage should be widely expanded, or rather, become universal. After this recognition of principle, the same old preoccupation immediately resurfaced, the the great majority of voters in most countries, and emphatically but, in this would be manual laborers, and the twofold danger that of too low a standard of political intelligence and that of class legislation would still exist in a very perilous degree. In seeking to confront this danger, there again emerged the traditional remedy of restricting political rights on the basis of property. It is also important that the assembly which votes the taxes, either general or local, should be elected exclusively by those who pay something towards the taxes imposed. Those who pay no taxes, disposing by their votes of other people's money, have every motive to be lavish and none to economize. As far as money matters are concerned, any power of voting possessed by them is a violation of the fundamental principle of free government, a severance of the power of control from the interest in its beneficial exercise. In some of the great towns of the United States, their having such a power is known to have produced a scale of local taxation onerous beyond example, and wholly borne by the wealthier classes. That representation should be coextensive with taxation. Not stopping short of it, but also not going beyond it, is in accordance with the theory of British institutions. Here it becomes clear that the principle of no taxation without representation, so dear to the liberal tradition, also, and perhaps above all, means that those too poor to be taxed have no right to autonomous political representation. No representation without taxation. Moreover, this was the sense in which this principle, the most fundamental principle of British freedom, would be interpreted by Lecky a quarter of a century later. For Mill, there could in any case be no doubt that the receipt of parish relief should be a peremptory disqualification for the franchise. He who cannot by his labor suffice for his own support has no claim to the privilege of helping himself to the money of others. By becoming dependent on the remaining members of the community for actual subsistence, he abdicates his claim to equal rights with them in other respects. Those to whom he is indebted for the continuance of his very existence may justly claim the exclusive management of those common concerns to which he now brings nothing, or less than he takes away. As a condition of the franchise, a term should be fixed, say 5 years previous to the registry, during which the applicant's name has not been on the parish books as a recipient of relief. But ever wider layers of the population came to consider odious the granting or denial of political rights based on income. Hence, discrimination on the basis of property qualifications strove to present a more modern, acceptable face. I regard it as wholly inadmissible that any person should participate in the suffrage without being able to read, write, and, I will add, perform the common operations of arithmetic. Some years later, the process of rolling back the emancipation of blacks and poor whites in the United States was also imposed by way of an exam that sought to ascertain the elector's level of literacy and education. Telling, in this regard, is the argument to which Mill resorted as justification for the exclusion of the illiterate from political rights. To give the suffrage to a man who could not read would be like giving it to a child who could not speak here, returns the same metaphor that had served constant in discriminating against Tahos whom poverty holds in. Endless dependence and condemns from childhood to laboring work, who are thus no more informed than children as to public affairs. Considered illiterates or infants, these creatures whose hard toil impeded them from access to culture and mature citizenship were the same social class to which both liberal authors denied political citizenship. Writing a few decades after Constant, Mill seemed inclined to loosen the binds of property discrimination, proving less intransigently opposed to the opinions and wishes of the poorest and rudest class of laborers, being one influence among others on the minds of the voters, as well as on those of the legislature. Even though it might be highly mischievous to give them the preponderant influence, by admitting them in their present state of morals and intelligence. To the full exercise of the suffrage, 68 citizens traditionally considered passive could now take the initiative of communicating their opinions to active ones, though the latter would remain the sole holders of political rights in the strict sense. But what did this mean for universal suffrage, even if it was indeed affirmed on grounds of principle? For it to be realized in concrete terms, it was necessary to take steps such that taxation in a visible shape should descend to the poorest class, and the means of attaining these elementary acquirements of understanding required for political rights should be within the reach of every person. Clearly, for Mill, universal suffrage was conjugated in the future tense put off until the point at which illiteracy had disappeared and there would no longer be individuals so poor as to need public assistance and not be subject to even a minimal level of taxation, whereas the exclusions dictated whether immediately or in more mediated fashion by property were conjugated in the present tense. In reality, the philosopher, who also had the merit of raising question marks over and condemning the exclusion of women from political rights, did not manage to overcome the logic of property-based discrimination, notwithstanding some formal tributes paid to the principle of universal suffrage, plural voting, and there is more. As the English liberal directed his attentions to the rising movement that demanded the extension of political rights, he pointed to another method of neutralizing or limiting the popular class's political inuence as far as possible. When two persons who have a joint interest in any business differ in opinion, does justice require that both opinions should be held of exactly equal value? If the institutions of the country virtually assert that they are of the same value, they assert the thing which is not. One of the two, as the wiser or better man, has a claim to 70 superior weight. Hence, even when it is conjugated in the future tense, universal suffrage cannot, in any case, be equal for all. Legislative means will be used to ensure the best and brightest a greater influence on political life. But is not this discrimination itself odious? Mill does not think so. Everyone has a right to feel insulted by being made a nobody and stamped as of no account at all. No one but a fool, and only a fool of a peculiar description, feels offended by the acknowledgement that there are others whose opinion, and even whose wish, is entitled to a greater amount of consideration than his. But how is it possible to ascertain the elector's level of intelligence, so that it would be possible to assign multiple votes to those who deserve them? For the English liberal, there is one immediately obvious way of telling. An employer of labor is on the average more intelligent than a laborer, for he must labor with his head, and not solely with his hands. A banker, merchant, or manufacturer is likely to be more intelligent than a tradesman, because he has larger and more complicated interests to manage. 2 or more votes might be allowed to every person who exercises any of these superior functions, and similar privileged treatment might be reserved for the liberal professions. We hardly need to emphasize that the property-based discrimination that had been chased out of the door here storms back in through the window. At least in one case, it does not even need to avoid the main entrance or to don any deceptive disguise. For Mill explicitly proposes plural voting based on the elector's property ownership for elections to local bodies. As he puts it, the honest and frugal dispensation of money forms so much larger a part of the business of the local than of the national body, that there is more justice as well as policy in allowing a greater proportional influence to those who have a larger money interest at stake. At this point, the theorist of plural voting was forced to polemicize, even in vigorous tones, against the land which his friend and interlocutor Tocqueville instead took as a model. After all, the United States was based on equal universal suffrage, however much this was filtered through a two-stage electoral system. Thus, for the English liberal, the American institutions have imprinted strongly on the American mind that any one man with a white skin is as good as any other. And it is felt that this false creed is nearly connected with some of the more unfavorable points in American character. It is not a small mischief that the Constitution of any country should sanction this creed, for the belief in it, whether express or tacit, is almost as detrimental to moral and intellectual excellence as any effect which most forms of government can produce. As we see, it is also mistaken to make a champion of democracy out of Mill. He himself openly recognized his distrust towards such a political system, given his dread of the ignorance and especially the selfishness and brutality of the mass. Rather, at the end of the 19th century, the liberal or liberal conservative Lecky was quite correct to identify, as he advanced his own denunciation of the ruinous effects of the collapse of all property discrimination, with the teachings of Mill, who was not insensible to the danger and injustice of dissociating the power of voting taxes from the necessity of paying them, and to the fact that unqualified universal suffrage leads plainly and rapidly to this form of robbery. And the history of plural voting deserves one further point of reflection. It had been adopted on a limited scale in France during the Restoration, at the moment in which the noble and clerical reaction most strongly made itself felt. Through a curious turn of events, the electoral system proposed by Mill in order to reconcile the extension of suffrage with the hegemony of the cultured and property-owning classes would, in practice, preside over each of the attempts to roll back emancipation which developed over the subsequent decades. This happened after the Paris Commune, in Italy immediately after the March on Rome, and again in France after the fall of the Third Republic and Pétain's arrival in power. All that needs adding is that even in America today, there are those who have proposed, following in Mill's footsteps, the introduction of a system of proportional representation that grants weight to each man's vote in relation to his demonstrated capacity to make intelligent choices. The article in question, by Joseph Farkas, published on the op-ed page of the New York Times, bears the rather telling title, One Man, Vote 78. Property Discrimination as a Principle of Legitimacy. The obstinate, variegated, and multiform character of the resistance to the principle of universal suffrage is a major disturbance to the argument, dear to those who more or less openly seek to reduce property discrimination to a sort of accident along the liberal tradition's way. It was not, in fact, a youthful indiscretion that was overcome through the spontaneous maturation of this tradition without the need for external pressure and conditioning. In reality, this tradition showed so little openness towards the extension of suffrage to the popular classes that it considered such a move insofar as it was pregnant with ruinous attacks on property as a violation of the rules of the game, which even ought to be combated by violent means. For Montesquieu, the abolition of the hereditary House of Peers and its veto right over the initiatives of the people, and thus of laws propounded by a somehow popular branch of Parliament, is already synonymous with despotism and even with slavery, given that it would give rise to legislation wholly or mostly directed against the privileged layers. For his part, the Thermidorian Boissy d'Anglas took up the standpoint of the bourgeoisie more than of the nobility, having warned against the harmful taxes that the legislature would inevitably impose once it fell prey to the propertyless, or else came under their influence. He added that a country governed by the propertied is under a social order, whereas one in which the unpropertied govern is instead in the state of nature. In the absence of a juridical order and legal norms, clearly weapons would have the decisive say. Constant expressed himself in similar terms, albeit using more cautious language. 80. The necessary purpose of the propertyless is to manage to become propertied. All the resources you give them they will use for this purpose. If you add to the freedom for their talents and efforts which you do owe them, political rights which you do not, these rights, in the hands of the vast majority of them, will infallibly be used to encroach on property. Put the unpropertied class in charge of the state, however well-intentioned they may be, and the anxiety of the propertied will hem in all their measures. The wisest laws will be suspected and hence disobeyed. 2. Which is to say, these laws would be legitimately or understandably ignored or broken. It was on the basis of similar considerations that French liberal circles participated in the organization of the coup d'état of 18th Brumaire, or at least at the outset, greeted it warmly. The scenario is no different if we move from France to Britain, which, moreover, already provided a model for Montesquieu. For Locke, the very purpose of society was the preservation of property. And it followed from this not only that, hence it is a mistake to think that the supreme or legislative power of any commonwealth can do what it will and dispose of the estates of the subject arbitrarily or take any part of them at pleasure, but also that the composition of the legislative power could not be changed, for instance by moves to undermine the House of Lords and the hereditary succession that operated therein. Even if it was mediated by the legislative power's intervention, the intrusion or invasion of non-property owners within the sphere of property would always be an arbitrary act, an act of pillage, and one that the party under attack could thus legitimately resist by force. This was also the opinion of John Stuart Mill himself. Any power of voting in the hands of non-taxpayers is a violation of the fundamental principle of free government. To grant political rights and thus a share in legislative power to poor citizens not subject to taxation amounts to allowing them to put their hands into other people's pockets for any purpose which they think fit to call a public one. 84. At the end of the 19th century, Lecky adopted Constant's thesis according to which non-property owners who had political rights would inevitably be led to pursue predatory and anarchic purposes and even to break up society. On this basis, he portrayed a system of veiled confiscation, one class voting the taxes which another class was compelled to pay, which thus effectively stripped the wealthy of political rights. That is, the undue political emancipation of the popular classes would effectively disenfranchise the only classes up to the task of leading the country. As we can see, the thesis of a spontaneous maturation of liberal thought as it gradually opened up to an ever wider extension of suffrage is nothing but an apologetic myth. Moreover, even up to our own time, authors like Mises and Hayek have identified in universal suffrage the ultimate cause of the despotic and totalitarian measures to redistribute wealth that have emanated also from the welfare state in the West, emancipation and its reversal. But the thesis advanced by the liberal tradition's apologists is unsustainable, and not only because it overlooks the gigantic political and social struggles waged by the popular masses excluded from political rights, it is also because it confers a linear character on the historical process of the conquest and extension of suffrage, which does not at all correspond to the reality. Already, the first electoral reform carried out by liberal Britain, which began to introduce the constitutive elements of the modern representative system, displayed contradictory traits. The franchise in many boroughs was democratic, more democratic before than after 1832. And while the Great Reform Bill mitigated many abuses and swept away some anomalies, it disfranchised numbers of poor electors and created a grievance which fostered the Chartist movement. Here, we see how emancipation for some was interwoven with a loss of freedom for others. We could also advance similar considerations about France. After 1789, the liberal bourgeoisie introduced a discrimination based on property, harsher than that which had existed in past elections to the Estates General. As we have seen, the latter had operated on the basis of a quasi-universal suffrage, albeit one controlled in the case of the Third Estate by way of a multiple-level electoral system, as in Britain, in France. 2. The onset of the modern representative system was characterized by the intersection of emancipation and its reversal. This system's subsequent historical development saw the closely interwoven succession of demands for emancipation and measures to this effect and attempts and measures to roll it back. The events of August 10, 1792, imposed a quasi-universal male suffrage that was subsequently cancelled out by Thermidor. Something similar took place after the Revolution of 1848, which itself sanctioned universal male suffrage. But in May 1850, the liberal bourgeoisie did not hesitate in trampling on the Constitution to which it had sworn its loyalty 2 years previously. This document had affirmed, in its Article 25, all Frenchmen aged 21, and in the enjoyment of their civil and political rights, are electors, without property qualifications of any kind. Yet, with a sort of parliamentary coup d'etat, the political emancipation that had only just been won was stripped from those who could not show a stable residency certificate, because they were instead forced to move constantly in search of employment. As a result, 3 million out of 9.5 million voters were excluded. Those deprived of their emancipation were the vile multitude unworthy of political rights. This, at least, was the opinion of Thiers, who then added, not without a certain cynicism, universalism does not mean for all, but for the greatest possible number in the spirit of the Constitution, and thus on closer inspection, in the spirit of the existing social order. 8. In his own efforts to win popular support, Louis Napoleon reintroduced universal male suffrage, though he also controlled it from above within a regime whose characteristics we will go on to analyze over subsequent chapters. As we have seen, there was no lack of attempts to replace the Bonapartist regime with a liberal legitimist one that would not likely have left direct universal suffrage standing. Just as after the Jacobin experience and the Revolution of 1848, again after the Paris Commune, direct universal suffrage would be strongly challenged and put in question by liberal circles themselves. The most diverse proposals flourished, whether they envisaged plural voting to the advantage of the most intelligent, or suffrage based on multiple grades, or even a return to explicit property qualifications. This last option immediately appeared either rather perilous or wholly impractical, given the popular reactions it might produce. It was no longer possible, or in any case advisable, openly to put the principle of universal suffrage into question. If anything, it was a question of regulating it, imposing morals on it, purifying it, as Thiers would put it, perhaps referring to the law of May 31, 1850, of which he had been one of the promoters, albeit hesitating to give the impression that he wanted to reintroduce discrimination based on property. But even this apparently easy way out seems rather problematic, and all the more so given that the Bonapartists continued to posture as the defenders of universal suffrage. The electoral law of the Third Republic thus settled for implementing a first-past-the-post system that designated the constituencies on the basis of criteria that distorted the equality in citizen representation, to the advantage of the rural départements. 9. The United States is the classic homeland of thwarted emancipation, where this phenomenon prevailed with particular breadth and tenacity. At the end of the 19th century, an articulated movement developed to roll back emancipation, made up of 3 distinct processes, though they were doubtless also interwoven. The first victims, of course, were blacks, emancipated from slavery and admitted into the community of political rights after the War of Secession. At first, they even achieved a certain presence within local and state representative bodies. But their situation rapidly worsened, indeed, drastically so after the withdrawal of federal troops and the reconciliation between North and South. Before the 20th century was a decade old, the constitutional disfranchisement of the Negro was a fact throughout the South. What the ruling class saw as the unworkable principle of universal suffrage had been frankly discarded. As we shall see, in this period, many whites were also stripped of political rights. But here we are also dealing with a disemancipation process that specifically affected blacks, as demonstrated by the targeted legislation enacted by multiple southern states and by Louisiana's reinterpretation of the literacy test. In 1898, it introduced the grandfather clause, by which a citizen was exempted from having to undergo the reading and writing test if he could prove that he had voted before January 1, 1867, or was the child or grandchild of someone who had, thanks to this expedient. The electoral lists were purged of all colored voters, while they included all or almost all classes of whites. The evolution of immigrants' political status was especially complex and tormented. The Naturalization Act of 1798, which we have already had cause to mention, in practice entailed a disemancipation, given that it denied citizenship to many immigrants who had, up to that point, been entitled to it. They were also stripped of certain civil rights, for this law was also the pretext for others that immediately followed, which granted the president discretionary powers regarding the arrest and deportation of foreigners. Subsequently, immigrants would also benefit from the general emancipation process that came about in the decade following the War of Secession, and which seemed intended to destroy all political discrimination. In some states, immigrants could vote on condition that they had been residents for several years and or express the intention to seek naturalization, even if they had not formally achieved citizenship. At the moment of the greatest extension of political citizenship, immigrants had the right to vote in the majority of states, 22 out of 37. But from 1875, there began a disenfranchisement process in 1900s. Only 11 states granted such voting rights, and by 1925, Arkansas was the only state still to do so. In 1928, for the first time since the country's origins, not even one non-American participated in an election, be it at the federal, state, or local level. 4. Poor whites were also subject to disemancipation measures through the poll tax and the literacy test. In many cases, the disemancipation was officially enshrined. Most of the southern states made constitutional revisions requiring that the electors shall be able to read or even explain the text of the Constitution. At the federal level, conversely, registration laws were issued which offloaded onto the individual citizen the responsibility for registering on the electoral roll, and made this task ever more laborious and costly, with the result and indeed the intention of discouraging the poorer classes from electoral participation. In fact, there was a sudden slump in turnout. The year 1896, which saw the definitive defeat of the populist movement and the acceleration of reactionary initiatives by the still frightened ruling classes, marked a turning point that can even be defined as a counter-revolution, albeit one that proceeded by peaceful means. Denial of political rights, the labor market, and slave. Just as the dogged restriction of political rights based on property was no accident or mistake for the liberal tradition, the rolling back of emancipation was no chance error or youthful folly of this tradition. The counter-revolution in question had obvious social implications. We can begin by analyzing the consequences it had for immigrants and white Americans. In numerous states, working class and popular pressure had succeeded in winning social legislation which limited and regulated women's and child labor, and imposed certain general safety measures in factories and workplaces. Although this legislation was widely disregarded and often canceled out by the courts in the name of freedom of contracts, the ruling classes nonetheless felt it to be a threat, and connected it with the faults of universal suffrage and the political influence wielded by what they considered the dangerous classes. It was thus necessary to take decisive measures to limit their influence, such as could impede or throw up as many obstacles as possible to the advent of the social state, and the counter-revolution at the end of the 19th century was the main factor behind the United States' backwardness on this terrain. As for immigrants, the extra obstacles posed to their naturalization and achievement of citizenship came in a period in which a frenzied racist campaign against them was taking root, including cases of the lynching of Chinese people. And it was no accident that this was a minority often locked into semi-servile employment relations. It has been aptly observed that racial terms mirror the political process by which populations of whole continents were turned into providers of coerced surplus labor. Other ethnic minorities who had been stripped of their emancipation or denied the possibility of access to citizenship, and who were racially stigmatized, were relegated to the lower levels of the employment market. Yet clearer is the relationship between political and social disemancipation in the case of blacks. Not a few studies emphasize the fact that in the South, the suppression of blacks' right to vote was a condition of the stability of the plantation economy and the servile labor on which it was based. 10. The presence of black political representatives at the local and state level threw up obstacles to the establishment of the caste labor system. 102. Thus, slaves who had already been emancipated and accepted into citizenship again became foreigners, inferior by nature and by race, and thus destined to work for the whites in a condition comparable to serfdom. 103. This brought a re-enslavement of blacks, whose starvation wages were imposed not by the market, but by the brute force of the white masters. 14. The liberal tradition, property-based discrimination, and the racialization of the excluded. At this point, we can better understand the significance of the property-based discrimination that has been a pervasive complement to the liberal tradition throughout its history. Theorizing the distinction between active citizens and passive ones, Sieyès considered it a condition for peace that the uneducated multitude should be obliged to conduct forced labor, which was thus lacking in freedom. As we have noted, he proposed the formal introduction of slave or semi-servile labor in France, to which the passive citizens or laboring machines, the two categories sometimes coexisted unproblematically, ought to be subjected. 105. The spokesman of France's Third Estate and liberal bourgeoisie not only referred to machines de travail, but spoke of the greater share of men as human instruments of production, or as bipedal instruments, ultimately resorting to the same category which Aristotle had used to define slave labor. If we turn from France to Britain, we see that Burke, the English Whig still so dear to liberal authors like Hayek and Dahrendorf, subsumed the farm laborer and wage laborer under the category of instrumentum vocale, used in classical antiquity to designate and classify the slave. 1 and 7. And it is easy to understand this. Even Locke had held the view that the greatest part of mankind must necessarily be subject to living and working conditions in which it is enslaved. 108 in turn, Mandeville, another classic thinker of the liberal tradition, identified the meanest indigent part of the nation, the working slaving people, destined forever to carry out dirty slavish work, in which context educating them could only be considered a force for disturbance. As we can see, discrimination based on property went hand in hand with a division of labor that pushed so far as to justify slave or semi-servile labor. The destitute condemned to such work were then described in terms which justified their use as simple instruments of production and somehow represented as beings who lacked fully human characteristics. What sense would it have to grant political rights to those who, as Locke put it, remain at the level of a pack horse, who is driven constantly forwards and backwards in a narrow lane and dirty road, only to market, and were separated from the men of the upper classes by a greater distance than between some men and some beasts? Similar was the attitude taken by Burke, who spoke of the greater share of men, that which derived its means of subsistence from hard daily toil, as a swinish multitude, and that of sea-eyes, who denied the possibility of finding men, at least in the full sense of the word, among the immense crowd of bipedal instruments lacking in liberty, lacking in morality, and lacking intellectual life. The foundation and justification of discrimination on the basis of property was an anthropology and an ontology. Or to invoke a category today at the center of sociological study and political debate, a racialization process which made those excluded from citizenship totally extraneous to the active citizenry and the dominant elite. 112. It has been observed that in England between 1660 and 1760, there developed an attitude towards the new industrial proletariat noticeably harsher than that general in the first half of the 17th century, and which has no modern parallel except in the behavior of the less reputable of white colonists towards colored labor. This observation is owed to two orders of considerations. First, it throws utterly into crisis the evolutionist schema so dear to the apologists of the liberal tradition. Just as they ignore the multiple intersections between emancipation and disemancipation, they overlook the connection characteristic of the onset of liberal England, which connected discrimination based on property to the racialization of those who were discriminated against, a connection that can, indeed, also be observed in other countries. For instance, it is obvious that, in the French case, it would be difficult to find in authors like Baudin or Bossuet the same harshness that Size displayed towards those he defined as bipedal instruments. The second order of considerations springs from a connection established by Tawney, who compared the attitude that proto-liberal England adopted towards the industrial proletariat to the racist attitude towards colonial or ex-colonial populations that remains very widespread even in our own time. Indeed, we can find Locke directly stating that a day laborer is no more capable of reasoning than almost a perfect natural, neither has reached the level of Christian rational creatures. 114. And in the liberal France of the July monarchy, the Lyons silkweavers' revolt appeared to St. Marc Girardin as the new barbarian invasion. And after the workers' revolt of June 1848, Tocqueville evoked the specter of Vandals and Goths, even as he described the collective emotions of the 115 time. But, already in Size, we can read that a great nation is necessarily composed of two peoples, in a sense, two races, of essentially different value. After all, on the one hand, there are the real producers, or the chiefs of production, and on the other, the human instruments of production. On the one hand are intelligent persons, or honest people, and on the other, the workers who have only a passive force, and are simple instruments of toil. 116. Hence, we can better understand the sense of the metaphor that hangs like a shadow over the history of the liberal tradition, even into our own time, comparing those excluded from citizenship to foreigners. This is a metaphor we can find even before Constant. In a sense, it is already there in Size, for whom, among this immense crowd of bipedal instruments, there is not one capable of entering into society and making up part of the restricted circle of the truly civilized polices. Manual laborer is synonymous not only with foreigner, but also with extraneous to civilization, in a sense, a member of a lower race. It is telling that this same metaphor had already been used by Locke, in this case referring to another sort of servants, which by a peculiar name we call slaves, who being captives taken in a just war, and being in the state of slavery, not capable of any property, cannot in that state be considered as any part of civil society, the chief end whereof is the preservation of property. 118. Whether the metaphor in question was applied to the outright slave or to the manual laborer carrying out semi-servile work, it in any case played an important role in the denial of political rights. It was also important to certain laws rolling back emancipation, such as the May 31st, 1850 law in France, which, in stipulating specific residency requirements, ended up considering the workers forced to follow a certain trade from one location to another as foreigners. Such was also true of the laws in the United States that lengthened the period of residency, or in any case, added to the hurdles immigrants had to overcome to achieve naturalization and be admitted into citizenship. The relationship between discrimination based on property and the racialization of the excluded also jumps out from another apparently more innocuous metaphor, which the liberal tradition employed in order to define and justify the exclusion of wage laborers from citizenship. Forced to work day and night, the latter remained in a condition of endless dependence and were thus akin to children, albeit ones endowed with the particular characteristic of never being able to become adults. 119, moreover. According to Locke, the wage servant became part of the family of his master and under the ordinary discipline thereof. It should be borne in mind that slaves also made up part of the oikos, the ancient Aristotelian familia. And this reference again takes us back to the barbarians from whose ranks came the slaves, by nature of which the Greek philosophers spoke. And Mill, who theorized despotism over barbarians or members of backward societies, specified that in this case the race itself may be considered as in its nonage. 12. Moreover, Sieyes, who divided society into two clearly distinct and opposed peoples, also defined the one destined to provide the human instruments, or better, bipedal ones, of production as the multitude of eternal children. 122. In the United States, the process of racialization within the white community was impeded by the fact that the instruments of labor, the bipedal machines, were identified with blacks, and subsequently, in the second half of the 19th century, with immigrants from outside Europe or Southern and Eastern Europe, and, in any case, not the stock of authentic Americans of old vintage. But at the Philadelphia Convention, there were also those who defended property's monopoly on suffrage, with the argument that such a precious and delicate right could certainly not be extended to the bipeds of the forest. To barbarians and savages 123 above all, it highlighted the characterization in which, as against the mass of the people made up of mechanics, people in any case lacking in culture and liberal education, Hamilton and John Quincy Adams came from the members of the dominant elite, rich and well-born. 124. Also evident in this definition is the tendency toward the naturalization, and thus to some extent, the racialization of the social differences that existed within the white community itself. This language is all the more significant in that it makes us think of that used a few decades later by Nietzsche, who celebrated the better developed Vulgaritan, who made up part of the conquering master race, that of the Aryans, as against the plebeian democratic mass and all that which is degenerate, and parasitic. 125. The workers and the popular classes fighting for the recognition of their right to association and for their political rights became aware that the discrimination against them was closely intertwined with an anthropology, which, considering them foreign not only to the community in which they lived, but also, in the last analysis, to civilization, relegated them to a lower race, denying them their full human dignity. For this reason, in Paris immediately after the July Revolution, the working-class newspapers reproached the bourgeois nobles for insisting on seeing the workers not as men, but as nothing other than machines, called on to produce only for the needs of their bosses. 126. A category dear to two liberal authors like Burke and Sieyes was thus identified and attacked with some precision. It is interesting to note that after the February Revolution in France, popular songs celebrated the achievement of universal suffrage as the proof that even the individuals of the humblest layers had begun to be raised up to the rank of men. 127. Beyond such spontaneous expressions from among the popular classes, if we want to find a critique of racialization processes, we certainly ought not to look for it in the classical liberal tradition. There is a fragment of Rousseau in which the slaves fighting against their master reproach him for considering and treating them as mere machines, instruments of labor or utensils. 128 from this text there springs an objective indictment against the liberal tradition which, in defining wage labor, continues to make use of the categories that had already been used in classical antiquity in reference to the slave who was denied full human dignity. If Locke compared the day laborer to a pack horse, and Burke inveighed against the swinish multitude, Rousseau reproached the upper classes for their tendency to reduce the unfortunates oppressed by unending labors to oxen or pets. 129. Lastly, the metaphor so dear to constant and implicitly present, even in Sieyes assimilating wage laborers to foreigners or members of a people different and inferior to that constituted by the ruling classes, was criticized in advance by the Geneva philosopher when he underlined that in a well-ordered state no one should be able to feel foreign. Robespierre considered himself a disciple of Rousseau, For him, unlike in the case of the absolute monarchy and the aristocracy, where one or a few individuals could say that they had a patrie, whereas all others were stateless, the democratic regime is that in which the state is truly the patrie of all individuals, who are all accepted on an equal footing into the fullness of the rights of the citizen. It is certainly no accident that in Marx, the starting point of the critique of capitalist society was a denunciation of the fact that, in this society, as the Communist Manifesto put it, the working class are instruments of labor, more or less expensive to use, according to their age and sex. 131. From liberalism to democracy, the myth dear to Norberto Bobbio, that liberalism spontaneously developed in the direction of democracy, does not stand up to historical scrutiny. 132. The fact is that the very countries with the most well-consolidated liberal tradition behind them are the very ones that were considerably slower to arrive at political emancipation. The United States was not a democracy in the elementary sense of an effective universal suffrage during the 20th century. 133. 134. We can even leave aside the case of the Native Americans, or better, the ones that survived. In theory, they were afforded political rights from 1887 onwards. But, in reality, they were recognized as American citizens by Congress only in 1924, after a long series of back-and-forth moves, and, in any case, states like New Mexico and Arizona refused them the right to vote until 1948.135, as for another racial minority. Still, after World War II, we can see how the ruling classes in the South condemned attempts to abolish the poll tax and force through the electoral registration of blacks regardless of their intelligence and capacities as a criminal attack on the best Anglo-Saxon heritage, and an attempt to reduce real Americans to a mongrel. Inferior race 136, not only blacks but also poor whites continued to be subject to restrictions based on property until the 1960s to 1970s. 137. The Supreme Court rulings that declared unconstitutional norms requiring a certain level of literacy and a poll tax as prerequisites for the recognition of the right to vote date only to 1966. The ruling that declared unconstitutional the norm, which then still applied in Texas, which subordinated one's right to election to the payment of a sum proportional to the importance of the office one intended to stand for, dates to 1972.138. However, electoral registration laws which effectively undermine the 139 participation of the poorest classes and thus, according to some authors, constitute a new indirect and camouflaged form of property discrimination, continue to apply today. This in what continues to behave, up to the present, as the West's leading country. Moreover, still in 1988, the Democratic Party's electoral platform called for a fight with reference to electoral registration laws against any dilution of the principle, one man, one vote, 140. Similar considerations can be advanced with regard to the other classic homeland of the liberal tradition, Great Britain, with its historical delay in terms of political emancipation and the conquest of universal suffrage. It is hardly worth mentioning that throughout the 18th century, up to the Reform Act of 1832, that is, a century and a half after the liberal Glorious Revolution, both houses of Parliament were appanages of the highest class of society, namely the aristocracy. Yet more important is the fact that, for a long time, almost up to our own day, feudal traditions continued to shape the very idea of representation. Representation, in fact, was nowise regarded as a means of expressing individual right or forwarding individual interests. It was communities, not individuals, who were represented. In 1788, the Federalist, anything but an Anglophobic publication, summarized voting rights in the former homeland as follows. The number of inhabitants in the two kingdoms of England and Scotland cannot be stated at less than 8 millions. The representatives of these 8 millions in the House of Commons amount to 558. Of this number, 1/9 are elected by 364 persons, and 1/2 by 5,723 persons. It cannot be supposed that the half thus elected, and who do not even reside among the people at large, can add anything either to the security of the people against the government. On the contrary, it is notorious that they are more frequently the representatives and instruments of the executive magistrate than the guardians and advocates of the popular rights. That's the situation that existed a few decades later was described by Ostrogorsky, according to a table prepared about 1815. The House of Commons contained 471 members who owed their seats to the goodwill and pleasure of 144 peers and 123 commoners, 16 government nominees, and only 171 members elected by popular suffrages. But what did popular suffrage mean here? 143. The voters simply represented the personal following of the rivals who fought the electoral duel. They were their retainers or sold themselves to them on the polling day for money. In the counties, the tenant followed his landlord. The rural freeholders, who were more independent, generally gravitated in the orbit of the great noblemen who irradiated the neighborhood. Of the boroughs, several were directly dependent on territorial magnates, who owned them as private property or exerted a hereditary influence over them. Most of the other towns sold themselves at the elections, wholesale or in lots. The members who had secured election through the territorial influence, or that of their patrons, or who bought their seats for ready money, were practically independent of their constituencies. 144. To understand how far this independence really went, it is worth remembering that when Palmerston entered the House in 1807, his patron posed a single condition: that he should never set foot among the electorate, a condition that doubtless helps to identify similarities between his spell as an MP and that of Robert Peel, who in his decades as a parliamentarian never participated in an electoral contest. 145. An English liberal of the 19th century, singing the praises of his country's constitution, observed that the lower and upper houses were each long subject to the monopoly of, or strict control by, the Lords, who also decided the composition of the Commons. Both houses of Parliament were thus in effect the prerogative of the aristocracy. 146. This representation, which had not managed to shake off the burden of the medieval tradition that lay behind it, considered suffrage not as a right, or even a right reserved to the members of a given income class, according to a somehow general rule, but rather as a mark of distinction or a privilege that was graciously conceded and passed on via heredity to certain communities, layers, or orders. This representation knew nothing of the modern individual as an autonomous subject endowed with rights. Rather, it involved the full subordination of the individual to society. This peculiar representation did not much differ, in the 18th century at least, from that of the Estates General of France's Ancien Regime, and it was targeted for criticism by Rousseau. In his social contract, after emphasizing that representation was rooted in feudal government, he concluded that the English people believes itself free, but is greatly mistaken, and condemned the representative system as such as contrary to freedom. With the electoral reform of 1832, the House of Commons did become increasingly open to the presence and influence of the bourgeoisie. Bagehot warmly advised the plutocracy and aristocracy to avoid fighting among themselves and to work harmoniously to keep parliamentary institutions at arm's length from the mass of the people. Each of the two houses had to remain the monopoly of one of the two upper classes that held the country's wealth. 48. Without doubt, the two subsequent electoral reforms in 1867 and 1884-85 brought a considerable extension of the franchise. But this was still far from even male universal suffrage, given that, even with this latter reform, instigated by Gladstone, it was homeowners who enjoyed the right to vote, whereas there continued to be considerable disadvantage to the lower class of voters, who might frequently change their place of residence on account of their work. As Lenin noted during World War I, citing a German author, the electoral system in Great Britain was still sufficiently restricted to exclude the lower stratum of the proletariat proper. 150 in this same period. Weber observed that, had the electoral system in force in Britain up to the war, and the October Revolution applied in Germany, the number of Social Democratic MPs in the Reichstag would have been halved, to the obvious disadvantage of the subaltern classes. 151. But even more important than the persistent restrictions based on property was the fact that, in Great Britain, there endured a fundamentally pre-modern idea of representation. At least until the reform of 1918, leading figures from the privileged classes contended that the number of a man's votes should be proportionate to his possessions. 152. Indeed, plural voting would continue in this country for some decades. One contemporary historian summarized its difficult path to democracy in the following terms. The British electoral system reached theoretical democracy only in April 1928. One adult, one vote was at last attained except for the business and university franchises, which together gave about 500,000 people, mainly males, as a second vote, until they were abolished in 1,948,153. Bobbio has observed that individualism is the philosophical basis of democracy. One person, one vote. As such, it has always been counterposed, and will always stand counterposed, to holistic conceptions of society and history, from wherever they might issue. If the authoritative liberal philosopher wanted to take seriously the principle which he here articulates, he would have to completely rewrite the history of individualism and democracy that has emerged from his writings thus far. He would have to recognize that the classic homeland of the liberal tradition which he so celebrates or himself transfigures was itself seriously late in arriving at either individualism or democracy. He would, likewise, have to recognize the fundamental contribution that a quite different political tradition made to the victory of the democratic and individualist principle: one person, one vote. Indeed, a tradition that the most recent of Bobbio's works have dismissed far too light-mindedly. The English historian of the British Parliament, we have already repeatedly cited, paid objective homage to this tradition when he observed, in remarks from 1920 on the debate then taking place in his country, that vast inroads have been made on feudal theory by ideas of universal suffrage, and the real issue with regard to representation is whether the individual or the family is the unit to be represented. Modern socialism tends to make the state the sole form of society and to weaken every other bond of association, and Parliament, instead of representing communities or families, is coming to represent nothing but individuals. 155. To speak of socialism, at this moment, also meant speaking about the October Revolution and the demands and agitation that took their cue from it, influencing and setting conditions for the entire workers' movement. The 3 stages of the conquest of universal suffrage. Indeed, on closer inspection, there were 3 fundamental milestones in the conquest of equal universal suffrage. August 10, 1792, the Revolution of February 1848, and the revolutionary upheavals of the Russia of 1917. All 3 dates are extraneous to the liberal tradition, which instead looked upon these happenings with diffidence, if not outright hostility. Looking at the first case, it is notable that the theorists of property restrictions in the France of the time invoked precisely the example of liberal England. Robespierre himself noted as much. Far from allowing himself to be impressed by the model brandished by his adversaries, he compared exclusion from political rights to the condition of the slave in classical antiquity, 1 in 56. As for the second of these milestones, it is interesting to reread the statements made by authoritative liberal spokesmen in the years that preceded the outbreak of the 1848 revolution. Polemicizing against the movement that demanded the widening of suffrage, Tyers observed that, yes, it was true that 32 million men are governed by the vote of 240. There are 240,000 men who command and 32 million who obey. This may seem, and perhaps was, an appalling disproportion. But, in reality, the concession of political rights had already gone too far, or rather, too low down the social order, having already gone down to a class that does not have sufficient free time, culture, or property to take an interest in political questions. Even in 1847, Guizot declared, "The dawn of universal suffrage will never come. The day in which all human beings without distinction can be called on to exercise political rights will never arrive." It was no accident that Tocqueville looked on at the revolution of 1848 with dismay, seeing it already in February as exclusively waged outside and against the bourgeoisie, as a revolution whose philosophy was inspired by socialist theories in which the bourgeois would be the true and only defeated side. Denounced even in our own time by Hayek as the inauspicious prologue to social or totalitarian democracy, it was a revolution that sanctioned universal male suffrage. And, as we have seen, even this was immediately trampled on and suppressed by the liberal bourgeoisie as soon as the latter felt itself secure and protected from the pressure of the popular and plebeian masses in the streets. Lastly, we get to the third milestone. It could be objected that, in a country like Italy, universal male suffrage had been achieved already before the October Revolution. Indeed, Italy did not pass through a Jacobin period either, and, in any case, no revolutionary process as radical as the one that took place in France. But even apart from the fact that, in this case, too, one can hardly overlook the influence and pressure exerted by the workers' and socialist movement, it is worth noting that, contrary to the widespread myth, the electoral reform of 1912 did not in reality provide for universal suffrage even among men. An important section of the population, that between 21 and 30 years old, continued, in a sense, to be subject to the bond between property, or qualifications of culture and honor, and its electoral capacity. The press of the time spoke of expanded suffrage. 16 Lenin was right to note with a certain mocking tone that Giolittis reform had introduced almost universal suffrage 162. Even if we acknowledge that the Chamber of Deputies was elected without any discrimination based on property, it ought not to be forgotten that it was, in any case, neutralized by a Senate composed as follows. There were the princes of the House of Savoy, who, being prerogative members, gave this assembly its royal imprint. This was not only an assembly monopolized by the upper classes, but one weighted with a substantial feudal element. At this point, we can advance the more general consideration that the Italian Senate shared many family resemblances with all the other upper chambers in Europe which, with the exception of the French case, were not elected. Everywhere there was a mix of heredity and royal appointment. Even the Senate of France's Third Republic, which had behind it an uninterrupted series of revolutionary upheavals culminating in the Paris Commune of 1871, was constituted in such a way as to guarantee the wanton overrepresentation of the villages and towns over Paris and the major cities, to the advantage of the large farmers and small peasants. The historian here cited saw the Europe of 1914 as still considerably dominated by the Ancien Regime, which was then swept aside not only by the World War itself, but also by the Russian Revolution. A year after 1917 in Russia, there broke out the revolutions that marked the end of the Hohenzollern dynasty in Germany and the Habsburgs in Austria. And, indeed, the end of upper houses that had been a prerogative of the bourgeoisie and of a nobility still in some senses linked to the Ancien Regime. Egalitarian universal suffrage now necessarily became part of the overall political order in these countries, though it would be a long time before it came to Great Britain and the United States. Thus far, we have spoken of universal male suffrage, leaving aside women who, upon the eve of World War I, were excluded from political rights in practically the entire world. Only in 1920 did the U.S. Constitution integrate the amendment that issued a federal ban on any discrimination in voting rights based on difference of sex. The achievement of this important objective by women's own efforts cannot be understood without bearing in mind both their mass integration into production during World War I and the profound influence of the upheavals that had taken place in Russia. Speaking of the constitutional amendment just mentioned, one illustrious American historian explained the speed with which conservative resistance was overcome by invoking the fact that European countries were now catching up and overtaking the United States in this field, and that President Wilson would not allow democratic America to fall behind. 164. It is clear that, consciously or otherwise, Schlesinger is here referring also to revolutionary Russia, the country that had opened the way to the total removal of gender discrimination in the enjoyment of political rights, and for precisely this reason exerted considerable force of attraction on the feminist movement in France as elsewhere. And it should be added that, while the October Revolution marked the beginning of a worldwide campaign for the full social and political emancipation of women, in the West, there was an active tradition of thinking which, while asserting the need for female suffrage, primarily did so because it saw it as a conservative counterweight to the growing influence of the social and ethnic groups it wanted to contain. Indeed, at the end of the 19th century, the latter were excluded from political citizenship in the United States, even as women began to gain it. Traces of this conservative attitude were probably present also within the commitment to female suffrage exhibited by President Wilson from World War I onwards. Indeed, he also imposed segregation against blacks in federal civilian offices, including for bathrooms and cafeterias, and showed himself likewise racially prejudiced against immigrants from Eastern Europe. Naturally, the notes of caution we have sounded regarding the effects of August 10, 1792, and the Jacobin movement also apply to the October Revolution. In each case, what we see is a principle proclaimed with greater or lesser radicalism, at the same time as there also flared up a state of exception that the political leaders of the time were unable to move beyond. This failure was owed either to the extreme difficulty of the objective situation or to the fact that their own grave political and theoretical shortcomings led them to pursue ideals that could not be realized, and thus served only to block a return to normality, from the Jacobins' ideal of the ancient community to the Bolsheviks' idea of the withering away of the state. Yet this takes nothing away from the historical importance of the assertion of the right of each individual to participate in political life without discrimination of class, race, or sex, and indeed to do so on the egalitarian basis of one person, one vote. 2. A new tutor for the childlike multitude, universal suffrage and Bonapartism. Louis Napoleon re-established the universal suffrage that had been abolished by the liberal bourgeoisie's coup de main. Together with the liberal bourgeoisie, Bonapartist propaganda shared a common hatred and disdain for those it dismissed as demagogues, the egalitarians, the detestable dreamers of the speculative doctrine. The extension of political rights was linked not to a project of social emancipation, but rather to a particular political concern. Already before the coup d'état of December 2, 1851, in explaining the position he had taken against the law of May 31, 1850, the Prince-President observed, "I ask myself if, in the presence of the delirium of passions, the confusion of doctrines, the division between parties, when everything seemed to combine to detract any prestige from morality, justice, and authority, it was really necessary to overturn or impair the only principle that Providence has kept standing to keep us united. Once universal suffrage had reconstructed the social edifice, through the very fact of having replaced a revolutionary feat with a law, was it perhaps wise to seek to further restrict its base? Lastly, I asked myself if this would not have meant compromising in advance the new powers called upon to preside over the country's fate, in providing a pretext for challenging their origin and disregarding their legitimacy." Without doubt, Louis Napoleon showed a political intelligence superior to that of his liberal adversaries. In France, but gradually also in other countries, universal suffrage was now becoming the principle of legitimacy. The violation of this principle fed an intensified opposition. Far from consolidating the existing social order, such a violation would end up pushing it into seriously troubled waters. But, even looking beyond popular reactions, the disemancipation measures which the liberal bourgeoisie decided to push through proved counterproductive even at a straightforwardly technical level. In its application, the Law of 31 May went beyond the objective it thought it would serve. No one had foreseen the removal of millions of voters, 2/3 of whom are made up of peaceable countryside dwellers. What was the result? This vast exclusion served as a pretext for the Party of Anarchy, which cloaks its detestable designs under the cover of a violated right that is to be reconquered. 3. The path of explicit disemancipation appeared impracticable or ruinous, in its pretense to exclude from political citizenship those who had earlier been granted it. Rather, other paths needed to be taken, realizing once and for all that since public opinion is queen of the universe, Universal suffrage constituted a new principle of legitimacy, which it was unwise to row back from. The program set out by the president by coup was clear. It sought to establish a political regime that would be strong through the fact of being popular. Discrimination on the basis of property was inadmissible. Today, the reign of castes is over. One can govern only with the masses. It is necessary that the mass be the constant force from which all powers emanate if, as we have seen, at the moment of the suppression of universal suffrage, Thiers expressed his full disdain for the vile multitude, and if liberal or liberal conservative circles continued to manifest their aristocratic disgust towards the populace or the rabble canaille. Louis Napoleon always spoke of the people or mass, without assigning even this latter term any negative connotation, though he also referred pejoratively to the passions of the crowd. But what was this people whose support he wanted to win? Certainly not one autonomously organized in parties or trade unions. Louis Napoleon presented himself not as a party representative, but rather as the interpreter of the nation and its best traditions, as the figure who sought to govern in the interest of the masses and not in the interest of a party. As early as 1848, Bonapartist propaganda insisted that between the people and its sovereign, there must be no intermediary that arrogates itself the right to substitute for either. On the eve of the coup d'état, a pamphlet that seems to have been partly the work of Louis Napoleon himself attacked the existing constitution for setting up voting by list as the means of election, a misleading method that takes away any freedom and any choice from the people and transfers power over the election to the newspapers and committees, 10 organized political groups and parties, and the press organs. Corresponding to them were attacked as instruments of coercion and of the suffocation of the electorate's spontaneous will, which must be liberated from all this, so that it could instead be entrusted to the direct and subaltern link to the local chief, and at the national level to the nation's own unchallenged charismatic leader. In the appeal to the people issued shortly after December 2, 1851, the president by coup went back to thundering against list voting, which he again condemned as an instrument for polluting and falsifying the free will of the people. This judgment was repeated and solemnly ordained in the preamble to the Constitution of 1852, and indeed in the Constitution itself. Choosing each candidate in isolation, the people can more easily evaluate the merits of each of them. The single-member constituency that had been abolished by the Revolution of 1848 was, thus, reintroduced. By this point, the reasons for his preference for this electoral system are very clear. Examining the situation immediately prior to the coup d'état, Marx observed that the constitution still then in force ended up abrogating itself once more by having the president elected by all Frenchmen through direct suffrage. While the votes of France are split up among the 750 members of the National Assembly, they are here, on the contrary, concentrated on a single individual. While each separate representative of the people represents only this or that party, this or that town, this or that bridgehead, or even only the mere necessity of electing someone of the 750, where neither the cause nor the man is closely examined, he is the elect of the nation, and the act of his election is the trump that the sovereign people plays once every 4 years. The elected National Assembly stands in a metaphysical relation, but the elected president in a personal relation to the nation. If there was anything that could cloud the skies for a president who had decided to strike the posture of the single and direct interpreter of the nation, as the charismatic chief standing clearly above the petty squabbles and personal rivalries that divided MPs and those who aspired to seats in Parliament, if there was something that could throw up obstacles to such a plan, it came from the existence of nationally organized parties capable of addressing the people. That is to say, parties which addressed the people in order to invite its vote not for this or that individual, but rather for a specific programmatic platform, the focus of a debate whose importance far transcended the individual constituencies, and which in so doing broke the presidential monopoly on appealing to the people. The success and the consolidation of the Bonapartist project thus required the dissolution or marginalization of the parties, and thus the liquidation of an electoral system based upon them, which introduced a troublesome filter between the president and his popular investiture or acclaim. With the 20th century already well underway, a great political scientist observed, the single-member district election makes possible a personal relationship between the electorate and a recognized leader, who is acclaimed through the election. The system of proportional representation, by contrast, eliminates the personal relationship such that the power of the party organizations becomes stronger. But precisely, this strengthening of party organization was irreconcilable with the nature of the Bonapartist regime and its modes of functioning. Once this regime felt itself secure, it could indeed concede a certain space of individual liberty, but in no case could it tolerate independent and autonomously organized political and social organizations. From this point of view, the single-member constituency offered 3 advantages. 1, it personalized the electoral contest and thus dissolved each party into its constituent individuals. 2, At the level of each constituency, this system reproduced the relation between the charismatic leader and the amorphous and fragmented mass. 3. Precisely because it made each individual MP the representative of a local constituency or the interests prevalent therein. Rather than the representative of the nation or exponent of a political program of claimed national scope, it allowed the president, emperor, the chief, in the proper sense, to stand clearly above the rest as the sole interpreter of the nation, who responded to it alone. The attitude which Napoleon III took towards the trade union movement responded to this same logic. Of course, in the period of the revolutionary crisis and that of the new institution's initial weakness, the Bonapartist regime harshly repressed the movement. In this sense, moreover, moving in continuity with the policy previously pursued by the liberal bourgeoisie. Yet in its liberal phase, when it felt sufficiently solid and secure, the new regime did not hesitate to legalize strikes. The workers were allowed to coordinate their common action with a view to any single economic demand or protest, but what did remain severely prohibited was any permanent bond of association. In light of these considerations, we can advance a reinterpretation of the claim, already seen above, that the reign of castes is over, one can govern only with the masses. Napoleon continued, it is necessary, then, to organize the masses so that they can formulate their will, discipline them so that they can be directed and enlightened as to their true interests. Unlike in the previous liberal tradition, the multitude was no longer considered vile, but continued to be childlike, and unable to articulate any autonomous political discourse or representation of its own. Among this multitude, the heart feels before the mind is able to conceive anything. Feelings come before reason and play a decisively greater role. But the multitude, or indeed the masses and peoples, could be led along and guided by the influence of a great geniuses which, in this sense similarly to the influence of divinity, is a fluid that spreads like electricity. It inflames imaginations, makes hearts palpitate, and enchants because it affects the soul even before it persuades. Such an influence is a stabilizing factor, for it serves not to shake society, but quite the opposite. To reorder and reorganize it, the masses were as if harnessed and tamed by a higher personality and a higher force of attraction. Clearly, the task of the tutor of the childlike multitude was no longer to be taken on by property owners and nobles, but rather by the single, supreme representative of the nation. Precisely because he clearly stood above classes and social conflict, he could listen and take note of the voices and needs even of the humblest layers of the population, or at least posture as the only figure competent and prepared to do so. For this reason, according to Louis Napoleon himself, aristocracy has no need for a chief, whereas it is in the nature of democracy to be personified in a man. In a government whose basis is democratic, only the leader has the power puissance to govern, and with this power is accountable to the nation itself, given that everything directly goes back to him, be it hatred or love. 19. In the appeal to the people issued immediately after the events of December 2, 1851, the president by coup asked to be appointed in the name of the great mission incumbent upon him, namely that of putting an end to the era of revolutions, satisfying the people's legitimate needs, and protecting it against subversive passions. This mission had not only national dimensions. Already several years previously, Louis Napoleon had said of his great-uncle that if, at the beginning, his mission had been a merely French one, it then came to concern all humanity, seeking to enlighten the nations and spread the advances that had already been made by France. 20. On the eve of the coup d'etat, the Bonapartist press insisted on one central point. The President of the Republic is not only the man who enjoys our sympathies, but also the man who, in our view, represents a great idea, and specifically the mightiest one in the body of our civilization, the idea of strength, the idea of order, of enthusiasm, of initiative, and of probity in government. This idea could all the more easily be upheld as a model and exported around the world, given that the figure who embodied it was, at the same time, the heir to France's military splendor. Clearly, here we are dealing with a new model for the political and social control of the masses, within which universal suffrage is neutralized by the absolutely preeminent position of the President of the Republic, or the Chief of the Executive. On the one hand, the latter seeks to ingratiate himself with those classes considered dangerous by making some limited concessions, the development of public works, ceilings on rent in the big cities, and so on. On the other, he tries to channel and divert discontent towards the outside, raising the standard of France's mission in the world. Already in a pamphlet written at a young age, Louis Napoleon had appealed to the unity of all good Frenchmen, without distinction of party or any other kind, in order to present Europe with the imposing spectacle of a great people that comports itself without excesses and proceeds in a freedom without disorder. If the powers that want to carve up France were to make war on us, they would then see a free people rise up united like a giant amidst the pygmies that wish to attack it. 2. The novelty of this political regime seemed to disorientate the traditional liberal elite. Tocqueville was scandalized by its economic interventionism. Though recognizing the great poverty that weighed down on the lower classes, he condemned Napoleon III's measures as socialism, pure and simple, even more radical than that of Ledru Rollin. The liberal theorist added in this regard that in a peasant's house he had seen the portraits of the revolutionary and the emperor facing one another. From this he drew confirmation of the essential identity between Jacobin socialism and Bonapartism. Napoleon III would himself give the lie to such reasoning 3 years later, when, now solidly established in power, he issued a far-reaching and almost general amnesty that made a single exception for Ledru Rollin personally. In reality, the new regime was the critical heir to the liberal tradition far more than the Jacobin one. Notwithstanding the changed conditions, it continued to seek to guarantee the security of property and of the private sphere from the intrusion of an overbearing political power fed by the pathos of the citoyen and the social demands of the popular classes. The childlike multitude and the charismatic leader, the line of continuity suggested here, appears all the more clearly if we turn from France to other countries where no such radical and indeed radically democratic and plebeian revolution had taken place, but where power was also increasingly personalized. In the wake of the second electoral reform in Britain, Bagehot sung the praises of his country's political system as based not on the division of powers and the theory of checks and balances as commonly believed, but rather on the concentration and indivisibility of sovereign power in the hands of the Prime Minister. The efficient secret of the English Constitution may be described as the close union, the nearly complete fusion of the executive and legislative powers. This personalization of power proved all the more necessary following the considerable widening of the franchise that took place in 1867. What use was to be made of political rights by an ignorant mass who have no time to improve themselves, for they are laboring the whole day through and are in absolute need of leadership? The aforementioned theme of the ever-childlike multitude was clearly taken up by the Victorian English liberal. He too deployed the metaphor of the child, of which the behavior of the working men of Leeds was so reminiscent, when at the same meeting they heartily applauded both the conservative and the blatant radical speaker, inclined as they were to be led along without much thinking by any brilliant speech. The fact is that common ordinary mind is quite unfit to fix for itself what political question it shall attend to. Bagehot also took up a position in continuity with the earlier liberal tradition when he expressed the wish that the multitude continue to defer to wealth and rank, and to the higher qualities of which these are the rough symbols and the common accompaniments. The crown played a fundamental role in this sense. The veneration and splendor surrounding it and the mystical role attributed to it contributed to keeping the plebs at bay. It helped ensure that the miserable creatures immersed in a life of hardships would content themselves with their lot and, faced with a queen who had become such by the grace of God, would bend their knee with a sentiment of mystical reverence, religious obedience, and child-like deference. Thus far, we are still within the terms of a liberal society. After all, the crown did not hold any effective power, or at least only a very limited one. Yet this was also a society in which the ideology, customs, and ruling classes of the ancien regime nonetheless continued to bear considerable weight. The problem of keeping a lid on the lower classes appeared an easily solved one, for the latter seemed to accept their lot as a natural event or as something inherent to a mysterious providential design. But as the mobility and secularization proper to industrial society developed, the problem became rather more complex. In a certain sense, what now needed doing was to extend the sacred aura and charisma of the crown, such that it also imbued those who held and exercised real power, and who, thanks to the extension of suffrage, now found themselves in the front line of relations with the plebs. As compared to the previous liberal tradition, a new element that began to emerge in Bagehot was the cult of the leading statesman, bathed in an aura which, in the masses' eyes at least, seemed to set him at a higher level. This was a cult of great statesmen who lead humanity and by a great speech or two determine what shall be said and what shall be written for long after. It was no longer traditional notables, but these leaders who were called upon to guide the new voters in the exercise of the franchise. They should guide them not with argument, still less with a formal exposition of that argument, but rather through the manly utterance of clear conclusions. Perhaps with humorous illustrations unable to examine the general political questions related to the nature of a constitution, the action of an assembly, the play of parties. These masses could identify only with the action of a single will, and the fiat of a single mind. The crown, in its effective bathing power in a sacred aura, made this a painless transition. But it was now clear that, while the mass remained childlike, it was now changing its tutor, henceforth entrusted not to the care of notables but increasingly that of a charismatic leader endowed with an orator's impulse, a nature, as Coleridge might have said towards his audience, which he did not so much convince as excite. This leader did not communicate his understanding, rather, he proved that, If they only knew what he knows, they would feel as he feels and believe as he believes. And by this he conquers. His power is based on this living faith, this enthusiasm, this confidence. The liberal writer's warm and at points enthusiastic description, most notably with regard to the model provided by Gladstone, brings to mind Louis Napoleon's indulgent celebration of his peerless uncle, the great genius capable of harnessing and taming the masses cited above. Naturally, for such an outcome even to be possible, it is necessary that the masses be ready to succumb to this genius's seductive power. They must therefore be kept at bay from metaphysical questions, from a spirit of doctrine that destroys any vital seed, from discussions of political and social principle that might agitate them, distracting their attention with party struggles and disturbing a state of mind in which they would otherwise be disposed to faithful expectation in the captivating leader called on to lead them. But this was, in the last analysis, also Beghor's opinion. For him, it was necessary to ban isms and topics liable to excite the lower classes from political debate, or, better, from electoral competition. Not only does the charismatic leader not communicate understanding, but we would more rightly say that he should steer well clear of so doing. He must, in any case, avoid raising questions which will excite the lower orders of mankind, and bind the poor as a class together against the rich. 34. The metaphysical themes that needed to be banished from the stage certainly did not include such ideas as military splendor and national glory. We have seen as much in the case of Louis Napoleon and will soon see that the same also applied to the English liberal. Indeed, the latter explicitly specified that such an idea must be systematically wielded in order to combat the propaganda and activity of those seeking to connect the hardships of the masses to the existing social order, and, on the basis of such critical claims and analysis, to organize the lower classes in society on an autonomous footing. The ruling classes could thwart such a threat with a show of moderation, avoiding any competition between individuals for this or that public post from turning into a generalized political struggle and direct confrontation. Already in the Communist Manifesto, Karl Marx had observed altogether collisions between the classes of the old society further, in many ways, the course of development of the proletariat. This was also the English liberals' view, as he called on the aristocracy and plutocracy, who controlled the upper and lower houses respectively, to be careful to abstain from such infighting and polemics as would end up undermining the multitude's traditional deference to the upper classes and encourage a political combination of the lower classes, as such and for their own objects. For Bagehot, this is to be considered an evil of the first magnitude, as a permanent combination of them would make them, now that so many of them have the suffrage supreme in the country. 36. The task of breaking the autonomous political organization of the popular classes, who had obtained or were beginning to obtain political rights, had earlier been entrusted to notables, but now began to become a demand upon the charismatic leader himself. It was necessary, for the latter's purposes, that he should be faced with an amorphous mass, not organized in trade unions or workers or people's parties. Tellingly, the first bill passed to extend suffrage beyond the confines of the aristocracy and the bourgeoisie coincided with the introduction of severe limitations on trade union rights. The courts condemned several trade unions as imposing restrictions on trade, and they were thus denied the rights they had enjoyed since 1825, from the moment that workers' combination was legalized. Intervening in the debate that preceded the passing of the Second Reform Bill, the great critic Leslie Stephen asked, "How far is the remedy of excluding the working classes from any solid share of influence sound or satisfactory? Does not the fact of excluding them from legislative influence teach them to look to other means?" We have constantly had the tyrannical practices of trade unions dinned into our ears, as though they supplied a conclusive reason against allowing workmen to have the suffrage. To me, it seems equally conclusive the other way. Exclusion of workmen from the franchise tends, if anything, to spread trade unions faster. It is true that this legislation, striking a blow against the trade unions, was later repealed. Yet it was symptomatic of the tendency to associate political emancipation with a rolling back of trade union freedoms, with the latter serving as the necessary condition for atomizing a mass who were now to be delivered, unarmed, to the power of attraction exerted by the charismatic leader. The transformation that took place with respect to the traditional regime of notables was well captured by Hannah Arendt, as she put it. From this moment onwards, the great men, not the aristocrats, were the true representatives of the nation, in whom the genius of the race was personified indeed. Disraeli tirelessly repeated that the great man is the personification of race, its choice exemplar. The Tory Prime Minister's great adversary was Gladstone, who further expanded suffrage with the reform of 1884-85. Yet, for good reason, the latter became the model whom he especially looked towards when he celebrated the leader endowed with an exceptional human rapport, thanks to his ability to exert a magnetic attraction over the masses. There took form a kind of popular Caesarism. The leader was now a general in command of an army. He barely consults his staff, the front bench, and practically confines his confidences to an inner circle of a few lieutenants. All the rest of the army simply receives marching orders. In France, the Bonapartist propaganda condemning election by lists demanded the introduction of single-member constituencies. Yet these had always existed in England. The very limited traces of any other electoral system were definitively wiped out by Gladstone indeed, in direct combination with the new law he passed to extend the franchise. The victory of the single-member constituency system was all the more total, given that it stood in perfect harmony with the argument so dear to Bagehot, which now set the tone for which the childlike multitude, unable to analyze general political questions, could only express its choice between two particular individuals, one of whom would think on its behalf about political questions that stood beyond its reach. The English liberal continued to assert the thesis so dear to the liberal tradition, according to which odium, leisure, and property are the prerequisites of political participation. It was only natural, then, that the masses should be excluded from politics, given that they are characterized by a life of labor, an incomplete education, a monotonous occupation, a career in which the hands are used much, and the judgment is used little. 43 in the new conditions created by the extension of the franchise. This traditional argument was reinterpreted in a new and different sense. The miserable creatures weighed down by labor and their hardships would remain at the margins of political life, but would nonetheless be granted a local or national level choice between two leaders, within the context of an electoral system founded on the two-party system and single-member constituencies, or, more precisely, on the competition between two candidates. Bagehot was decidedly critical of proportional representation, which would encourage the development of parties programmatically inclined to agitate over questions that ought absolutely to be avoided, or even to aid the autonomous organization of the lower classes of society. Hero worship and the personalization of power. The personalization of power and the celebration of the charismatic leader also found expression in the philosophy of history, as there began to make itself heard the cult of the solitary hero and the genius standing above the general mediocrity and banality, the genius compared to whom the masses were so much raw material. The sun had now set on that diffuse, chorus-like heroism which had refused to isolate an exceptional individual from the people and the epoch of which he was the product and expression. Such had been the democratic heroism which we can see in Robespierre's writings, the other face of a profession of faith in democracy, in illustrating his plan to establish national fêtes that would celebrate heroes and at the same time galvanize the unity of the people. The Jacobin leader outlined an ideal pantheon in which there was ample space for figures from everyday life, and so, too, for many names still wrapped in darkness, and yet worthy of being written into the feasts of history. This heroism finds its most exceptional interpreter in Michelet. The chief actor is the people, far more than those brilliant, powerful speakers who express the thoughts of the masses. This vision, born of the French Revolution, still held on strong even in the Napoleonic era, as Talleyrand stated as he paid tribute to the victorious general returning from the stunning Italian campaign. The glory of Bonaparte belonged to the revolution, to the institutions that it produced, to all those who had first made possible this colossal historic upheaval and then defended it with such ardor. It belonged to those valiant soldiers whom freedom has made into invincible heroes, and lastly to all Frenchmen worthy of the name. In Hegel, an admirer of the French Revolution and Napoleon, we find the statement that the great historical personalities seem to draw exclusively from themselves to carry out a work that is only theirs. But in reality, they prove to be great to the extent that they know how to bring to light the truth of their time and their world. In any case, as far as the philosophy of history is concerned, we can measure the distance that now separated the protagonist of the coup d'état of December, seeking a political regime willing to recognize the superior merits of the transcendent geniuses from the French Revolution. Not by chance, this revolution had been indicted by conservative and reactionary publicists as inspired by hatred towards genius and a lack of respect for great personalities in Carlyle, too. The hero cult is accompanied by a discomfort towards the egalitarian tendencies of modernity, a discomfort which takes on an increasingly explicit and virulently anti-democratic meaning. After 1848, Engels was fully aware of this. Polemicizing with the Scottish writer, he mocked an ideology that sought to cast the ruling class's privy genius and to justify the condition of the oppressed class on account of its being excluded from genius. 50. The cult of genius went hand in hand with discrimination on the basis of property. But the anti-democratic implications of Carlyle's view of history had already been observed by Mazzini, who commented in a long review dedicated to the Scottish writer. I protest against these ideas in the name of the democratic tendencies of our age. History is not the biography of the rarest and most powerful of intellects. The great minds are but the milestones of the path that humanity follows. There is always something greater and more divinely mysterious than great individuals, and it is the earth that sustains them, the human race that includes them, the thought of God that stirs in them, and that, Only the collective work of all can translate into a political fact and norm of life. The inspiration of the genius belongs half to heaven, half to the multitude of mortals over whose life he rises. After 1848, the not only anti-democratic but also pro-Bonapartist content of the hero cult began to emerge clearly. Polemicizing against the revolution and the universal suffrage it sanctioned, Carlyle complained that the subversive wave put into doubt and swept away every lordship or leadership, or rather every dux or duke. The subversive upheavals were increasingly contrasted not with the old society of aristocrats and nobles based on lords and dukes, but with a new regime led by a leader, or deuce. This was so much the case that the Carlyle essay here quoted concluded with the invocation of a real captain, who would finally take the place of that phantasm captain bequeathed by the wretched wave of universal democracy. 52. Significantly, John Stuart Mill was an admirer of the anti-democratic writer. In his autobiography, he boasted that, even before the common critics had made themselves heard, he had immediately taken a position celebrating Carlyle's epic poem on, or rather, against the French Revolution, as one of those productions of genius which are above all rules and are a law to themselves. This is an admiration not confined to the literary sphere. Starting from a denunciation of the modern world and its tendency towards the ascendant power of mediocrity and the excessive power of masses. The liberal philosopher expresses a philosophy of history not very different from Carlyle's. The initiation of all wise or noble things comes and must come from individuals, generally at first from some one individual. The honor and glory of the average man is that he is capable of following that initiative. It is true that Mill preemptively defends himself from the accusation that he too favors hero worship, but he does so only to provide a less threatening and sugar-coated version thereof, one that, excluding the right to violence, limits itself to claiming for the strong man of geniuses the freedom to point out the way to the masses. 5. Unlike Carlyle, the English philosopher declares himself in favor of universal suffrage, but he attaches this wish to a vague and indeterminate future. Indeed, in both men's vision of the philosophy of history, there emerges, albeit in different ways, a cult of the leader and the hero that cannot be separated from the gradual establishment of Bonapartist tendencies in the political field. This is confirmed by Nietzsche, whose metaphysics of geniuses goes hand in hand with the polemic against any vision of history that democratizes the rights of genius. The philosopher who, in polemic against the developments of modernity, continues to hold fast to the view dear to classical antiquity and the liberal tradition that the many are to be regarded as mere bearers, instruments of transmission, was such a radical enemy of democracy that he condemned Bismarck and the Second Reich as excessively inclined to mediocrity, democracy, and modern ideas, because of their demagogic recourse to the instrument of plebiscitary approval from below. Yet, especially in his maturity, the philosopher realized that universal suffrage can be bent in a different and opposite direction to democracy. There is no reason to be disconsolate. The manipulability, dressier harcade of men has become very great in this democratic Europe. Those who are able to command find those who must obey. I am thinking, for example, of Napoleon and Bismarck. 58. Historical experience has now shown that it is possible to control universal suffrage, bending it into an instrument of control and domination of the masses by exceptional personalities. In this sense, the democratization of Europe is at the same time an involuntary exercise in the breeding of tyrants, understanding that word in every sense, including the most spiritual of 59 in otherwise such different authors. The cult, or rather the metaphysics of genius, begins to take on a clearly pro-Bonapartist content. Bonapartism, liberalism, liberal Bonapartism. Even on a more strictly political level, the emergence of Bonapartist tendencies was a phenomenon that extended beyond France. Engels went so far as to speak of the Franco-Prussian War as the clash between two Bonaparte. Indeed, there is no shortage of similarities between Napoleon III and Bismarck. Both came to power after the defeat of the Revolution of 1848 and played on agrarian and peasant conservatism to thwart and break up the radical democratic tendencies that had emerged in the course of that essentially urban revolution. After an initial split, the Iron Chancellor succeeded in fully reconciling himself, indeed, from a position of strength, with the liberal or national liberal bourgeoisie. But this is what Napoleon III also did, or tried to do, in the final phase of his empire. Partly different was the situation in Britain, which remained immune to the revolutionary wave of 1848. Nonetheless, Disraeli, who, at least as far as foreign policy was concerned, compared Bismarck to Bonaparte, did have some traits in common with the German Chancellor and with Louis Napoleon himself. And bypassing the liberal bourgeoisie, all three directly addressed the masses, to whom they granted suffrage, to a greater or lesser extent, and whose support they gained or tried to gain by making concessions on the level of economic and social policy, stimulating national and chauvinistic excitement, and on this basis building up the cult of the superparts charismatic leader, undisputed interpreter and leader of the nation. Of course, unlike in France and other countries, Bonapartist tendencies remained confined and limited within the bounds of a more or less liberal regime. And yet, we must also steer clear of hasty and overly sharp contrasts. In the meantime, in 1799, Napoleon Bonaparte's coup d'etat had been organized with the important contribution of CIs and with the warm support, at least initially, of Constant, Madame de Staël and liberal circles which had hailed the general who had come to power as the French, Washington. But it is especially interesting to examine the attitude taken by Tocqueville after the Revolution, or revolutions of 1848. Just as, in his capacity as foreign minister, he had called on the French troops in Rome to strike the demagogic party with terror in a letter from Frankfurt on May 18, 1849. He wished for the victory of the princes and the Prussian army in Germany, so as also to put an end to an excessive decentralization, which favored the spread of hotbeds of revolution. This attitude was not so different from the one adopted in this same period by Bismarck, who was subsequently able to build his political edifice precisely on the basis of the victory invoked by the French liberal. As far as France is concerned, after having recommended, on the occasion of the June days, the shooting on the spot of anyone caught, in a defensive stance, more than a year after the workers' revolt. When the ruthless repression seemed to have banished the Jacobin and socialist danger forever, Tocqueville still considered it necessary to use an iron fist against the danger from the left. For Tocqueville, palliative measures could not be enough to sweep away not only the mountain, but also all the surrounding hills. One must place oneself courageously at the head of all those who wish to re-establish order to whichever shade they belong. One must not hesitate in resorting to a heroic remedy. Indirectly suggested here is the need for exceptional measures, with the suspension of constitutional liberties. However, the energetic, compactly organized party of order that was invoked here turned out to be hegemonized by Louis Bonaparte, lead actor in a coup d'etat that also marginalized the liberal bourgeoisie. Now came the moment when Tocqueville drew closer to the Legitimists. What regime did he propose? In the letter he addressed to the Comte de Chambord, pretender to the throne under the name Henri V. Certainly, this regime would seek to establish a constitutional and representative monarchy, able to guarantee individual liberty and a real liberty of the press. But at the same time, after the anarchy that followed 48, it would have to proceed with great caution on this terrain. It is necessary, first of all, to ensure the monarchical power all the rights that are compatible with liberty, and in the first stages, not to grant to liberty anything beyond the indispensable rights without which it could not exist. For example, a parliament where discussions are free and whose debates are public seems to me to be a sine qua non condition of constitutional monarchy, but from this it does not necessarily follow that, initially, Parliament may not be severely limited in its powers and contained in the duration of its proceedings. Freedom of the press is indispensable, but this does not mean that no kind of guarantee can or should be made against the abuses of this tremendous freedom. Was this program much different from the one that the Second Empire would later realize in its final phase? The most significant difference perhaps lay in the role that the liberal theorist continued to attribute to the traditional nobility, at least judging by his expressed wish that he would see the primacy of the superior and moral classes of the nation restored. On the eve of Napoleon III's more or less liberal turn, in February 1858, Tocqueville wrote a letter to his friend Beaumont, in which he expressed the view that only the consolidation of the existing regime could encourage a political evolution in a liberal Bonapartist sense. Sometimes I think that the only possibility of seeing the living taste of freedom reborn in France is in the calm and seemingly final establishment of despotism. Back in his own day, after Constant overcame the phase of disappointment that followed his initial hopes or enthusiasms aroused by the supposed French Washington, he had ultimately come to identify with the First Empire. Would Tocqueville have ended up throwing in his lot with the liberal Second Empire, in the same way that his fervent admirer La Boulaye later did? 67. Nor should we idealize the regimes outside France that now increasingly base themselves on a personalization of power. Having remained immune to the wave of upheavals that marked 1848, Britain rushed to recognize Louis Napoleon's coup d'etat. It was the first among all governments to do so, showing what Marx called indecent haste. Indeed, the Palmerston government did not hesitate to express its sympathy and approval to the French ambassador. This attitude was also shared by distinguished liberal authors. While Bagehot continued, of course, to celebrate the superiority of Britain's institutions, in the French events he saw a confirmation of his theory about the inevitable and beneficial tendency of the masses to personalize power. The French people preferred to be governed not so much by an assembly as by Louis Napoleon, the single leader whom they were able to envisage concretely. Moreover, it should be remembered that France was going through a serious crisis, and that, for Bagehot, the first duty of society is the preservation of society. It was in the name of this same duty to preserve society, this first and fundamental natural law, that Locke had justified the executive's prerogative to act according to discretion for the public good, without the prescription of the law, and sometimes even against it. And one illustrious English liberal constitutionalist observed at the beginning of the 20th century, thanks to this prerogative, in moments of crisis in Great Britain, the executive was almost in the position of the last of the Tudors, and the first of the Stuarts, that is. It had the power of an absolute monarch, and in any case, no less power than Louis Napoleon had after the coup d'etat. 7-3. It should be added that, even apart from the state of exception, the coercive element was hardly absent from the popular Caesarism that began to impose itself outside France. This is immediately obvious in the case of Germany, where Bismarck was able to reconcile the concession of universal suffrage with an iron fist against socialists and Catholics. And even the Iron Chancellor's contemporaries compared his regime to that of Disraeli's Britain. No lack of authors have wanted to see in the latter's government an anticipation of certain characteristics of the totalitarian regimes of the 20th century. More precisely, the mass chauvinistic excitement exerted a psychological and sometimes even physical pressure and intimidation on dissidents who were isolated and demonized as potential traitors. When we read Disraeli's opponents denouncing the use of the rabble who blocked any attempt by the intelligent and honest to make their voices heard, while authority stood by and even applauded, we can only be reminded of the behavior of the Society of December 10th, which Louis Napoleon recruited from among the underclass. Its task was to improvise a public for him, stage public enthusiasm, roar vive l'empereur, insult and beat up Republicans, of course, under the protection of the police. If we analyze the respective political situations of France, Germany, and Britain in the second half of the 1860s, the analogies are striking. For in all three cases, we are in the presence of a political regime whose more or less liberal features were balanced by the presence of a strong executive power, in which the concession of political citizenship to large strata of society was neutralized by a Caesarism with a more or less popular face, and which in any case played on the chauvinistic excitement of the masses, the personalization of power, national mission, and the externalization of conflict. So, let us now focus on Britain. It may seem rather odd that the first appreciable extension of suffrage beyond the aristocracy and the bourgeoisie took place on the initiative not of liberals, but of Disraeli, a figure rightly called a racial or racist thinker. Indeed, Disraeli never tired of repeating that race, rooted in blood, is the key to history, that all is race. There is no other truth, and that, therefore, the world is inevitably divided between the dominant superior races and the inferior ones, which are either subjugated or have to be subjugated. The Prime Minister who granted political rights to large sectors of the popular masses was a race fanatic who mocked what he considered the pernicious doctrine of modern times, the natural equality of man, a statesman who, starting from these assumptions, tried to develop a popular Toryism, based on the cult of the empire and the imperial mission of a British people who constitute the aristocracy of nature. Yes, in the imagination of this British politician of Jewish background, Britain was Israel, the chosen people. The British Prime Minister's program is described by one scholar as follows. The Conservative Party had to represent all those who were proud to belong to a great country, to an imperial country, who wished to maintain its greatness and saw in the old English institutions the primary cause of Great Britain's present position. The working classes had to be represented in worthy fashion. Therein, they were English to the core and repudiated cosmopolitan and internationalist principles. 79. All this allowed the silencing, domestically, of all dissenting voices as foreign or hostile to the nation and the British soul, in turn, directing against outsiders the activity and the passions of the masses guided by the leader and subjugated by his charisma. Emancipation and disemancipation were closely intertwined here, when vast popular strata were admitted to citizenship in Britain. This went hand in hand with a colonial expansion involving the imposition of more or less camouflage slavery or semi-servile forms of labor on subjugated populations. The categories and metaphors that had long been used to designate certain social strata within the capitalist metropole were now reserved exclusively for colonial populations. From this moment on, it was they who John Stuart Mill identified as barbarians or the lesser races. In fact, the English liberal went even further, to the point of placing certain primitive peoples very little above the highest of the beasts. The de-racialization of the classes in the capitalist metropole, gradually admitted to citizenship, no longer considered simply as work machines or vocal instruments, went hand in hand with an appalling configuration of the colonial populations in a racializing key. In this period, the vision dear to Kipling, according to which colonial peoples were to be considered half children and half devils, that is, minors in need of tutelage, who were barbarians and even worse if they should refuse such tutelage, was very widespread. Corresponding to the English writer was the American statesman Theodore Roosevelt, who also spoke of the inferior races as children, or as savages and barbarians. Once cast in this way, it is clear that the populations subject to European or Western domination were to be totally deprived of political rights, either because they had not yet progressed past the stage of childhood, and freedom, says Mill, applies only to human beings in the maturity of their faculties, or because they are foreign to civilization, and, again, according to the English liberal, despotism is a legitimate mode of government in dealing with barbarians. We have seen that, according to size, a great nation is necessarily composed of two peoples. Now, this metaphor returned in Disraeli, but in a critical sense. In Disraeli's early novel, which referred to this theme already in its title, it is the Chartist agitator who speaks of England as divided into two nations, namely the rich and the poor. This view is, however, rejected by the English conservative politician, who contrasts it with the thesis that work is the twin brother of property. The social classes, formerly divided by a somehow racial gulf, now become part not only of the same nation, but even of the same family. And yet, rather than fading away, the racialization of which the working classes were traditionally the victims seemed to be displaced away from Europe and the West. It is no accident that the same youthful novels that so warmly emphasized the bond of fraternity, which now united the privileged and prosperous English people, obsessively played on the theme of race as soon as they looked beyond Britain and the West. It may be useful here to establish a comparison between developments in Britain and in the United States. It was not long after the end of the War of Secession that the process of disemancipation began in the United States, also involving limited sectors of poor whites. In Britain, meanwhile, the extension of suffrage, even after the third electoral reform of 1884 to 85, still left out some sectors of the working classes, namely the most destitute, who were still, in some ways, burdened by the racialization which had previously affected manual workers in general. On the other side of the Atlantic, disemancipation and the exclusion from rights above all affected, indeed in especially harsh fashion, the black population subjected, as we know, to forms of semi-servile labor, together with certain non-European immigrants such as the Chinese coolies. As for Britain, its semi-servile labor force was displaced, for it was to be found in the colonies. But identical, or very similar in both countries, was the ideology that racially discriminated against those excluded from citizenship, while integrating or trying to integrate large sectors of the de-racialized and emancipated manual workers. The Disraeli who extended the franchise in Britain would certainly not have been opposed to the process of disemancipation at the expense of blacks in the United States. After all, he was of the view that if Americans mixed with former slaves, they would become so deteriorated that their states would probably be reconquered and regained by the Aborigines. The relationship between the extension of citizenship in the capitalist metropole and the external projection of the racialization process is also evident in the French case. Colonial expansion reached its peak with the Third Republic, founded on universal male suffrage, which did not hesitate to conduct a policy of extermination at the expense of unarmed people. If, with their admission to political rights, the French workers celebrated their elevation to the rank of men for the French army conquering Algeria, the Arabs are like evil beasts. This, at least, according to Tocqueville, who, convinced of the impossibility of treating Arabs as if they were our citizens and our equals, invited his fellow citizens to be careful not to sow astonishment and confusion among semi-civilized peoples, filling them with erroneous and dangerous notions, such as equality. Finally, the phenomenon here under examination can also be seen in another liberal country, in the Italian case. Already in Orlando, a leading exponent of the liberal ruling class of the time, we come across the acknowledgement of the certainly not fortuitous coincidence of such memorable events, the conquest of Libya, with the radical democratic reform of our order, that is, with the broad extension of political rights sanctioned by the reform of 1912. This was wryly noted by the socialist Filippo Turati, who observed in turn that universal suffrage had been imparted by Giovanni Giolitti, once its irreducible adversary, in order to broaden popular consent for the colonial enterprise. But the deepest analysis of Italy's transformation into an imperialist country and the government's agreeing to electoral reform, to which Giolitti himself, prior to the Tripolitanian War, had been bitterly opposed, is Lenin. Explaining the change that occurred in the Italian statesman, he makes recourse to a long quotation from Michels. Notwithstanding their long-standing theoretical aversion from a colonial policy, the industrial workers, and more so the lower strata, fought against the Turks with perfect discipline and obedience, contrary to all expectations. Such slavish behavior towards the government's policy merited a reward to induce the proletariat to persevere along this new road. The president of the Council of Ministers declared in Parliament that, by his patriotic behavior on the battlefield of Libya, the Italian worker had proved to the country that he had reached the highest stage of political maturity, he who is capable of sacrificing his life for a noble cause is also capable of defending the interests of the country as a voter, and he therefore has a right that the state should consider him worthy of full political rights. Thus, in Italy, the ruling classes were reconciled with the popular classes, now considered participants in civilization and therefore deserving of admission to political citizenship. Yet, at the same time, the racialization of the barbarians located outside the capitalist metropole developed to the point of prompting them into a ruthless colonial war of extermination against them, involving the massacre of whole families, including women and children. The link between the extension of suffrage and warfare abroad is highlighted by the electoral reform of 1912, which stated that males under 30 but over 21 could obtain political rights not only by virtue of census or titles of culture and honor, but also by virtue of military service. The disenfranchisement of conscientious objectors for 5 years in post-World War I Britain had a similar meaning. But let us return to Victorian Britain, a contemporary of Disraeli and of Britain's prodigious colonial and imperial expansion, and an admirer of the great leaders who led such an enterprise. Capturing the consent and admiration of the entire nation was Bagehot. He insisted that the childlike multitude was, indeed, incapable of understanding the ends of government, but, if treated properly, could be enthused by great and fascinating enterprises. It is not true the lower classes will be absorbed in the useful. They do not like anything so poor. No orator ever made an impression by appealing to men as to their plainest physical wants, except when he could allege or prove that those wants were caused by the tyranny of some other class. But thousands have made the greatest impression by appealing to some vague dream of glory or empire or nationality. The ruder sort of men, that is, men at one stage of rudeness, will sacrifice all they hope for, all they have, themselves, for what is called an idea for some attraction which seems to transcend reality, which aspires to elevate men by an interest higher, deeper, wider than that of ordinary life. It was thus necessary to divert the masses' attention from their material problems, avoiding the danger that dissatisfaction, liable to be skillfully exploited by demagogues, would call into question the existing socio-political order. This aim could be achieved by means of some colonial policy adventure. Thousands of orators and demagogues, in this case welcome and beneficial ones, would work deftly to stir up the right emotions. The success of such a policy of externalizing conflict, with the disappearance, in a nation which exploits the whole world, of the opposition even of the working class, now won over to the fascination and advantages of colonial policy. All this was also noted by Engels in some letters that attracted Lenin's attention in the course of World War I, at the tragic moment when, in Bagehot's words, the pursuit of some vague dream of glory led the childlike multitudes of the countries engaged in the conflict to sacrifice all they hope for, all they have themselves, that is, to die on opposite sides in the blood-soaked trenches. From the childlike multitude to the psychology of crowds. At the end of the 19th century, as the extension of the franchise was spreading, the theme of the childlike multitude underwent an important alteration. Gustave Le Bon mounted an implacable indictment against the crowds that he saw as stuck at inferior forms of evolution in the manner of savages and children. Despite the noticeably different language and cultural climate, there was a re-emergence of the categories of the eternal child and the foreigner, a member of a race considered more or less explicitly inferior, on which basis the liberal tradition excluded wage workers from political rights. Even the assertion that crowds are everywhere distinguished by feminine characteristics echoed an argument drawn from that same tradition, which, starting from the fact, considered obvious and uncontroversial, of the exclusion of women from political citizenship, sought to exclude also wage workers, whose level of maturity could certainly not be held to be superior. 98. The psychology of crowds, a term we saw used in a pejorative sense already by Louis Napoleon, emerged at the end of the 19th century, at a time when universal suffrage either had been or was being implemented. This was the direct heir of the psychology of the childlike multitude, developed and upheld in a historical period in which discrimination by property qualifications still predominated. Le Bon deals explicitly with the ongoing extension of political rights. No doubt the weak side of universal suffrage is too obvious to be overlooked. It cannot be gainsaid that civilization has been the work of a small minority of superior intelligences constituting the culminating point of a pyramid. The greatness of a civilization cannot assuredly depend upon the votes given by inferior elements boasting solely numerical strength. Doubtless, too, the votes recorded by crowds are often very dangerous. 9. Like the liberal tradition, whose representatives Tocqueville, Macaulay, Spencer he often cited, Le Bon connected the extension of suffrage to the spread of socialist ideas. By violating economic laws, the latter purported to regulate the conditions of labor and wages, spreading a superstitious confidence in the state, whom it regards as a sort of providence. and the expectation that a supposed social question would be resolved through legislative intervention in property relations. All this had already had ruinous effects and threatened further ones. It is probable that the vagaries of popular sovereignty will cost us still more dearly. Was it then necessary to return to property qualifications, or to promote a distribution of political rights that would privilege the educated classes? Writing in France, the country that had, before any other, starting already in the period that ideologically prepared the outbreak of the revolution, seen the emergence of the engaged intellectual, Le Bon did not share Milf's illusions about the positive effects that could derive from electoral privileges for the more educated classes. Must it be believed that with a restricted suffrage, a suffrage restricted to those intellectually capable, if it be desired, an improvement would be effected in the votes of crowds? I cannot admit for a moment that this would be the case, and that for the reasons I have already given touching the mental inferiority of all collectivities, whatever their composition. In a crowd, men always tend to the same level, and on general questions, a vote recorded by 40 academicians is no better than that of 40 water carriers. In consequence, were the electorate solely composed of persons stuffed with sciences, their votes would be no better than those emitted at present. They would be guided in the main by their sentiments and by party spirit. We should be spared none of the difficulties we now have to contend with, and we should certainly be subjected to the oppressive tyranny of castes. 1 and 1, Constant had already excluded from political rights, along with Whig laborers, intellectuals without property who, in pursuit of chimerical and subversive theories, were inclined to disdain conclusions drawn from facts and to despise the real and sensible world, to reason fanatically about the welfare state 102 in the Taine, for whom he so showed such extraordinary admiration. Le Bon may have read his indictment against intellectuals a la Rousseau, the man of rancour and of the stirring up of the masses. In these years, Nietzsche expressed himself similarly, dedicating a chapter of Thus Spoke Zarathustra to denouncing those poisonous tarantulas that were the revolutionary or subversive intellectuals. 1-3. In turn, the French sociologist lamented the fact that the school system in his country, so little attentive to practical and professional training, continuously produced anarchists, an army of the discontented ready to obey all the suggestions of utopians and rhetoricians. 104. It thus made no sense to seek to reverse back down the path that had led to mass or universal suffrage, especially since it had exercised for a long time but little influence, and been easily directed. It had become ungovernable, starting with the spread of socialist ideas and the organization of the crowds into trade unions and parties, based precisely on these ideas, and intellectuals played an important role within the union or socialist movement. So, what could be done about this? For Le Bon, the solution that needed to be explored was a different one. Crowds are unable to argue logically, but this fact, which is apparently an obstacle, is in fact the prerequisite for the solution of the problem. The type of hero dear to crowds will always have the semblance of a Caesar. His insignia attracts them, his authority overawes them, and his sword instills them with fear. But how should this hero, or Caesar, seek to play the crowds? Not on the basis of rational arguments. The late 19th century sociologist fully shared in the distrust expressed a few decades earlier by Louis Napoleon for metaphysical questions and by the liberal Bagehot for ideologies and isms. It would make no sense to try to use the tools of those intellectuals who had exercised and continued to exercise such a ruinous influence on the masses. Such instruments risked being counterproductive. They would end by stirring political interest among the masses, who might then be led to agree with demagogues who blamed politics for the lower classes' hardships. For Le Bon, the idea that institutions can remedy the defects of societies, that national progress is the consequences of the improvement of institutions and governments, was superstition. In denouncing this grave delusion that had taken hold since the French Revolution, of which philosophers and historians have endeavored in vain to prove the absurdity, the psychologist of crowds was in agreement with Tocqueville, whom he cited repeatedly. But his suggested remedy was quite different, for it did not lie in a second-degree electoral system or any other device to limit or contain direct universal suffrage. Rather, the latter had to be brought to completion so that the leader, unhindered by barriers and diaphragms, could exert sway over the masses by resorting to the instruments of persuasion. Le Bon describes these tools as follows. Affirmation pure and simple, kept free of all reasoning and all proof, is one of the surest means of making an idea enter the mind of crowds. The conciser an affirmation is, the more destitute of every appearance of proof and demonstration, the more weight it carries. The religious books and the legal codes of all ages have always resorted to simple affirmation. Statesmen called upon to defend a political cause, and commercial men pushing the sale of their products by means of advertising, are acquainted with the value of affirmation. Affirmation, however, has no real influence unless it be constantly repeated, and so far as possible in the same terms. It was Napoleon, I believe, who said that there is only one figure in rhetoric of serious importance, namely, repetition. The thing affirmed comes by repetition to fix itself in the mind in such a way that it is accepted in the end as a demonstrated truth. 108. So, here, the sociologist and psychologist of crowds summons up a Caesar or Napoleon, their insignia, and the dreams of imperial glory to which Bagehot had already referred. But Le Bon also imagined the propaganda deemed suitable for the Caesarist or Bonapartist regime he had in mind, and did so on the model of commercial advertising. To this circumstance is due the astonishing power of advertisements. When we have read 100, 1,000 times that X's chocolate is the best, we imagine we have heard it said in many quarters, and we end by acquiring the certitude that such is the fact. If we always read in the same papers that A is an arrant scamp and B a most honest man, we finish by being convinced that this is the truth, unless indeed we are given to reading another paper of the contrary opinion, in which the two qualifications are reversed. 109. As we have seen, at the very origins of the political regime, based on a more or less accentuated personalization of power, its theorists celebrated the magnetic qualities of the charismatic leader and his ability to charm the masses independently of any concrete political program. The sociologist and psychologist of the crowd, Le Bon, continued to nurture mistrust towards abstract ideologies and theories, organized parties based on programs, the autonomous political representation of the subordinate classes, and intermediate bodies that might hinder the direct relationship between the atomized masses and the leader. But alongside these elements of continuity, an evident novelty emerged. Here, personal charisma was now replaced by the hidden persuasion of commercial advertising. The thousands of orators called upon by Bagehot to ignite the chauvinistic passions of the masses were here replaced by a centralized advertising apparatus able to penetrate far more widely and intensively. Elements of continuity remained. From the point of view of society and civilization as a whole, the inability of the childlike multitude to reason and argue rationally was not, for Bagehot, a negative factor. Only thanks to this could it be dazzled by the religious charisma of the Queen, or the heroic charisma of the nationalist leader who agitated around the vague dream of glory. Only in this way, for Bagehot, could the multitude lose its potential dangerousness and meekly accept its proper place, as required by the interests of society and of the ruling class. Le Bon's attitude was not very different. Should it be regretted that crowds are never guided by reason? We would not venture to affirm it. 110. In fact, it is beneficial that they may be fired with enthusiasm for glory and honor. Doubtless a crowd is often criminal, but also it is often heroic. Only they are capable of that heroism. Without doubt somewhat unconscious, of which history is made, were peoples only to be credited with the great actions performed in cold blood, the annals of the world would register but few of them. The propaganda and advertising apparatus called upon to arouse the crowds or the childlike multitude's enthusiasm for glory, to which both the English political scientist and the French sociologist and psychologist refer, as well as Louis Napoleon himself, would reveal all its impressive power starting above all from World War I. It was then that, after a long gestation period, the Bonapartist regime faced and brilliantly overcame its baptism of fire. But, before analyzing its triumphal march, it is appropriate to probe further into the genesis and historical development of what seems to be the political regime of our time, an alternative to property qualifications, the origins of Bonapartism, from America to France, French Bonapartism, and the American model. We have already seen that it is reductive to seek to confine the emergence and development of the Bonapartist tendencies of the 19th century exclusively to France. It should be added that, in this country, the protagonists and ideologists of Bonapartism often like to evoke the example of the United States. When the coup d'etat was carried out, Napoleon was hailed in liberal circles as a sort of new Washington. A few months later, on February 9, 1800, it was the first consul himself who presided over a great ceremony at Les Invalides, in honor of the first president of the United States whose death had just been announced, declared national mourning, and sent his troops a message with a stirring homage to the dead statesman. Washington is dead. This great man fought against tyranny. He consolidated the freedom of his country. Was this skillful, self-interested political propaganda? No doubt. But perhaps there is another aspect that it would be unfair to overlook. In his exile on St. Helena, Napoleon returned to this theme. Once I was in power, some would have liked me to have been a Washington. If I had been in America, I would gladly have been a Washington. And I would also have had little merit in so doing, because I do not see how it would have been reasonably possible to do otherwise. But if he had found himself in France, faced with internal dissolution and external invasion, I would have challenged him to be what he was, And if he had wanted to be so, he would have been nothing but a simpleton and would have done nothing but prolong great misfortunes. In what concerns me, I could only be a crowned Washington. For now, without discussing this further, let us limit ourselves to taking note of the thesis Napoleon formulated in his testament from St. Helena. Comparing himself to the first U.S. president as far as the strengthening of executive power was concerned, while adding that this inevitably took different political and institutional forms, owing to the different situation of the two countries. The reference to the U.S. model reappears with even greater vigor in Louis Napoleon, who stayed in that country for a few months in 1837, after being forced into exile by the July monarchy following a failed attempt at insurrection. We do not know whether it is really true that, thanks to his knowledge of the institutions of various European countries, Louis Napoleon was really admirably prepared to observe and study in depth the United States and its government, or whether he really later implemented in France some of the ideas with which he had become acquainted in the United States. What is certain is that he visited the Republic on the other side of the Atlantic a few years after Tocqueville, at a time when General Jackson, setting himself on a collision course with the old notables, had largely abolished property qualifications within the white community, while also encouraging the mission of expansion into the far west, in the context of a policy that greatly strengthened presidential powers. Indeed, Louis Napoleon spoke of the mission that Providence has entrusted to the United States of America to populate and gain for civilization all that vast territory that extends from the Atlantic to the South Seas and from the North Pole to the equator. Along with Russia, America was one of the two countries that, unlike the old European center, advanced without hesitation towards perfection. The difference was that, while the former did so by the will of one man, the latter did so by freedom, that is, by putting into practice the old adage laissez-faire, laissez-passer, to favor the irresistible instinct that drives the peoples of America toward the West. This passage clearly echoes a judgment of Tocqueville, who is explicitly quoted at another point. In Democracy in America, we read, "Today there are two great peoples on earth who, starting from different points, seem to advance toward the same goal. These are the Russians and the Anglo-Americans. The one combats the wilderness and barbarism, the other, civilization clothed in all its arms. Consequently, the conquests of the American are made with the farmer's plow, those of the Russian with the soldier's sword. To reach his goal, the first relies on personal interest, and, without directing them, allows the strength and reason of individuals to operate. The second, in a way, concentrates all the power of society in one man. The one has as principal means of action liberty, the other, servitude." Perhaps Louis Napoleon or one of his ideologues may have read in Tocqueville's work that the American president, the one and only representative of the executive power of the Union, possesses some nearly royal prerogatives. What is certain is that Bonapartist propaganda for the revision of the Constitution, before the coup d'etat, explicitly and repeatedly referred to the American model, declaring its wish to draw inspiration from it as regards the position of the head of state. The French Constitution suffered a serious contradiction insofar as, while it had a president elected through universal suffrage, thus considering him somehow the representative of the nation, it then placed him in a subordinate position with respect to the legislature. But in France, too, it was argued, the head of the executive must have real, serious, effective power. The new institutional framework being demanded was summarized in the following terms. On the one hand, a government committed to acting and not to speaking, to administering and not to legislating, can devote all its time, all its forces to the public good, instead of using them in miserable agitations and struggles. On the other hand, the legislative power, being engaged only by making laws and not in making and unmaking governments, will at last find itself in the ordinary conditions of calm, wisdom, and patriotism which befit a deliberative body. The legislative power should stop overstepping its own competences. It is there to examine, discuss, control, moderate, but not direct. It was, conversely, up to the President of the Republic to direct and govern, to ensure obedience to the laws, and to represent the unity of the nation, and it was he who would independently choose his ministers, his necessary agents. Guardians of his thought and organs of his will, it is indispensable that they depend on him and be devoted to him. 10. The American Federalists' coup d'etat. The American model was followed quite closely here, as can be deduced also from the fact that the main target of this polemic was the parliamentary regime, its predominance, and the oblivion of the executive authority's role. Was this not also the enemy of the protagonists of the Philadelphia Convention, which gave rise to the U.S. Constitution? Given the reference made to the United States and its Constitution, by those stressing the need for a strong executive power in France, indeed, from the 1799 coup d'etat onward, it is worth taking a closer look at this document and its historical genesis. The decisive event behind the U.S. Constitution was the uprising mounted by poor and indebted peasants in Massachusetts in 1786 to 87. Led by Daniel Shays, a retired colonel from the Continental Army that had defeated Britain, they rebelled against the auctioning off of their land and property at low prices and against the imprisonment of debtors. On this point, the American legislation was harsh and ruthless. A few decades later, Tocqueville observed that in the United States, the poor were imprisoned even for absolutely insignificant debts. It could be calculated that, in Pennsylvania, 7,000 individuals annually were arrested for their debts. If we add to this figure the number of those condemned for more serious crimes, the result was that more or less 1 in every 144 inhabitants ended up in prison each year. 12. But let us return to the developments of the American Revolution. Although harshly repressed with the intervention of the militia, the agitation and revolt of the poor peasants threw the landowning classes into panic. The looming catastrophe made John Jay, signer of the peace treaty and scion of a rich family of New York traders, more restless and more worried than during the war against the English. And he communicated these worries to George Washington. The now retired general also received a letter from another interlocutor who portrayed a dramatic dilemma: either submit to the horrors of anarchy and licentiousnesses promoted by the lower order of the population and by a class whose desperate fortunes are remediable only by the ruin of society, or else put an end to weak and feeble governments once and for all. This latter option would demand the immediate imposition of a permanent capable government, provided with that power which is indispensably necessary to chastise evil and reward virtue. Such was the picture painted by Henry Lee, delegate of Virginia, in a letter also addressed to Washington. General Knox had just returned from Massachusetts, where he had been sent by Congress in order to quell the revolt in which were involved, he reported, with alarm, a body of about 12 or 15, desperate and unprincipled men, recruited chiefly of the young and active part of the community, prey to strange and monstrous ideas of land redistribution, of agrarian laws, and even of common property. General Washington, in turn, communicated the melancholy accounts from Knox to Madison, together with the conclusion he had drawn from it. For Washington to escape anarchy and confusion, it would take a liberal and energetic constitution and some alteration in our political creed. It was necessary to abandon, he had already observed in a letter to Jay, too good an opinion of human nature, unaware of the need for a strong central power to curb vice and evil inclinations. The sense of the political turn taking place in America was well grasped by the French envoy, who reported back to Paris that this was a matter of establishing on solid bases the clear predominance of the rich and the big. Landowners. In order to achieve this objective, it was necessary to liquidate definitively the aspirations to perfect democracy, to absolute freedom, to the abolition of the Senate, and to measures in favor of poor and indebted peasants claimed by the people, or the lower people. Indeed, in order to neutralize and eventually tame the latter, a strong executive authority was now called for. Its strengthening was invoked not only, or not even mainly, to overcome the limits of a confederation continually exposed to the risk of disintegration, so much as to avert the feared popular and plebeian threat. The great goal of the construction of a nation-state on a federal basis was thus set under a clearly conservative hegemony. Indeed, because of the political climate we have seen already, the convention that met in Philadelphia was composed of men overwhelmingly conservative in their general philosophy of politics, who, working in strict secrecy and going far beyond their mandate, which only foresaw a reform of the Articles of Confederation, drafted a totally new constitutional text which enormously strengthened the central power. If Napoleon had done such a thing, it would have been pronounced a coup d'etat. In this case, the comparison between Washington and the protagonist of Brumaire was not so much made by Napoleon III himself, but rather by two contemporary American historians. Such an assessment is implicitly bolstered by the analysis advanced, already long before them, by a historian who would himself ascend to the presidency of the United States. From a legal point of view, Woodrow Wilson points out, the original Constitution could have been modified only on the basis of the unanimous consent of the signatory states. Even if, as an exception to legality, there could have been a counting of heads the country through, a majority would have been found opposed to the new Constitution. Yet the protagonists of the Philadelphia Convention had not taken measures to please, but measures to save the country. That is to say, the political constitutional turn was legitimated neither by the existing legal system nor by the appeal to popular sovereignty, but by the absolute necessity of sparing the country from the looming threat of attacks on property, anarchy, and chaos. 18. This is the same principle usually used to provide legitimacy to coups, and tellingly, the specter of the coup, or its danger, was evoked already by contemporary opponents of the new Constitution. The protagonists of this political turn were dominated by the concern to develop the most effective instruments for repressing eventual popular uprisings. We find this as we Leaf through the Federalist Papers, there is recurrent reference to Shays' Rebellion, to the Civil War in Massachusetts, and to the need to constitute an authority able to break and control the violence of faction number 10 and rescue us from impending anarchy number 1520. There was a constantly lurking danger of wars and rebellions to guard the body politic against these two most mortal diseases of society. No, it was necessary to build up bodies of troops, first and foremost required because of the threat coming from within the country, as demonstrated by the well-known case of Massachusetts, as well as Pennsylvania, where even the most hesitant had been convinced of the need for a standing army, at least as long as there is any appearance of danger to the public peace, number 25. To be prepared for any eventuality, it was an absolute necessity to have a government with energy, number 37, a vigorous executive, number 70, also able, if necessary, to challenge the displeasure of the people and able to act his own opinion with vigor and decision, number 71, an executive in a position to command all armed bodies in a centralized manner, including, if need be, the militia of the several states. So, we can well understand the arguments of those who have seen in the Philadelphia Convention not only a peaceful coup d'etat, indeed, such an interpretation is quite commonplace, but a coup d'etat, which, in its obedience to the model of the Leviathan state, represented the victory of Hobbes over Locke, 21. France and America. How to leave the revolution behind. This is an excessive judgment and, as we shall see, also misleading. It is worth reflecting, first of all, on the characteristics of the political regime baptized by the new Constitution, starting from a comparison with the events in France that concluded with the triumph of Napoleon Bonaparte. The upheavals in late 18th century America and Europe have sometimes been spoken of as a single Western, or more precisely, Atlantic, revolution. But, if such a definition is a judicious one, we immediately have the problem of comparing not only the beginnings of the different revolutions and the manner of their unfolding, but also their conclusion. If the French Revolution ended, albeit temporarily, in 1799, the American one ended, definitively, in 1788-89, with the passing of the new Constitution. In both countries, an acute social crisis led to the rise to power of a general bathed in glory. Domestically, in each case, the concern was to reabsorb or crush the radical tendencies that had emerged in the course of previous upheavals. "The revolution is over," Napoleon proclaimed as he presented the project for a new constitution immediately after the coup. The Federalist expressed itself in similar terms as it illustrated the results of the Philadelphia Convention. It was a thing hardly to be expected that in a popular revolution the minds of men should stop at that happy mean. No, it was now time to bring a close to a period made up of universal ardor for new and opposite forms that had left its mark on all the existing constitutions in the single states, number 49. With his usual lucidity, and with greater frankness, the French envoy summarized in the following terms the conclusions reached by the most enlightened patriots following the unpleasant event that was Shays' Rebellion. It has become clear to them that at the time when the constitutions arose, when they urgently needed the support of the lower people, they had to make more concessions to the latter than is compatible with the stability of public order, the security of the citizenry, and the agility of the government's functioning. It was now necessary to place the emphasis on tranquility and public order, rather than on liberty and participation. The same problem presented itself in France, indeed in more dramatic terms, in a country where the strength of the popular masses was felt far more acutely, and where first Thermidor and then Brumaire were greeted even in liberal circles as a liberation from the threat of the populace, or rabble, which could now, finally, be militarily and politically neutralized. This helps us understand the violent polemic against brute democracy that Size and the press outlets close to him unleashed immediately after the 1799 coup d'etat, as well as the related clarification that the representative regime simply consisted of the delegation of full powers to a representative elite A class of representatives, which the people had no right to disturb, not even by petition once it had taken power. But in America, too. The Federalists took care to make clear that the Republic differed from democracies, which had ever been spectacles of turbulence and contention, insofar as the former, founded on the system of representation, consisted in the delegation of the government to a small number of citizens elected by the rest, also in this case with the substantial exclusion of any autonomous space for popular initiative, number 10. Both the build up to the Philadelphia Convention and its work were dominated by the preoccupation, again inspired by the Massachusetts Rebellion, to put an end to anarchy and the excesses of democracy, and to the agitation of demagogues or pretended patriots. In turn, opponents of the new Constitution denounced it as an indirect instrument to establish the political monopoly of the upper classes, who considered themselves the natural aristocracy of the country. The very low number of deputies and senators envisaged therein would also make it difficult for exponents of the lower and poorer social classes to secure election. It is interesting to see how these criticisms were rebutted by the protagonists of this same political turn. The Federalist replied that it was only natural that representative bodies should be exclusively composed of landholders, merchants, and men of the learned professions. But where is the danger that the interests and feelings of the different classes of citizens will not be understood or attended to by these three descriptions of men? Rather, it was clear that the opulent landowner, having at heart the fate of agriculture as a whole, would also be able to interpret the will of the middling farmer, whereas artisans and manufacturers, that is, manufacturing workers, would commonly be disposed to bestow their votes upon merchants and those whom they recommend, obviously interested in promoting and guaranteeing the well-being of the economic activities with which their own wealth was connected. Besides, why should artisans and workers elect other artisans and workers, as if there were no reason for competition between them? It was more feasible and more logical for them to have a merchant represent them. Lastly, the exponents of the learned professions, enjoying a neutrality to the rivalships between the different branches of industry, offered a further guarantee for the respect of the general interests of the society. Number 35. More or less radical critics of the new Constitution objected to the political monopoly of representative bodies by those with the privilege of odium. Were they not ignorant or distant from the common concerns of the people? Hamilton retorted that, because members of the lower classes were conscious that their habits in life, consisting of hard toil, meant that they lacked the talents necessary to serve any worthy role in a representative assembly, they instead relied with full confidence on the superior knowledge of the upper classes. Number 35. For Hamilton, indeed, they were right to do so. Speaking at the New York Assembly for the ratification of the new Constitution, the Federalist leader went even further as he observed that, on the moral as well as the intellectual level, the advantage of character belongs to the wealthy. Their vices are probably more favorable to the prosperity of the state than those of the indigent, and partake less of moral depravity. 228. In America, as in France, odium continued to be considered the indispensable condition for acquiring the knowledge and probity necessary to be capable of participating in the community's political leadership. Meanwhile, the idea of the popular classes having autonomous representation and political initiative was dismissed as the height of absurdity. On both sides of the Atlantic, about a decade apart, the two coups d'etat, with or without quotation marks, carried out at the end of the two revolutions aimed to neutralize the radical and plebeian drives that had characterized them. As General Washington put it, this meant sweeping away anarchy and confusion and guaranteeing the life, liberty, and property of citizens within the framework of a liberal and energetic constitution. Or, in the words of the aforementioned two proclamations by General Bonaparte, it meant completing the dispersal of factious elements and establishing a representative government endowed with strong and stable powers, which would thus be capable of defending the sacred rights of property, equality, and liberty. Similar social and political concerns were brewing on either side of the Atlantic, while the Philadelphia Convention reassured creditors frightened by the agitation among indebted peasants. Napoleon abolished the progressive income tax, which the propertied had denounced as a form of robbery. If we abstract from the religious situation, the American Federalists expressed positions very close to those of the French bourgeoisie that had become conservative, and to its extreme interpreter, Sieyes. 30. Even the language was quite similar. Just as the Proclamation du Général en Chef Bonaparte of 19 Brumaire associated conservative and liberal ideas, on the eve of the Philadelphia Convention, General Washington coined a sort of advertising motto, liberal and energetic, in order to illustrate and propagandize for the Constitution called upon to put off the danger of social subversion once and for all. In each case, liberal was synonymous with conservative, as counterposed to the now restless and troubling world of mechanical labor, servile and distant from the liberal arts. A few years earlier, Sieyes, not accidentally among the inspirers of Napoleon's coup, had celebrated those classes whose affluence enabled them to receive a liberal education. Washington similarly contrasted those familiar with the liberal arts with mechanics. 33. In the moment of Brumaire, Madame de Staël hoped for the definitive consolidation of the power of the well-to-do and wealthy, of the gens de bien or honnêtes gens in America. We have seen Hamilton and John Quincy Adams speak of the ruling elite as the rich and well-born, as opposed to the mass of the people, composed of mechanics and others devoid of culture and liberal education. Immediately after Shays's rebellion, Washington reported to Jay that influential figures also favored a monarchical form of government. 35. Hamilton's monarchical sympathies were known to be shared by other delegates, such as Dickinson from Delaware, though the latter was well aware of the impracticality of such an experiment. Unfortunately, alien to the spirit of the times indeed, the British option faced overwhelming and perhaps insuperable unpopularity at a time when memories still burned of the war against the England of George III, whom the Declaration of Independence had cast as a tyrant who had shown cruelty and perfidy scarcely paralleled in the most barbarous ages, and totally unworthy the head of a civilized nation nonetheless. the former homeland continued to inspire the search for instruments to control popular pressure and social tensions. In January 1788, Washington received a letter from Knox who, informing him that in Massachusetts, the upper classes were overwhelmingly in favor of the project for a new constitution launched in Philadelphia, added that many of them would have been still more pleased with the new constitution had it been more analogous to the British constitution. Already at the Philadelphia Convention, Dickinson had spoken out explicitly in favor of the creation of a House of Lords. Hamilton also leaned towards this, holding that a Senate made up of lifetime members was necessary to protect the few, namely the rich and well-born, from the envy and possible assault of the many. But even the introduction of an upper chamber on the English model appeared problematic in a country that, with little or no feudal tradition behind it, could not easily invent hereditary life peers endowed with a centuries-old prestige. France had to confront similar difficulties. Although the nobility had been decimated by the colossal political upheavals and the Civil War, it remained possible to set up a House of Lords even if due to the break represented by the Revolution. It could not count on the prestige deriving from an interrupted tradition, as in the British case. Putting aside the now discredited Bourbon dynasty, it was even possible to mount a search for a new dynasty. But, as the brief experience of the July monarchy had shown, even this solution had serious drawbacks. For while it did not placate the Republican opposition, it divided the Royalist front, and could thus no longer count on the sacred aura in which, according to Bagehot, the crown had the gift of bathing power itself, the shadow of ancient Roman dictatorship. In conclusion, the two coups d'etat on either side of the Atlantic sought to re-establish the traditional political monopoly held by wealth and otium. But, also under the pressure of the objective situation, the political regime called upon to achieve this objective ended up assuming new traits, ones that went beyond the consciousness and intentions of the protagonists and would only gradually come to light through subsequent historical development. We can take our cue from the above-cited letter of January 1788, in which Knox informed Washington that the upper classes of Massachusetts would have preferred a British-style constitution, and, in any case, favored the most vigorous government. In fact, some went even further, after the Debtors' Rebellion. Jay observed in June 1786 that the better kind of people, that is, the richest families, had begun to be entirely indifferent to the charms of liberty, while they were ready for any remedy that would put an end to the insecurity of property, guaranteeing quiet and security. Thus, there was no lack of elements of the ruling class, attracted by the idea of a more or less open dictatorship. But, much like the monarchical option, the latter solution was very problematic in a country that had just come out of a revolution that had raised the banner of liberty, and on this basis, managed to rouse the enthusiasm necessary to defeat the British troops. The Philadelphia Convention instead opted for a strong executive. But what form should this take, in contrast to France? From the outset, there was a widespread and clear awareness in American ruling circles that this power must be embodied in a single person. It was imperative to avoid paralyzing signs of discord or uncertainty emerging from within its ranks. The Federalist observed, "In the conduct of war, in which the energy of the executive is the bulwark of the national security, everything would be to be apprehended from its plurality. The decisive argument was war, be it civil or international number 70. The powers conferred upon the president were so broad that he appeared, to the opponents of the new constitution, as not unlike the crowned heads of old Europe. Given the still vivid passions stirred by the struggle against the tyrant George III, a mark of shame threatened to hang over the supreme magistracy. But the Federalist leveled an accusation of deliberate imposture and deception against those who evoked the gross pretense of a similitude between a king of Great Britain and a magistrate of the character marked out for that of the President of the United States, number 67. There were, doubtless, differences. Yet in a later article demonstrating the full consonance of the vigorous executive with the genius of Republican government, this same author tellingly referred to another institution. Every man the least conversant in Roman story knows how often that republic was obliged to take refuge in the absolute power of a single man, under the formidable title of dictator, as well against the intrigues of ambitious individuals who aspired to the tyranny, and the seditions of whole classes of the community whose conduct threatened the existence of all government, as against the invasions of external enemies who menaced the conquest and destruction of Rome the Federalist. No, 70th. Evident in this description is a certain sympathy, or at least understanding attitude, towards the Roman dictatorship. And we should not forget that, for the Federalist, Republican ancient Rome was synonymous with freedom number 41. But what deserved imitation was not the consulate as an institution. Indeed, because of the division of executive power, this had brought Rome many mischiefs, from which negative lessons could and must be drawn. That unity is conducive to energy will not be disputed. Decision, activity, secrecy, and despatch will generally characterize the proceedings of one man in a much more eminent degree than the proceedings of any greater number. Number 68. We might reflect on the nouns used here, which I have italicized, and on the fact that the subject of the decisive, active, secret, rapid action here desired is a single person who does not have to share power with any colleague or collaborator. Clearly, here we are looking at a state of exception, deriving from internal or international conflict, and the figure of the president was ever liable to transform into that of the dictator of Republican Rome. Contemporaries of the Philadelphia Convention expressed deep concern over the fact that the Constitution explicitly provided for the suspension of the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus when in cases of rebellion or invasion, the public safety may require it. Art. 1, Section 9, Clause 2. From Paris, Jefferson protested that he would like to see the enshrinement of the eternal and unremitting force of the habeas corpus laws and the absolute inviolability of a Bill of Rights that the Constitution ought to have, carefully specified. Similar protests arising in Pennsylvania and elsewhere were immediately countered by the Federalist, Noah Webster, who asked in a defiant, sarcastic tone, "Do you really mean to say that it is never lawful to suspend habeas corpus and the rights of liberty? Rather, in emergency situations, the powers granted to the federal authority means ought to exist without limitation, because it is impossible to foresee or define the extent and variety of national exigencies, or the correspondent extent and variety of the means which may be necessary to satisfy them. The circumstances that endanger the safety of nations are infinite, and for this reason no constitutional shackles can wisely be imposed on the power to which the care of it is committed. There can be no limitation of that authority which is to provide for the defense and protection of the community in any matter essential to its efficacy." The Federalist, Number 3. The sort of dictatorship here theorized was legitimate and necessary whenever the preservation of the public peace was in danger, whether threatened by internal convulsions or external attacks. It is true that the Constitution does not grant the ability to suspend habeas corpus exclusively to the president. But given that it is, in any case, up to the president to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution itself, to direct all the armed forces, and to take care that the laws be faithfully executed, Art. 2, Sections 2 and 3. It is clear that he, as the subsequent history of the United States was to show, would be in an absolutely privileged situation to decree a state of emergency and assume full powers. A new political regime was being born, and it certainly had little to do with monarchy. Here, Hamilton was perfectly right, or indeed with the traditional rule of gentlemen and the well-born so dear to Hamilton. John Adams and many of the architects were supporters of the new Constitution. The extraordinary breadth of powers placed in the hands of the so-called Supreme Magistrate of the United States did not stand in contradiction with popular investiture. The Federalist offered a telling description of a famous figure of ancient Greece. Solon, according to Plutarch, was in a manner compelled by the universal suffrage of his fellow citizens to take upon him the sole and absolute power of new modeling the Constitution, Number 38. While this discourse was articulated in the terms of the past, what it described was the operation of a regime tending towards Bonapartism, combining a very broad investiture from below with an extremely extensive, in emergency situations, even absolute exercise of power, the liberal tradition, the state of exception, and the U.S. Constitution. However, it would be equally misleading to say that the Philadelphia Convention represented the victory of Hobbes over Locke. It should, moreover, be noted that reflection on the state of exception and on dictatorship has accompanied all modern thought. It is present, for example, in Rousseau, who also foresaw, in situations of particularly acute crisis, again, invoking the ancient Roman example, the recourse to a dictatorship of very short duration, which should not be liable to extension under any circumstances. Reflection on this theme plays an important role in the liberal tradition. Montesquieu had no doubt that it is part of the custom of the freest peoples that have ever been on earth to put a veil over freedom for a moment, just as the statues of the gods are hidden for Locke, the state of distress provoked by an attack, of whatever form and origin, against private property, justifies the recourse not only to exceptional measures, but also to a sort of total war. So much so, indeed, that its perpetrators deserve to be treated as any other wild beast or noxious brute with whom mankind can have neither society nor security. 5. The peculiarity of the liberal tradition lies in the fact that the internal state of exception is conceived with reference to the attacks that can be made on the existing political social order, not only or mainly by the Crown or by the executive, but also and above all by the legislature. Montesquieu puts this in unequivocal terms when, having denounced the delirium for liberty that led the plebeians of ancient Rome to strip the patricians of their share in legislative power and to subject them to the legislative power of another body of the state, he exalts another admirable institution, namely the dictatorship thanks to which the sovereign people was forced to lower its head and the most popular laws were kept. Silent behind warnings against the possible prevarications of the legislature was the historical experience of the First English Revolution and the Levelers' movement. The lesson provided by the two liberal philosophers as mediated by the distress caused by Shayes's rebellion and by the manifestation, also on American shores, of what Madison calls the leveling spirit, had a profound effect on the Philadelphia Convention. Many delegates agreed with James Wilson on the need to confront, above all else, the danger of legislative despotism. And many agreed with Gouverneur Morris in thinking the public liberty in greater danger from legislative usurpations than any other source. Emissions of paper money, largesses to the people, a remission of debts, and similar measures were especially to be feared. Claims as to the danger of unjust and pernicious laws, and pernicious measures being introduced, especially in individual states, recurred obsessively in a whole series of interventions. So, the inspirers and authors of the U.S. Constitution were not only thinking of a state of exception caused by a war or by a violent popular uprising. If, in the columns of the Federalist, Madison referred primarily to the possibility of a victorious popular rebellion in a single state, in the confidential debates in Philadelphia, he expressed the view that an emergency could arise, even with the simple formation of a parliamentary majority that imposed unjust laws through which debtors defrauded their creditors. Again, we see the shadow of Shays. This danger was all the more concrete given that, with demographic increase, America, too, was bound to see a rise in the number of the poor, that is, those who labor under all the hardships of life, and secretly sigh for a more equal distribution of its blessings. Even a moderate redistribution of income through legislation ought to be seen as an attack on property, which called for, or could call for, the state of exception. Present at a latent level, already in representative bodies, the danger for owners and the few that they would be isolated or fall into a minority was even graver in society at large. Yes, Shayes's rebellion was a minority affair, but what if a new popular uprising rallied a majority of persons? By the accession of alien residents, of a casual concourse of adventurers, or of those whom the Constitution of the state has not admitted to the rights of suffrage? And this is not to mention blacks, that unhappy species of population abounding in some of the states, who, during the calm of regular government, are sunk below the level of men, but who, in the tempestuous scenes of civil violence, may emerge into the human character, and give a superiority of strength to any party with which they may associate themselves. Given this potentially explosive mix of poor Americans, immigrants, and black slaves, it should be concluded that social subversion could prevail, even if just in a single state. And one of the most important advantages of the federal union, Madison observes, quoting Montesquieu, is that should a popular insurrection happen in one of the states, the others are able to quell it. The Federalist, number 43. As we can see, alongside Locke, here is another liberal author who helps us to think about the state of exception. Particular attention was bound to be paid to this question in a country like the United States, whose population has developed through successive waves of importing black slaves or white semi-slaves. Especially in the case of the former, revolt has always been considered to be lurking, with each international conflict stoking the fear of an internal front emerging, fed by the complicity or conspiracy of America's enemies. Indeed, it is not possible or easy to distinguish between internal and external enemies, between civil war and war proper, when a considerable mass of aliens already live within the homeland. The Constitution that emanated from the Philadelphia Convention inherited and further radicalized the attention that the liberal tradition had directed towards the state of exception, with an eye to the feared prevarications of the legislature. But the remedy was no longer to be found in a hereditary House of Lords with veto rights over the more or less popular branch of Parliament, as in Locke and Montesquieu. Rather, it now lay in a strong executive concentrated in the hands of a single person, namely a president susceptible to transformation at any moment into a dictator, in the Roman sense of the term. France between imperial presidency and presidential empire. On both sides of the Atlantic, the revolution ended in the rise of Bonapartist tendencies. But there is a further reason not to isolate Brumaire from its international context. If the revolution was Western or Atlantic, so too was the struggle against it, or at least its radical and plebeian tendencies. A year before Napoleon's coup d'etat, the Alien and Sedition Acts were passed in the United States, imposing severe restrictions on constitutional freedoms, and particularly striking at the American-based followers of French revolutionary ideas. Already a few years earlier, in 1794, Britain had suspended habeas corpus. Troops occupied most of the industrial areas as if they were conquered territory. Pitt, backed by a large share of public opinion, relentlessly persecuted all those who showed themselves favorable to liberal ideas or otherwise inclined to French ideas. 52. Is there a relationship between these events, and in particular, the events in the two countries that had just come out of two great revolutions? As we have seen, Napoleon invoked the name of Washington. The propaganda aspect of this move is obvious. Indeed, it has often been emphasized. Yet it seems worth asking whether the powers of the first consul were really more extensive at this time than those of the President of the United States, who could now count on the very wide margin of discretion granted to him by the Alien and Sedition Acts. These acts had been issued also with the agreement of Washington. Indeed, it was he who would direct the mighty army, which had been put together in the meantime, more with an eye towards the internal enemy than any external foe. The old American general and statesman's support for these extraordinary laws can be explained by the fact Woodrow Wilson would later observe that he so passionately loved order, hate faction, and fear Ed for the safety of the new Union, but does not such a motivation also apply to the French case? Was the danger of Jacobinism and anarchy less acute in this country than in America? It is true, while Washington retired from public life after completing his term in office, in 1802 Napoleon became consul for life. But it should not be forgotten that, even within the Philadelphia Convention, voices were raised in favor of a presidency or a supreme magistracy for life, and that Hamilton himself was inclined towards such a solution. Even the establishment of the hereditary empire was motivated in Napoleon by an ideological concern and a persuasion common to authors such as Burke, Necker, and monarchical, and also liberal culture, for which power must be inseparable from an imposing apparatus of majesty that unleashes its power on the people's imaginations, in fact. Here we are in the presence of a debate that would continue well into the 19th century. Bagehot explains the grandeur and stability of British institutions by citing the fact that, while effective power belongs to the unity of the executive and the legislature as realized in the cabinet and in the person of the Prime Minister, the Crown, too, carries out a decisive function, despite being at a remove from the concrete action of governing and directing the country. For in bathing power in a sacred aura, the Crown not only stimulates the filial submission of the lower classes, but also legitimizes, transfigures and consecrates the armed force necessary for the maintenance of order, the armies, which others are then called upon to direct and employ. Two distinct functions are thus entrusted to two different organs, the priestly ideological one, so to speak, as well as the properly political, military one. 556. Similar problems and preoccupations emerged in the debate that developed on the other side of the Atlantic during the Philadelphia Convention and already in the build-up to it. Reporting on the mood among the most influential circles in the United States, the French envoy observed that their concern was not only to strengthen executive authority drastically, but also to give it a different image and a greater capacity to grip the masses. It was necessary to put an end to political leaders' modest manner of presenting themselves to the multitude, which drew them its disdain, given that it judges only by its senses. Hence, for America's rulers to enjoy the necessary respect, they would also need to be provided with an external documentation of power, arms, and soldiers. There was a widespread view in us ruling circles and among the most influential personalities that the central authority must avoid humble, unassuming tones and instead vaunt its imperial dignity. Washington reported this opinion as commonplace, and indeed seemed to share in it. In 1791, he would make a triumphant and elaborate tour of the country in the manner of a king to seal the end of the crisis and a new beginning for the United States, endowed with a strong central authority led by the General President. 9. In the absence of a monarchical tradition, or of a king or queen, who was also the head of the Anglican Church, the roles that the British Constitution kept distinct and entrusted to different bodies tended, in the United States, to be unified in the figure of the President. The latter would concentrate in his own person not only the strictly political military function, but also the priestly ideological function that was his responsibility as head and interpreter of a nation invested with a religious mission and constituted, according to Puritan ideology, by the divinely elect. The British model, as described by Bagehot, was no longer feasible in France, where, after the caesura of the Revolution, there was no uncontested dynasty capable of bathing power in a sacred aura. Moreover, the American solution was also impracticable, given the different religious tradition that lay behind it. In the Catholic world, the sacred is embodied in the Church and its hierarchy, and can only legitimize and transfigure political power to the extent that it is consecrated by the Church. In France, the identification of the priestly ideological function and the political military function was unimaginable, and to the extent that it could take place, it would require the mediation of a church and an ecclesiastical hierarchy that traditionally consecrated the old monarchical dynasties, and that now, following a hard-won compromise with the new France, consecrated the new dynasty founded by Napoleon also for these reasons. If Washington sealed the new Constitution and the creation of an absolutely preeminent presidency with a triumphal procession styled in the manner of a king. In France, the establishment of the empire was sealed by a last homage to the Republic. That is, by a plebiscite even more massive than that which had ratified the Brumaire coup d'etat. After a long parenthesis, Bonapartism reappeared in France upon the revolutionary crisis of 1848. Much as after Brumaire, the bourgeoisie was called not only to confront the proletarian agitation, but to fight on two or more fronts, even taking for granted the need to strengthen the executive. A necessity felt both in France in 1799 and in the United States from Shays' rebellion to the Philadelphia Convention. There was also the immediate question of choosing between republic and monarchy. We have seen Tocqueville briefly entertain the idea of a Bourbon restoration under the banner of a meekly liberal legitimism. This, even after the coup d'etat was already completed. But immediately after the collapse of the July monarchy, the liberal bourgeoisie believed it could identify the French Washington in General Cavaignac, renowned as a Republican hero for having saved the Republic from the workers' revolt of June and the Red Danger. The new Constitution clearly cast an eye across the Atlantic. While it renounced the fiction of the Electoral College, it provided for a popularly elected president who would, for this very reason, be invested with a legitimacy of his own, independent from the Legislative Assembly. This would allow the president to resist, as circumstances demanded, a chamber like the Jacobin Convention, too permeable to popular and plebeian pressures. But Cavaignac was defeated by Louis Napoleon, who at least initially also wielded the U.S. Constitution as a model. Here, it is worth looking back to the pamphlet circulated immediately before the coup. Granier de Cassagnac started from a premise that has its own precise logic. The situation in France could not be compared to that of Britain, where the aristocracy, far from being liquidated, continued to play a leading role. Britain's parliamentary system did not represent abstractly political individuals or parties, but rather expressed full-bodied social forces, the clergy, the nobility, the commons. Three orders united in sovereign assemblies, to which the monarchical power clearly finds itself subservient to the two houses of parliament, thus exercised a function similar to that of the Estates General in France, where the situation had changed radically on account of the anti-aristocratic moves taken by the Revolution, and even before that by the absolute monarchy. In Britain, the stability and solidity of the parliamentary system was guaranteed by the presence of three great bodies so ancient, so national, so strong, so intelligent, so united, so conservative, so liberal. Conversely, in a country like France, where all the great bodies have been broken up or annihilated, where there was no longer any room for the great traditional and permanent interests, parliamentary majorities actuated in a vacuum, leaving them precarious and ever exposed to the whims and ambitions of individuals, and 63 under such groups. Conditions, the only possible counterweight to democracy and to the instability and prevarications of the legislature would be a strong executive, just as in the Republic across the Atlantic. For this reason, ministers would have to depend exclusively on the executive, of which they would be the necessary agents, thanks to such an arrangement. By electing a president for 4 years, the United States know in advance what system they will bring to power, and they then have the certainty that this system will be loyally followed and experimented for 4 years, without any obstacle being set in the way of the ministers charged with applying it, moreover applying it whatever this system may be, whether it be peace, or war, or banks, or freedom, or slavery, or the annexation of a new state. Nor was there reason to fear that this would hand the president overweening powers, for the national representation, armed with its immense rights, having the budget in its hands, is always able to moderate. To contain this system and to put up a dam against its invasions should it become contrary to the real and evident interests of the country, all this, once again, according to the U.S. model. 64. Bonapartist propaganda had no hesitation in invoking the spirit of laws, the best-known modern French book in America, and indeed, Montesquieu, the author particularly dear to the Federalist, without whom, it has been said, it is inconceivable that the U.S. Constitution could have taken the form that it did. Yet, the pamphlet I have repeatedly cited observes that Montesquieu calls the division and independence of powers the very principle of liberty. And he adds that, if in any society, the man, the assembly, or the caste that makes the law also has the power to enforce it, then we have despotism, disorder, and anarchy. It was thus necessary completely to separate the executive power from the legislative power. It hardly needs adding that the principle of the separation of powers invoked here was perfectly functional to the affirmation of an elevated central power, free and strong, unhampered by the legislature and by parliamentary omnipotence. Was this not also the U.S. Constitution's approach? Earlier on, we saw Bagehot championing the unity of the executive and the legislature. The American Federalists, as well as French Bonapartist propaganda, instead insisted upon the independence of the executive. But, Despite the differences of language, in each case we see a common concern at work, namely, that a strong legislative power heavily under the sway of the popular masses would pose serious risks to property and to existing economic and social relations. The counterweight to what authoritative delegates to the Philadelphia Convention condemned as legislative despotism and what Louis Napoleon's ideologist branded parliamentary omnipotence was identified in Britain as, in France and the United States, in the drastic personalization of power, which was to be entrusted to a leader capable of neutralizing the multitude politically. The liberal bourgeoisie in France had already started to move in this direction right after the February Revolution, but in a series of alternating phases, in order to reduce the size of the legislature and exercise the specter of the Jacobin Convention. They had the president elected directly by the people on the basis of universal male suffrage, before then abolishing the latter in order to make way for a barely disguised property qualification, now called upon to perform the function of guarantor of private ownership. Bonapartist propaganda deftly exploited all this, not only playing on the frustrations of the now disenfranchised classes, but also pointing out the contradictions in which the liberal moderate bloc was enveloped. Indeed, by having the president elected by the people but then making his ministers accountable to the legislature, Tocqueville showed that he had not learned much from his study of America. That is, he had not assimilated the feeling of that provision so simple and so sensible that characterized the U.S. Constitution. As we can see, in France, it was Louis Napoleon's party that presented itself to the people with a program of American-style reforms, addressing it as follows in the appeal issued the day after the coup d'etat. Convinced that the instability of power and the preponderance of a single assembly are permanent causes of disorder and discord, I submit to your suffrage the following fundamental bases of a new constitution that the assemblies will subsequently develop. 1. A responsible head elected for 10 years. 2. Ministers that depend only on the executive power. A legislative body, debating and voting on laws, elected by universal suffrage without list voting which would falsify the elections. Immediately striking here is the length of the presidential term. But it must not be forgotten that at the Philadelphia Convention, authoritative voices had pushed in this same direction, even envisaging a presidency for life. Of course, the imperial presidency evoked by the Bonapartist party in France then turned into a hereditary empire. Granier de Cassagnac had already left a door open to this when he wrote that in democratic countries, whatever the name given to the head of the executive, the spirit of obedience can only derive from the head himself, given that everything around him is mobile, variable, transitory. In fact, in striving to specify how the position of the President of the United States differs from that of a constitutional king in France, Tocqueville himself had set down a significant methodological premise. In this comparison, I will attach little importance to the external signs of power. They fool the observer more than they help. On the other hand, in a youthful text of 1832, Louis Napoleon had formulated a project of political and institutional reforms explicitly based on entirely Republican principles. Here, the people was to be represented by the two chambers and the emperor, whose ascent to the throne should in any case be subject to popular sanction, even at the moment of succession. It is true that Napoleon III would later drop this point, but the fact remains that, in the text we have just examined, we have a project for a sort of presidential empire. It rests on the principles of the representative system and is subject, as far as the choice of the sovereign is concerned, to a sort of referendum or plebiscite. We might even say that Jackson's United States at that time, committed to eliminating discrimination based on property qualifications within the white community, was taken as a model by the prince, if one obviously adapted to French conditions as well as to his own ambitions. In the state envisioned by the young Louis Napoleon, there shall be no more distinction either of rank or of fortune. Every citizen shall compete equally in the election of deputies. If the lower house was to be directly elected by the people, the upper house was to be like the U.S. Senate, the result of second-degree elections via electoral colleges. In a country like France without a federal structure, these electoral colleges would be filled by citizens who had distinguished themselves at the national level for their services to the patrie. In the United States, if the Electoral College normally expected to elect the president is not able to produce the qualified majority required by the Constitution, it passes the question over to the House of Representatives. In Louis Napoleon's youthful project, the two chambers would propose a new sovereign in the event that the one they had earlier designated did not obtain the necessary popular approval. Worth adding to this picture are the later comments by Édouard Laboulaye, an authoritative theorist and representative of French liberalism, who was an admirer of the United States, condemning the 1848 revolution as guilty of seeking to debase the executive power and of having forgotten that an energetic authority is the first guarantee of liberty. He expressed his views on the regime with which he ended up throwing in his lot, albeit with a certain critical distance. The Constitution of 1852 has preserved universal suffrage. It is the very principle of our government. The empire is a democracy with a hereditary head and representative institutions. It is a new political system which has no precedent in history. The novelty of a form of government does not seem to me at all an objection against it. And perhaps the alliance of an energetic power and representative guarantees answers very well to the character and temperament of the French. 73. America and France, similarities and differences. Of course, I have no intention here of wishing away the differences between France and America, which are as numerous as they are evident. But if we do not want to settle for facile and lazy anthropological explanations dear, moreover, to many liberal publicists, starting at least with Tocqueville, holding that the French political tradition was weighed down by a sort of original curse that incurably infected it with statism and despotism, then we must problematize and question certain stereotypical counterpositions. In both countries, there was a similar aspiration to control or liquidate the radical impulses that had emerged during the Revolution. This was a much simpler endeavor in a country like the United States, which was overwhelmingly rural with a sparse population. Only 5 cities had a population above 8,000, and only 2 or 3% of the entire population lived in them. France, on the other hand, was characterized by the presence of urban centers with a high population density and a considerable potential for social explosions. In the U.S. case, the task at the time of the passing of the Constitution was to control about 160,000 voters out of about 3.5 million inhabitants. In the French case, the problem was more serious and complex, simply because of the much larger size of the electoral body. Moreover, France did not have a Wild West to use as a pressure valve for the discontent of the poorer classes and social conflicts. These struggles were less bitter on the other side of the Atlantic, also for a reason already cogently identified by Hegel. America is hitherto exempt from this pressure, for it has the outlet of colonization constantly and widely open, and multitudes are continually streaming into the plains of the Mississippi. By this means, the chief source of discontent is removed, and the continuation of the existing civil condition is guaranteed. To draw a purely ideological contrast between France and the United States, overlooking the different material conditions of life in each country, was thus senseless. North America will be comparable with Europe only after the immeasurable space which that country presents to its inhabitants shall have been occupied, and the members of the political body shall have begun to be pressed back on each other. This is why Hegel goes so far as to say, had the woods of Germany been in existence, the French Revolution would not have occurred, or at least that it would not have shown the radicalism and the successive waves and lacerations that characterized its development. In turn, Engels points out that in North America, class contradictions are but incompletely developed. Every clash between the classes is concealed by the outflow of the surplus proletarian population to the West. 76. This analysis finds indirect confirmation among the protagonists of the American Revolution themselves. When Jefferson, struck by the spectacle of destitution in Paris, expressed the view that the remedy could be found in the distribution among the poor of uncultivated lands, or lands left uncultivated by the nobility, Madison objected that such a measure would be incapable of solving the problem. A certain degree of misery seems inseparable from a high degree of populousness. And it was Madison himself who invited the Philadelphia Convention not to forget that, in process of time, in America as in the states and kingdoms of Europe, the number of landholders shall be comparatively small. On that same occasion, Gouverneur Morris pointed out that inline 10ths of the people are at present freeholders, but that it would not be long until this country will abound with mechanics and manufacturers who will receive their bread from their employers, and who would inevitably pose a challenge to the stability and orderly functioning of U.S. institutions. The various delegates discussed and sometimes divided over the measures that needed to be taken in the present in order to confront the dreaded future. But they were in agreement that this was a question of erecting a political and institutional dam against the onslaught of the many and the poor. After much discussion, this dam was finally found in the very wide powers granted to the executive and the president. If it was France's fate to construct and experiment with a new political regime in the course of a 78 social storm that was already underway, the United States had the advantage of being able to set its line of march in a situation of relative tranquility. Having crushed Shays' rebellion, it acted with a view to a future which, in the French case, was already happening in the present. Here, the harshness of social conflict was intertwined with the complexity of the political contradictions. In the wake of the 1848 revolution, not only, as in the earlier case of Brumaire, did the challenge to the established order come from two opposing directions, plebeian radicalism and royalist agitation, but the royalist front was itself divided between followers of the Bourbons and the Orleans, not to mention the Bonapartists. This latter problem was absent in America. Forced to flee, Crown loyalists took refuge in Canada and even England, from where they did not return, which considerably aided the stabilization of their country of origin. Those few loyalists who remained in or returned to the United States, even if they regretted separation from their homeland, resigned themselves to the de facto situation and sided with the new federal constitution, which provided solid guarantees of the centered and efficient government they admired. One last factor worth keeping in mind is the radically different international context. Tocqueville himself notes that while in the course of the War of Independence, the Americans were favored by being isolated from their enemies by 1,300 leagues of ocean, France, conversely, was the object of attacks from the whole of Europe, without money, credit, allies, and was, moreover, forced to face the conflagration that devoured its bowels from within. But in celebrating the federal constitution and American democracy as a whole, the liberal author proceeds as follows. What is new in the history of societies is to see a great people, warned by its legislators that the gears of government are grinding to a halt, turn its attention to itself without rushing and without fear, sound the depth of the trouble, keep self-control for 2 whole years in order to take time to end the remedy. 81. Here, we need not dwell on the rose-tinted hues of Tocqueville's description of U.S. events. Not once does he mention Shays' Rebellion, which dominated the debate at the Philadelphia Convention. From this point of view, we can only agree with the argument that democracy in America is not so much a political study as a work of, in this sense, should be compared to Arendt's essay Education and Glorifying the American Revolution and the Founding Fathers, which also completely ignores the revolt of the Massachusetts farmers and debtors. 82. But, returning to the French case, it is clear that, given the objective situation described by Tocqueville, it could hardly have afforded itself the course of conduct I have italicized in the citation above, which the liberal author exclusively credits to a U.S. democracy, fortunately free from infection by the Jacobin bacillus. Over the subsequent years and decades, while the United States could pursue its imperial mission, an essential element of Bonapartism in the Western Hemisphere without excessive difficulty, spreading into the territories taken from the poor Native Americans and, in the mid-19th century, from a weak country like Mexico. The period from the Revolution to the Restoration saw France locked in struggle with the great European and world powers, and engaged in a militarization process that was inevitably also felt on a more directly political level. We can read in this sense Marx's observation that the First Empire was the offspring of the coalition wars of old semi-feudal Europe against modern France. 83. But militarization was also the result of explosive internal political and social conflicts. Here, again, we can take a cue from Marx, who notes how the military apparatus developed by the bourgeoisie for an anti-working class function ends up engulfing society as a whole and the ruling class itself. With the repression of the workers' revolt in June, General Cavaignac, dear to the liberal bourgeoisie, exercised the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie by the saber, which, however, ended up turning into the dictatorship of the saber over bourgeois society. Obsessed by the red working class threat, the ruling classes were bound not only to invest the executive with continually increased powers of repression, but at the same time to divest their own parliamentary stronghold, the National Assembly, one by one, of all its own means of defense against the executive. The executive, in the person of Louis Bonaparte, turned them out. The natural offspring of the Party of Order Republic was the Second Empire, 85. The French Washington, first sought and identified in General Cavaignac, ended up taking on the more troublesome form of Napoleon III. So, while there were clear differences between the American and French cases, this should not lead us to overlook the points of contact. The concern to contain popular and plebeian claims did not lead in either case to a reassertion of rule by the nobility. But even going beyond the aspirations and subjective intentions of the protagonists themselves, it did lead to a new political regime, in which a strong or very strong executive found its legitimacy in a popular investiture that was expressed either by plebiscite or by an electoral suffrage that was broad and, in any case, considerably more extensive than in the past. This new political regime proved especially effective in America because it was able to combine the rapidity, strength, and unity of the decision-making center with competition and turnover among different leaders and, in normal conditions, with citizens' enjoyment of their rights to freedom. In this sense, America produced a soft Bonapartism, albeit one which, thanks to the wide powers conferred on the president, could painlessly turn into a hard-war Bonapartism, able to rule with an iron fist whenever a crisis situation required or seemed to require this. In France, conversely, Bonapartism would appear only in this latter form, and it thus proved incapable of giving rise to a stable regime based on an orderly and peaceful succession. As an alternative to property-based discrimination, if, in France, I was Louis Napoleon who reintroduced universal suffrage, in America, each development in the direction of Bonapartism was accompanied or preceded by a debate which ended in the defeat of the tendencies or aspirations, matured in conservative and more traditionalist circles on the occasion of more or less acute crises, to restrict suffrage or to contain it as far as possible. This had happened already at the Philadelphia Convention. At this moment, discrimination by property qualifications was widely prevalent. Yet the horror that Shays's rebellion evoked among the upper classes pushed right-wing elements to ask for a further turn of the screws. This was the sense of Gouverneur Morris's interventions. He believed that federal political rights should be explicitly confined to freeholders, to avert the future dangers to the social order that could derive from the inevitable growth, also on American soil, of the mechanics and the turbulent world of industry and the city. The acceptance of this proposal would have resulted in a narrowing of suffrage, at least in those states where its extension beyond the ranks of the propertied had occurred already, and a further disenfranchisement would have resulted from the lengthening of the necessary residence period for the naturalization of immigrants, as also sought by Gouverneur Morris. But, as several delegates at Philadelphia noted, such disenfranchisement measures would have sparked popular discontent, which would have been all the more powerful, Franklin observed, because such restrictions would have affected people who had actively participated in the War of Independence and who certainly did not want to be deprived of their political rights, even though they had given a great proof of patriotism and attachment to the common cause. All this would have made the approval of the new Constitution difficult and problematic, leaving unaltered the existing property-based discrimination at the level of the individual states, and leaving up to the latter the legislation concerning the necessary requirements for suffrage. The Philadelphia Convention ultimately decided to confront the new dangers highlighted by Shays' rebellion not with explicit disenfranchisement measures, but instead with a drastic strengthening of the federal executive. The period leading up to the extension of political rights that came with Jackson's ascent to the presidency was characterized by a fresh, lively debate on suffrage. A few years earlier, in The Liberal Conservative, Daniel Webster declared, "There is not a more dangerous experiment than to place property in the hands of one class and political power in those of another. If property cannot retain the political power will draw after it the property." Especially telling is the fact that, the following year, it was Van Buren, subsequently the architect of Jackson's electoral victory, who declared in favor of maintaining the link between property and political rights, so as to block access to the most sacred sanctuary of the Constitution of a violent and disorganizing mob, or riffraff, like the French Jacobins once Jackson had become president. He did grant political rights to practically all Americans, so long as they were white males. But the other side of the coin was a decisive step forward in strengthening the powers of the executive and the missionary and charismatic role of the figure of the president. The period of the Civil War, which was to lead to the abolition of slavery, and temporarily at least, to the extension of political citizenship to blacks, saw a symptomatic divergence between the respective political systems in the North and in the South. Even though the secessionist Confederacy based itself on a constitutional text that very much referred back to the model provided by the Founding Fathers, also in force in the Union, the Southern President Jefferson Davis assumed a much more limited set of powers than his antagonist. It cannot be ruled out that the Confederate system would have approached a parliamentary one if it had been allowed to last longer. The institution of slavery, with the big proprietors' control of labor, power at the site of production, practically without legal limitations, made possible a richer democratic life among the ruling class. Insofar as the lower classes broke or wore away the shackles of slavery, the ruling class resorted to greater precautions, first among them the strengthening of the executive, in order to keep these dangerous classes at bay. In the postbellum Union, the powers of the executive and the presidency were reduced, and the government of Congress was established. In years in which, not by chance, a general disemancipation process developed to the detriment not only of blacks, but also of immigrants and poor whites. The young Woodrow Wilson looked kindly on such tendencies, and, in a diary entry in 1876, the 100th anniversary of the proclamation of U.S. independence, he noted, "The American Republic will, in my opinion, never celebrate another centennial, at least under its present constitution and laws. Universal suffrage is at the foundation of every evil in this country." In an essay published 3 years later, he reiterated that universal suffrage is a constant element of weakness and exposes us to many dangers which we might otherwise escape. But what was the remedy? A rising tide of public opinion demanded that representative bodies be purged of their ignorant elements. This was also the opinion Wilson expressed in a public speech in 1880. We should put in this same context the letter addressed to the future U.S. President in April 1879 by his father, Joseph Ruggles Wilson, who posed the dilemma facing the country in the following terms: either a limitation of suffrage or anarchy in 25 years or sooner. I do not refer to Negroes any more than to the ignorant, Northern voters. The true principle unquestionably is, the owners of a country ought to be its rulers. That is, let there be property qualification, and all the more because, ordinarily, property and intelligence go together. The statesman who shall find an effectual and yet peaceful remedy for universal suffrage will be the foremost leader in the States. At first glance, the author of the letter speaks like Constant or the other exponents of classical liberalism, in expressing the view that political representation must necessarily be monopolized by the propertied. But between the lines, a new concern also emerges here, namely, that it could be risky to challenge the principle of universal suffrage openly. So, rather than being removed outright, it would have to be hollowed out and neutralized. Historical experience also weighed in favor of such a solution. The law of May 31, 1850, which in France had disenfranchised 1/3 of the previous electorate, was very careful not to openly reintroduce property-based discrimination, forbidden by the Constitution and by now disagreeable and odious to popular consciousness. The 1850 law instead preferred to rely on residency requirements. The disemancipation process developed in a similar way in the United States at the end of the 19th century. While the exclusion of blacks was so taken for granted and uncontroversial that it could be declared more or less openly and imposed even outside any legality, immigrants were deprived of political rights as they became aliens again, and poor white Americans primarily insofar as they were humiliatingly forced to run the gauntlet of literacy tests and registration laws. Was this the effectual and yet peaceful remedy suggested in Wilson's father's letter? In fact, already in his own 1879 essay, a different alternative began to rear its head. Yes, universal suffrage played a harmful role, but it was not solely responsible for the country's ills. The omnipotence of the legislature and the related weakness of the executive must also be hauled into the dock. Hence, the American politician who had begun by advocating a restriction of suffrage would end up granting the vote to women as well, but within a political regime that revealed ever more clearly Bonapartist aspects. It is interesting to note the continuity between the ideology with which the liberal tradition justified the exclusion of the childlike multitude from political rights, and the arguments Wilson uses to underline the absolute necessity of the concentration and personalization of power, a very numerous class of persons, indeed the majority of the nation, if capable of thinking at all, can do so only in concrete forms, faced with, in the flesh individuals, while it remains incapable of rising to generalizations, and thus of choosing between political ideas and programs. This is a theme we have already seen in Bagehot, of whom the future U.S. president was a reader and admirer. From Constant to Wilson, via the Victorian English liberal who already identified the strong executive led by a charismatic leader as the antidote to the extension of suffrage, the multitude continues to be childlike. From this perspective, it would not be wise or prudent to deny or take away the masses' political rights. But it is appropriate to limit the exercise of these rights to the ability to choose from among individuals placed in a clearly superior sphere and endowed with very broad powers. What has, in more recent times, been called the imperial presidency was the real alternative to a disemancipation process that, if pursued too openly, could have provoked sharp and even violent reactions. Bonapartism and the imperial mission. The two victorious generals who assumed power at the end of a period of revolutionary upheaval in 1789 and 1799 respectively, were charged not only with maintaining order at home but also with ensuring and building their country's power and glory in the world. As the protagonists of the Brumaire coup submitted the new constitution for popular approval, they mounted an indictment against the previous regime primarily for the uncertainties it had brought in the republic's external relations and in its internal and military situation. Meanwhile, the Federalists denounced the fact that, in the absence of a strong central authority, America had reached almost the last stage of national humiliation, as it had not been able to recover the valuable territories and important posts that belonged to it by right. The strong executive invoked here was essential both for the protection of property and for the protection of the community against foreign attacks. Number 70. It should be borne in mind that the Philadelphia Convention was made up, as we have seen, of overwhelmingly conservative and overwhelmingly nationalist figures. They set out primarily to ensure the nation's commercial and mercantilist expansion of the nation. But how would our commerce be defended, and by what right, James Wilson asked, can we expect our flag will be respected if we are incapable of firing even a cannon shot in our own defense? The Federalist had no hesitation in issuing a prophecy in this regard. We have heard much of the fleets of Britain, and the time may come, if we are wise, when the fleets of America may engage attention. Number 4. A strong executive was all the more necessary, as James Wilson had emphasized, for a country that was destined to conquer a leadership position, at least on a cultural level. For a country, Hamilton observed in 1795, that was a great empire in embryo, and that already at the moment of its foundation and even before gaining independence, liked to present and celebrate itself as a new empire. William Henry Drayton, scion of a family of wealthy planters, and later a delegate to the Continental Congress in Philadelphia, explained that this empire, with the Lord's blessing, promises to be the most glorious of all time, giving rise to the most important epoch in history, not of a nation but of the world. Integral to Bonapartism is not only an imperial consciousness, but one ideologically transfigured into the terms of religious, moral, or political mission. In this way, the sense of belonging to a particular community is powerfully reinforced, attention is diverted from internal conflicts, and dissent is marginalized or silenced and criminalized. It is well known that the Great French Revolution brought out, or hearkening back to an earlier tradition, altered and further strengthened a kind of missionary consciousness in the nation that was its protagonist. Carlyle remarked sarcastically upon the French considering themselves the chosen soldiers of liberty, and a people whose bayonets are sacred, a kind of messiah people, saving a blind world in its own despite, and earning for themselves a terrestrial and even celestial glory. But even outside its borders, France was celebrated by enthusiastic liberals and Democrats as the chosen people or country of the new religion of liberty, the vanguard fighter of the cause of liberty. That is the country or people outside or against which there would be no salvation, nulla salus. This ideological theme was cleverly exploited by Bonapartist propaganda from Napoleon I to Napoleon III, which presented the actually accomplished or hoped-for expansion of France as a contribution to the cause of civilization and human progress. Indeed, it was on this basis that it summoned all Frenchmen to gather around a commander, both civilian and military. Already garlanded by prestige and glory on account of the salvific task he was called upon to achieve at the international level. But consciousness of the nation's imperial mission played a much more important role in America, where it was furthermore experienced in explicitly religious terms. It was impossible, the Federalist claimed, to understand the success of the American Revolution without taking into account that almighty hand which has been so frequently and signally extended in support of the colonists. Engaged in the struggle for independence, number 37. John Adams had no doubt that his country was destined for the illumination and the emancipation of the slavish part of mankind all over the earth. His was no isolated voice, countless 104. Personalities and authors tirelessly repeated that the new republic, that intrepid standard-bearer of the cause of freedom, was destined to exercise and extend its benign influence to savage, enslaved, and benighted nations, and that America thus represented the chosen people and even a chosen race, invested with a providential role. If consciousness of the nation's imperial mission was a constitutive element of Bonapartism, as we have seen with Disraeli and Bismarck, as well as the two Napoleons, it is also worth bearing in mind that in the American case, this played an unparalleled role in unifying the nation and in overcoming or concealing political differences. Jefferson was an opponent of the Federalists, but shared with them the view that the United States was destined, also by means of the eventual annexation of Cuba and Canada, to possess such an empire for liberty as the world has never surveyed since the creation 106. 109, with perhaps a touch of self-irony, Heine celebrated the France that emerged from the Revolution as the New Jerusalem 107 Jefferson proposed, in all seriousness, that the coat of arms of the United States should portray the children of Israel led by a beam of light. Nate, one 19th century author, spelled out the argument according to which the Anglican race, first and foremost, that which had taken root in the United States, had the task of carrying Anglican principles and liberty over the globe like a missionary. It is worth pausing for a moment to consider the adjective repeatedly used here, the one I have italicized, by an author still today dear to important American cultural and political circles. In this, we see a wholesale fusion of race, national community, and religion. That is, the emergence of a sort of national religion that legitimizes and transfigures the imperial mission. Bathing in an avowedly sacred aura, the man called upon to lead it, the President of the United States. The latter thus somehow becomes both a political and religious leader at the same time, a charismatic leader in the full sense of the term. If the idea of an imperial mission generally contains a religious element, albeit a secularized one, we can say that in the American political tradition it took the form of an explicitly declared and professed religion. The U.S. President, as interpreter of his nation's mission, Consolidated AR 1789, had an inherent limitation, precisely because the Great Revolution represented a moment of serious laceration that was not easily healed. Moreover, this consciousness was seriously weakened with Waterloo, and then suffered a decisive setback with Sedan and defeat in the war against Prussia. History of the United States is different, deeply rooted in the religious conscience, or rather, representing one of its constituent elements, the idea of mission seems unshakable. As U.S. imperial expansion developed at an irresistible march, this sense of mission was increasingly consolidated. At the same time, tendencies towards a so Bonapartist regime were strengthened. We can already observe this phenomenon at the moment of the passing of the new Constitution, called upon to overcome the weaknesses of the old Confederation, which could ND sufficient resources to stand up to the Indian nations. And it was not no accident that the RST President of the United States was not only a General Washington, but a general who had a large amount of UID capital which he judiciously invested in Western lands, expecting their large appreciation with the establishment of stable government and the advance of the frontier. And the advance, as we have already seen, a constitutive element of Bonapartism is the externalization of social connect. And this succeeds all the more easily when accompanied by an expansion that reinforces consciousness of the peculiar mission of one's own country. And this combination is especially characteristic of the history of the United States, of which expansion was a constituent element from the outset, and which is the more susceptible to ideological transgression because of its ability to assume the peaceful appearance of a progressive shying of the frontier consciousness of France's national mission that emerged, or fulfilling a mission of freedom and civilization. The protagonists of this mission, those who lead the movement bringing forward the frontier of freedom and civilization, end up garlanded by a halo that is not only military in character. It is natural enough to an American that a successful general should, like Jackson or Taylor, Harrison or Grant, go to the White House. The figure who led the first substantial broadening of presidential powers was Andrew Jackson, a general who conquered the highest office in 1828 thanks to his military fame. He was an Indian fighter lifted to the rank of a great national leader, also for having achieved the only American success during the War against Britain in 1812 to 1815.12. This fighter for the military supremacy of the United States had not demonstrated his energy on the battlefield alone. He had not hesitated to have English meddlers hanged in Spanish Florida, and to order the execution of an unruly teenage American soldier. Jackson was a Democrat who asserted his intention to prevent the formation of a moneyed aristocracy dangerous to the liberties of the country. But the development of democracy does not concern either Native Americans or blacks. The president, a wealthy slave owner, became a popular hero and won mass approval, even giving voice to the West's demand for territorial expansion as a way to ensure economic opportunity. 115 potential social conflict was channeled and directed outwards, if not out of the United States, then at least out of the white community. The Democratic president even supported the citizens of Georgia in their campaign to exterminate the Cherokee people. The general who had now ascended to the supreme magistracy proved to be the most forceful and aggressive president since Washington, exerting his dominance over Congress with an unprecedented use of vetoes, and treating his cabinet in the manner of the Army's commander-in-chief, relying on a group of informal advisors whom he hired or fired at will. The extension of President Jackson's powers went so far that one of his opponents, Daniel Webster, attacked King Andrew as a reincarnation of 116. The French monarch Louis XIV, while the old aristocracy warned against the new Caesar, the newly enfranchised and chauvinistic masses regarded the military hero with wild enthusiasm, allowing Jackson to make the presidency more powerful than it had ever been before 118. The strengthening of presidential powers was particularly evident in foreign policy and at the most important stages of the expansionist process. Here, we can rely on the reconstruction offered by an exceptional historian who, having himself ascended to the highest office in the United States, would in turn give great momentum to the development of the imperial presidency. When, in 1836, the American farmers who had for decades trespassed into Texas declared the independence of that province, thereby dropping their previous assertions of loyalty to the Mexican government, President Jackson proceeded to a prompt recognition. He took the decision, one that risked taking America to war with Mexico, and perhaps even with Britain, having consulted neither with Congress nor with anyone except the Friends of Texas herself. In deciding on the annexation of this territory in 1844, President Tyler met with opposition from the Senate, which was diffident or even hostile, on domestic policy grounds, but Texas was too vitally connected with the mastery of the continent, too plainly a thing which lay at the heart of Western plans, to be put aside by vote of the Senate. Annexation was formally approved in December 1845, and Democratic President Polk ordered General Taylor to advance towards the Rio Grande, threatening the city of Matamoros. The Mexicans demanded the withdrawal of the U.S. troops, only to meet with a stern refusal. Border clashes ensued, and Mexico, the president told Congress, passed the boundaries of the United States and shed American blood upon American soil. War exists, and exists by the act of Mexico herself. But President Polk had not consulted Congress, which was in session, before he ordered General Taylor forward to the Rio Grande and brought this momentous matter to a head. Wilson added, "War indeed existed, but by whose act Congress was no longer at liberty to inquire." 119. U.S. presidents have been able to proceed all the more nonchalantly and at their own discretion, the more they have been in tune with what the Democratic journalist John L. O'Sullivan termed manifest destiny, that calling which summons the United States to overspread the continent, allotted by Providence, for the free development of our yearly multiplying millions 120. This missionary consciousness was to fall into crisis with the War of Secession, which drew attention to the terrible reality of slavery, especially since Lincoln, himself a veteran of the wars against the Native Americans, which had also involved the merciless massacre of men, women, and children, was rather reticent on the question of blacks. In 1858, before his ascent to the presidency, he had declared that he had absolutely no intention of granting them political rights or access to public office, and that he was against mixed marriages. There is a physical difference between the white and black races that forbids the two races living together on terms of social and political equality. It was therefore natural that the white race's superiority should be acknowledged. 122. Even after the emancipation of the slaves, the president entertained the idea of having them deported to Liberia or Latin America. But yet, the blood shed in the struggle to crush the slavers' secession was interpreted by Lincoln as the definitive confirmation that the United States was indeed God's favored land, and that he had appointed it to represent eternally on earth the cause of freedom and government of the people, by the people, and for the people. 124. Even when the president has not been a general, on no few occasions he has been a personality who could boast of his military and patriotic merits. Theodore Roosevelt cited Jackson's example, celebrating this as military geniuses and really good general, able to face even the English regulars, then the most formidable fighting troops in the world. 125. And Roosevelt, whose own popularity grew most rapidly as a result of his Spanish war service, further boosted Bonapartist tendencies. 126. Not by chance. He liked to boast of the very broad independence he enjoyed in the field of foreign policy. The biggest matters, however, such as the Portsmouth peace, the acquisition of Panama, and sending the fleet around the world, I managed without consultation with anyone, for when a matter is of capital importance, it is well to have it handled by one man. Only the president was called upon to be a very strong man, capable of unhesitatingly wielding the power that comes with a very powerful office, superior to that exercised by the magistracy in any great republic or constitutional monarchy of modern times, interpreting the president's role in a vigorous key. Roosevelt repeatedly 129 declared his intention to follow in the footsteps of Jackson and Lincoln. But along with elements of continuity, there was no shortage of new developments. The president was now the steward of the people, authorized to proceed actively and affirmatively, without waiting for a specific authorization and without letting himself be hobbled by a narrowly legalistic point of view. The president alone was the interpreter of the public welfare and the common well-being of all of our people, and was answerable to the people alone. The figure of the guide, the condottiero and douce of his people, emerged in the United States before it did in Europe, albeit obviously within a political framework characterized by respect, at least in normal conditions, for precise rules of the game. It was these rules that would be swept away in countries like Italy and years' harshness of the Second 30 Germany, given both the particular war in these countries and their lack of any rooted tradition of guarantees akin to the American one. But in Theodore Roosevelt, we see a direct between the people and their relationship beginning to be established president, beyond any mediation or hindrance by the legislature. The president now acted as the solitary interpreter of the public welfare, not only in absolutely exceptional situations like the War of Secession, but even in his day-to-day political action, which, moreover, was increasingly studded with moments of crisis or sensitivity as the United States marched towards its great power role and its global hegemony progressed. Together with the strengthening of the executive, the consciousness of the American imperial mission also took a further step forward. The United States and its president-interpreter are not called upon only to maintain order and spread civilization based on law throughout the Western Hemisphere. Rather, they also have in a now explicit and immediate way a much broader and more ambitious task ahead of them. We have done our duty to ourselves, and we have done the higher duty of promoting the civilization of mankind. This was a mission that began with the conquest of the Far West, calling on Americans to put down savagery and barbarism everywhere so as to bring light into the world's dark places. 130. It was a mission developed in the war against the medieval tyranny of Spain and the savage anarchy of the newly conquered Philippines. Ultimately, it was a mission without boundaries. The United States had the great and righteous task of bringing civilization to every corner of the world. And it was still warring against the existence of evil. It had the privilege of playing a leading part in the century that has just opened. 101. Woodrow Wilson had in 1888 lamented what he deemed the excessive might of Congress, contrasting it with the example of countries like Britain and Germany. With their very strong executives and personalization of power and charismatic leaders like Gladstone and Bismarck, 132. In the 1900s introduction to his congressional government, he explained that the greatly increased power bestowed upon the president was to be connected with the fact that the United States had now plunged into international politics and into the administration of distant dependencies. When foreign affairs play a prominent part in the politics and policy of a nation, its executive must of necessity be its guide, and Theodore Roosevelt was in a preeminent position as no president, except Lincoln, has been since the first quarter of the 19th century, when the foreign relations of the new nation had first to be adjusted. The admiring remarks Wilson had earlier dedicated to Germany, where the figure of the imperious and domineering chancellor far surpassed the Reichstag, on which he theoretically depended, now also held true for the United States, and would apply even more so over the course the following years and decades, 134. Normality and the state of exception. In celebrating the English political system in contrast to the American one, Bagehot reproaches the latter for its want of elasticity. Elected for a 4-year term, even a dull and mediocre president cannot be replaced by another energetic one, equal to a crisis situation that has developed in the meantime. In this sense, the U.S. Constitution is negatively characterized by the impossibility of a dictatorship, the total absence of a revolutionary reserve. By taking for a general rule the particular crisis caused by Lincoln's assassination, and the accidental rise in his place of a vice president absolutely lacking in quality, the English liberal here falls into a colossal error of judgment. As we have already seen, the conception of the U.S. Constitution constantly bore in mind the state of exception and the ancient Roman model of dictatorship that intervened to deal with crises without permanently altering the institutional framework. The history of the years immediately following the Philadelphia Convention is highly instructive here. We might say that the Founding Fathers sought a baptism of fire for the new Constitution. In 1794, a modest farmers' rebellion in western Pennsylvania against the hated whiskey tax provided the occasion for the national government to proceed with a spectacular display of force by recruiting some 15,000 militiamen. Before this, declared Washington, we had given no testimony to the world of being able or willing to support our government and laws. Hamilton added that government can never be said to be established until some signal display has manifested its power by military coercion. A few years later, with the onset of a political crisis's acute tensions with revolutionary France, a country which enjoyed some sympathy also in the United States, which certainly did not call into question the social order or national independence, there was a drastic limitation of constitutional freedoms. The Sedition Act of July 14, 1798, criminalized any writing deemed scandalous or even simply malicious towards the government, one or other House of Congress, or the President of the United States, and stipulated jail sentences for not only the authors of such writings, but also anyone who should print, utter, or publish it, or assist any of these operations. Those convicted under this law included several Jeffersonian journalists, and even a member of Congress. 138. It is interesting to read in this regard the comment of Wilson, who, as a historian, shows himself to be rather critical, but who later, having become president himself, would go much further with repressive measures. But, we read, the Sedition Act cut perilously near the root of freedom of speech and of the press. There was no telling where such exercises of power would stop. Their only limitations and safeguards lay in the temper and good sense of the President and the Attorney General. Even more significant were the Alien Acts 25 June and July 6, 1798, which granted very wide discretionary powers to the highest authority of the state for the arrest and deportation not only of foreigners as such, but also of immigrants awaiting naturalization. Male citizens or those coming from countries considered enemies could even be deported, from age 14 upwards. In this case, too, it may be useful to read the comments of Wilson, who observes that, in this way, foreigners and immigrants were deprived of all rights on the president's own suspicion, without accusation, without jury, without public trial, without confrontation of the witnesses against him, without having witnesses in his favor, without defense, without counsel, in fact, in the name of public safety, public peace or safety, or the peace and safety of the United States. The president was authorized to intervene harshly against those whom he had reasonable grounds to suspect might be dangerous to national security. The Alien and Sedition Acts seem to give concrete form to the figure of the dictator of ancient Rome, evoked by the Federalist already 10 years beforehand. Hence, the president would be liable to turn into a dictator at any moment. For the moment, let us leave the Civil War to one side and instead look at the end of the 19th century. Faced with the tensions emerging within the white community itself, as populist and working-class agitation developed, we see how normality was always on the verge of turning into a state of exception. The head of the executive was able to order or threaten to send in federal troops when faced with strikes considered harmful to national interests. Cleveland used military force to crush a transport strike, which the high bourgeois press denounced as an act of war against the government and against society, as an action likely to provoke, or which had already brought about, a state of exception that had to be confronted with exceptional methods. The president at the forefront of this enterprise immediately appeared as a national savior, while his antagonist, the trade unionist Eugene V. Debs, was denounced by the big press outlets even before his arrest as an enemy not only of the country, but also of mankind, who must in any case be got rid of as soon as possible. The immersion of the nation's leader-interpreter in an aura of patriotic sanctity went hand in hand with the externalization of conflict and the criminalization of dissent, in the sense that dissenters were considered alien not only to America, but also to civilization and even to mankind. Cleveland's action was deemed excellent by Theodore Roosevelt, who, having appointed himself to the highest magistracy, boasted in turn of keeping order in Nevada by intervening energetically against the Federation of Miners, which threatened anarchy, and of having succeeded at the same time in bringing to book the big corporations and even the plutocracy. The president, who called for a strong executive, posed as a leader super partes who used every ounce of power in his office to save social peace, in the higher interest of the nation of which he is the privileged and sole interpreter. But it is not difficult to grasp the real political and social content of what Roosevelt termed progressive conservatism. 142. The Bonapartist or tendentially Bonapartist regime that was being constituted here might well proceed with some limited concessions from above to the subordinate classes, as per the model of Louis Napoleon Disraeli and Bismarck, but it could not tolerate their autonomous organization and activity. As has been observed, Roosevelt's mind was a single track when it came to strikes, and that track always carried troops to the scene of the dispute. Indeed, throughout his long political career from member of the New York State Assembly to police chief, governor, undersecretary of the Navy, vice president, and finally president, Roosevelt repeatedly proclaimed the executive's right to use the iron fist, even during labor unrest. Order had to be kept at whatever cost. If it comes to shooting, we shall shoot to hit. No blank cartridges or firing over the head of anybody. I like to see a mob handled by the regulars, or by good state guards not over-scrupulous about bloodshed. Significant in these statements is not only their brutality, but also, and above all, Roosevelt's awareness of how easy it was, in the American political and constitutional order, to move from normality to a state of exception. The sentiment now animating a large proportion of our people can only be suppressed, as the Commune in Paris was suppressed, by taking 10 or a dozen of their leaders out, standing them against a wall and shooting them dead. I believe it will come to that. 143. The passage from normality to a state of exception at the level of the individual states revolved around the governor and, at the federal level, the president. When speaking of a state of exception, our minds naturally turn to the War of Secession. Lincoln proceeded with a general mobilization and a powerful buildup of arms, suspended habeas corpus, decided on the arrests he considered opportune, suppressed the hostile or disloyal press, and affirmed his right to proclaim martial law in the rear. The introduction of conscription in the North prompted an uprising by the mass of poor immigrants in New York, especially the Irish. It was necessary to march an army corps against the city, and after several days of terror and fires, the revolt was suppressed. All these extraordinary measures, necessary if the slavers' secession was to be crushed, were taken without a declaration of war by Congress. And so easy, for the American president, is the state of exception that in a sense one need not even proclaim it. Bagehot, who lamented the supposed impossibility of a dictatorship within the American constitutional system, was objectively answered by Lincoln's Secretary of State, who boasted to the British ambassador, "I can touch a bell on my right hand and order the imprisonment of a citizen of Ohio. I can touch a bell again and order the imprisonment of a citizen of New York, and no power on earth except that of the president can release them." Can the Queen of England do so much? 145. But there are other considerations to be made. Lincoln's opponents accused him of Jacobinism for imposing military governments and military courts, interpreting the word law to mean the will of the president, and habeas corpus as the power of the president to imprison whom he pleases, as long as he pleases. 140. Indeed, as the Jacobins had invoked le salut public, so too did Lincoln appeal to public safety, the laws of necessity, of self-preservation, of saving our country that require the amputation of a limb in order to save the body as a whole. 147. But this comparison captures only one side of things, for it overlooks the fact that, at least formally, the Jacobin dictatorship is not in the hands of an individual, but those of a committee of public safety, invested by the legislature and answerable to it. So, reversing Bagehot's judgment, we can say that the particular flexibility of the American constitutional and political system consists in the fact that its president, who already holds very broad powers in times of peace and normality, is able seamlessly to turn into a dictator who wields near absolute powers in managing a crisis without there being any institutional shocks. In the first decades of the U.S. Constitution's life, such a transformation was achieved through the mediation of Congress, but over time, it increasingly took a back seat. The novelty, highlighted above all by the War of Secession, lies in the dictator who has, in a sense, invested himself with his powers. Bonapartist regime, soft Bonapartism, war Bonapartism. To understand this last point properly, it is worth returning for a moment to the war against Mexico. This war confronted Congress with a fait accompli to the great perplexity of Abraham Lincoln, at that time a little-known member of the House of Representatives. If the president was authorized to invade the territory of another country by invoking the need to repel an invasion preemptively, and if he was the sole greater than judge of this alleged need, then a president with the power to make war at pleasure is, in fact, placed in the traditional position of monarchs, and indeed exercises the most oppressive of all kingly oppressions, 148. This objection put its finger on a sore point by evoking a classic question of political philosophy, quis judicabit? But Lincoln would provide an unequivocal answer to this question in the course of the War of Secession. The judge is, without doubt, the president who has sworn to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States and the country itself, the president whom the Constitution calls on to take care that the laws be faithfully executed. Art. 2, Sections I and 3. This was a crucial turning point. The president considered that he was recognized as having the right effectively to decide not only on the launching of war operations, but on war operations that also entailed the drastic limitation of constitutional freedoms domestically, as would indeed happen in the course of both world wars. If the sovereign is he who decides on the exception, the Supreme Magistrate of the United States is sovereign twice over, for after deciding on the state of exception, he is then called upon to manage it. 140. Contrary to what Bagehot thought, the transition to dictatorship is more complicated in the British case. Recourse to the royal prerogative is not possible without the consent of the Crown, which does not itself manage the state of exception. In the American constitutional and political system, there is room not only for a dictator, but for a dictator who ultimately invests himself with powers that Hamilton and the Federalist No. 23 explicitly declare to be without limitation and without constitutional shackles. Moreover, given the U.S. system's unification of the priestly ideological function and the political military one, in the moments of most acute crisis when the destiny of the American nation, endowed with its special religious mission, seems to be at stake, its head and interpreter, the president-dictator, is more than ever immersed in a sort of sacred aura that makes it easier to exercise the powers required by the state of exception. In this sense, in the United States, we see the development of a political regime at least tending towards Bonapartism. Clearly, such a definition is not contradicted by the fact of popular investiture, which, as we have seen, is constitutive of Bonapartism as a phenomenon. The plebiscite for Louis Napoleon expressed a real and very broad consensus, and the form of electoral consultation also allowed for the expression of opposition. Given that, thanks to the reintroduction of the secret ballot, everyone had the possibility of voting no without suffering any disadvantage. It could be objected that the bombardment of propaganda made any possibility of choice null and void, but the scholar cited here also points out that the propaganda campaign that was conducted remained within limits which were rather narrow compared to the full array of present-day means of propaganda, 150. But, even leaving aside today's realities, we can also look at the case of the 1896 electoral campaign, which saw the triumph of McKinley and Theodore Roosevelt, destined to succeed the former as president after his assassination. This race was marked not only by the chorus-like mobilization of the press or by the flood of dollars and propaganda material that the victors had at their disposal, but also by a full-scale campaign of intimidation. This was not limited to denouncing the Democratic populist candidate Bryan as anarchist and crazy. Rather, manufacturers made contracts contingent upon McKinley's victory, and wage earners were told that otherwise the factories would close and their families starve. The Democratic National Chairman charged that, with scarcely an exception, the great corporations were engaged in a concerted effort to coerce their employees to vote against their convictions. The definition which I have here proposed of a regime at least tending towards Bonapartism may seem to stand in contradiction with the fact that, in the United States, there is a choice between several candidates and an orderly succession. Yet, we can speak of a regime precisely when the succession process is orderly, and given the ideological presuppositions on which Bonapartism rests, this succession must necessarily be regulated by universal suffrage. While in France we can see the establishment of more or less Bonapartist dictatorships, these did not succeed in turning into a genuine regime, also on account of the development of a sort of permanent state of exception. But a political regime demonstrates its solidity not only through its capacity to endure over time by defining rules of succession, but also through its ability to pass relatively painlessly from normality to a state of exception and back again. Here it may be useful to turn back to Theodore Roosevelt, a great admirer not only of Jackson, but also of two other U.S. presidents, Washington and Lincoln, as well as of Oliver Cromwell, considered not only one of the great generals of all time, but a great statesman who on the whole did a marvelous work. He did, however, have a limit. His making himself a dictator was unnecessary and destroyed the possibility of making the effects of that particular revolution permanent. It is worth noting that dictatorship was here criticized for not being time-limited. In the great days of the Roman Republic, no harm whatever came from the dictatorship. Because great though sick the power of the dictator was, after a comparatively short period, he surrendered it back to those from whom he gained it. One should not therefore be alarmed at the extraordinary breadth of the prerogatives of the highest magistracy of the United States. The great presidents of its history are those who cannot be accused of weakness or timidity, and who have proved to be quite as strong as Cromwell and Bismarck, and very much stronger than the Louis Napoleon type. The important thing is that their term of office should not last too long. It is not well that a strong executive, which is also absolutely necessary, should be a perpetual executive. 153. So here, Theodore Roosevelt ascribes the presidency very wide powers and a right of solitary decision-making, especially as regards foreign policy. But, at the same time, he realizes that such an institution can become permanent only within the framework of a regime capable of ensuring an orderly and painless succession. U.S. political reality thus sets us in front of a sort of soft Bonapartism, which can, however, easily transform into an explicit war Bonapartism, as need be, before returning to normality once the state of exception is considered surpassed. Indeed, this is a political regime that, after brilliantly passing the test of fire of World War I, has racked up one victory after another up to the present. But before analyzing its irresistible rise, it is worth pausing for a moment to dwell on one of its assumptions, which has thus far remained in the shadows. 4. The trumpets of the ruling classes and the bells of the subaltern, the representative regime and the armed forces. At the end of the 19th century, Engels repeatedly took stock of the historical period that had begun with the French Revolution. For Engels, the era of barricades and popular uprisings that had played such an important role up to the Paris Commune had now passed. Weapons had become too precise and powerful, and it was impossible to match up to the overwhelming firepower in the hands of the state and its armed forces. Engels sometimes seems to blame this radically changed situation above all on developments in military technology. Up to it was possible to make the necessary ammunition oneself out of powder and lead. Now this was no longer possible, or posed great difficulties. And in any case, the rudimentary weapons the people could muster were now far from being a match for the magazine rifle of the soldier, even in close fighting. The army's powerful weapons were now able to sweep away every obstacle and every barricade. The state monopoly of armed force was a fait accompli, but this outcome also had to do with the political action of the bourgeoisie, whose first aim, in the France following the February Revolution, had been to disarm the workers. But perhaps this last observation can be radicalized. Rarely has proper attention been paid to the fact that a fundamental stage in the history of the representative regime was the narrowing of the electoral sphere, which had, in a certain period, also encompassed the armed forces and their leadership. One of the first acts of the French revolutionary bourgeoisie consisted of counterposing to the royal troop controlled from above by an officer corps composed exclusively of nobles, a national guard whose officers were elected, though within its ranks there applied the same property-based discrimination as in political life in general. In the period of the greatest radicalization of the revolution, the elective principle, which had now broken free of the previous exclusion of passive citizens, also established itself within the army proper. At this point, the whole of the armed forces was subject to some form of control from below, and the process of elevating the nation's military leaders did not differ in principle from that for its political leaders. Such a situation was fraught with danger for the bourgeoisie, whose subsequent action was inspired by the concern to secure itself a monopoly of armed force. This problem was also much in the minds of the delegates to the Philadelphia Convention. Yet, in their very different institutional framework, they were easily able to resolve this issue by submitting even the militias of the individual states to presidential authority in moments of crisis. Political control and economic control of the means of information. We might ask whether a process analogous to the one affecting the military field did not also occur by different routes and over much longer timescales in the control of the press and the means of information. The important mobilizing role played by newspapers during the French Revolution is well known. It is calculated that between 1789 and 1800s more than 1,350 separate titles were published. Indeed, in Paris, in the year 1789, every marginally prominent politician formed his club, and every other founded his journal. Between February and May alone, 450 clubs and over 200 journals sprung up. This was a time when the journals of even the tiniest political groupings and associations mushroomed. Given the still artisanal stage of printing and publishing and the relatively low production costs, the popular classes had fairly easy access to these instruments of agitation and mobilization. Initiatives to stabilize power and the existing social order needed not only to disarm the working classes, but also to heighten control of the propertied over the means of information and political agitation. If the Ancien regime had sought to control the press by means of preemptive censorship, a different instrument would now have to be used, one that resulted from the interconnection of politics and economics. Already in the years of the Restoration, the monopoly of political life by the propertied was achieved both through property-based discrimination, which directly excluded the popular masses from exercising political rights, and through the obligation to pay a security deposit when registering a press organ. It is interesting to note that the law of June 9, 1819 staggered the level of the deposit according not only to the periodicity of the given press organ, but also its place of publication, imposing the highest sum on newspapers that published more than 3 issues per week, and that were published in Paris and in the 3 neighboring départements. That is, it sought to strike at and silence the sheets most likely to stir up the popular masses, and especially the Parisian popular masses, who played such an important and radical role in the course of the Great Revolution. As directly political control of the press declined and the property-based restrictions on political rights were relaxed, the use of the security deposit as an instrument for excluding the popular masses from political life became ever more important. The July Revolution abolished censorship. But, as has been rightly observed, this did not mean that the government was powerless in its relations with journalism. Political journals had still to deposit a substantial sum as caution money. After the assassination attempt on Louis Philippe in July 1835, the atrocious September laws against the press not only criminalized propaganda or incitement to hatred against the existing property relations, but also burdened press outlets with even higher security deposits. Immediately after the 1848 revolution, Blanqui took stock of the policy pursued first by the governments of the Restoration and then by the July monarchy. For 30 years, only the counter-revolution has spoken to France. Gagged by the fiscal laws, the press has penetrated the surface of society. The education of the masses has been done solely by oral teaching, that is, by the Church, which has always belonged and still belongs to the enemies of the Republic. Especially in the countryside, it is only the notables of the defeated factions that is in the February Revolution who attract the people's attention, while men devoted to the democratic cause are unknown to them. Blanqui hoped that the collapse of the July monarchy would also bring an end to the monopoly of the press and information that the conservative bloc had managed to achieve thanks to the suffocation of popular newspapers through the deposit laws. But this institution instead became even more important in the new situation, which, for the moment at least, provided for universal male suffrage and, in any case, a considerable extension of the enjoyment of political rights. The ruling bourgeoisie resorted to a new press law that not only upped the rate of the caution money, but sought to strike at all publications appearing weekly or monthly up to a certain number of sheets, and even the feuilleton novels, that is, any literary product likely to circulate among the popular masses and express their mood, however episodically. As a further guarantee of the media monopoly of the propertied, regulations were enacted which stipulated enormous fines for any infractions against the press laws. In this way, the revolutionary press disappeared altogether. It had long fought up against persecution. Week by week, paper after paper and pamphlet after pamphlet were accused, fined, suppressed. The middle class sat in the J-jury box, and they crushed the working man's press. This last point deserves further reflection. Already in the days of the July monarchy, offering an affront to the king or holding the government up to contempt might bring a fine of 1,000 francs, accompanied by a term of imprisonment for the editor. Yet, though juries were chosen only from the wealthy class which possessed the right of franchise, they tended to acquit journalists charged with press offenses. So, why did the courts become markedly stricter after 1848? It was not only because the danger of social revolution and the overthrow of existing property relations seemed to have become more concrete and immediate. There is also another reason that needs bearing in mind. In the years of the July monarchy, the bourgeoisie, whose most radical sectors were still engaged in the struggle against the landed aristocracy and the feudal nobility, was internally divided, since a part of it was still excluded from the enjoyment of political rights, access to which was barred by a rather high property threshold. The unity of the propertied classes had not yet been achieved, and the laws on the press, the deposit, and the related fines did not only strike against the popular sheets, as would be the case after, This was why, in the years of the July monarchy, the jurors could show indulgence towards the accused, with whom they were sometimes linked by multiple threads of social belonging and political solidarity. After the February days, and what the horrified Tocqueville called a socialist revolution, the administration of justice took on a clearly and unequivocally classist configuration, at least as far as press offenses were concerned. Even after the fall of Napoleon III, the new government, led by Thiers, introduced a tax of 2 sous on each copy of any publication leading Marx, to bewail the inauspicious continuity with the laws of September 1835, in which Thiers had himself already played a prominent part. That the institution of the deposit was a new way of reintroducing property discrimination in a regime of universal, or at least greatly widened suffrage, did not escape the most attentive political observers of the time. We have seen Marx lamenting the fatal blow dealt against the working-class press. On the opposite side, we see a lucid German conservative, Stahl, counting the property bar for representation and deposits for the press among the politico-legal distinctions in favor of the well-off, to which the bourgeoisie organized in the Liberal Party resorted in order to dominate public life and complete and consolidate their material satisfaction by means of political satisfaction, while keeping at bay the class of the unpropertied, the editor, the newspaper, and the party. It may be useful at this point to cite a very famous passage from the German ideology. The ideas of the ruling class are in every epoch. The ruling ideas, the class which is the ruling material force of society, is at the same time its ruling intellectual force. The class which has the means of material production at its disposal consequently also controls the means of mental production, so that the ideas of those who lack the means of mental production are on the whole subject to it. In the course of the bourgeois revolution, the division of the propertied classes and of material power corresponds to the division of mental power. In this phase, the newspaper played an eminently subversive role. It represented the instrument with which the Third Estate as a whole could oppose the Ancien Regime, which could count on the Church's extensive organization and ideological influence. This was the sense in which, on the eve of July 1830, that is, of the uprising that would definitively overthrow the Bourbon monarchy, after underlining that even having the Paris newspapers near at hand made the petty tyrants fearful, Stendhal wondered, can the daily newspaper ever replace the priest? Hegel's aphorism from more than 2 decades earlier should be read in this same sense. Reading the morning newspaper is the realist's morning prayer. One orients one's attitude toward the world either by God or by what the world is. The former gives as much security as the latter, in that one knows how one stands. Equal to. At this moment, there were 2 instruments of conscience and opinion formation, and they each referred to different and opposing classes and social blocks. The last time the newspaper and the priest faced each other at the head of 2 opposing camps had been on the occasion of Louis Napoleon's rise to the presidency and then to dictatorship. He had been able to make use of the support and the very wide influence of the Church to neutralize the press and sweep away the weak and vain resistance of the liberal bourgeoisie, which, moreover, had already silenced the working-class clubs and papers during the June days. With the liberal stabilization of the Second Empire, and even more so, with the Third Republic, there was a substantial unification of the property classes, with their respective instruments of public opinion formation converging towards a common objective, namely the consolidation of the existing social order. Nonetheless, the property classes failed to gain a total monopoly over the media. A subversive press continued to make its presence felt, though it was now reduced in size. It should be remembered that while, during the Great Revolution, the newspaper had been the instrument of the Third Estate, the latter was already traversed by acute contradictions. Within the Third Estate, the weight of the popular classes, owing to the concrete modalities of the process of material and mental production and its consequent ease of access to the means of information, was, from the bourgeoisie's perspective, excessive and dangerous. We can thus understand the denunciation Comte made of newspapers, even before the Revolution of 1848, which cast them as one of the major vehicles for the spread of the revolutionary and metaphysical contagion among the lower classes own. The thesis in the German ideology thus came at the beginning of the process by which the bourgeoisie concentrated the means of information in its own hands. That is, it was formulated at a time when it was only partially true, given that full control of material production did not yet automatically entail full control of mental production. These were, as we have seen, years in which the bourgeoisie was forced to resort to additional political expedients, the imposition by law of onerous taxes and deposits on the publication of press organs, in order to reduce the ideological influence of the subaltern classes to a minimum, or eliminate it altogether. What is more, in this as in similar cases, as Marx outlines a basic tendency of bourgeois society, he also suggests the conduct and methods by which the subaltern classes can counteract it. That is, He stimulates the real historical movement, which tends to falsify the thesis which he himself enunciates. Organized and sustained by the enthusiasm and spirit of self-sacrifice of the social classes who hope in this way to achieve their emancipation. The political party with a popular and working-class social base undermines and challenges the bourgeois proprietor monopoly over the media. Such a party itself develops as a means of mental production. Indeed, a powerful one with its newspapers, its intellectuals, and its functionaries capable of exercising extensive ideological and political influence. This is why, in 1882, Engels praised the German social democratic workers who had been reading newspapers to a far greater extent and far more regularly. On the other side of the political spectrum, Treitschke denounced the nefarious influence that social democracy exerted on the masses. Through the exhibition of the power of its newspapers, its officials and bureaucracy could proliferate only thanks to the proceeds of newspaper sales, Zeitungseinnahmen. 20. These were years in which conservative publicists accused the partisans of the social revolution of unscrupulously using the means of modern culture and newspapers. Years in which Bismarck came to point to newspapers as the instruments of the Antichrist, presumably with a particular view to the social, democratic, and oppositional press. In this period of history, the foremost philosopher and poet of this demonization of the political and party press was Nietzsche, who lamented how the newspaper takes over from the daily prayers. This was the same counterposition we have already seen in Stendhal and Hegel, but now with the value judgment reversed. In an era when even the priest's sermon came in more useful than ever, in opposition to working class and social democratic agitation, the philosopher of the Antichrist looked with disappointment upon the disappearance of the dull, muffled tranquility of the masses in the shadow of the bell tower and its replacement by the newspaper. For the latter went hand in hand with petty politics, or even the furor politicus that resulted from daily newspaper reading. Perhaps behind this, there was also the vague memory of the experience of the 1848 revolution, which Nietzsche had painted in dark hues in his autobiography, when newspapers, periodicals, and party sheets sprang up like mushrooms even in Naumburg, where the philosopher's family was then located, where they were daily devoured by readers in the grip of political passion, eager to follow and influence events. What is certain is that, after the turning point that traumatic year represented for the whole of European conservative culture, the theme already seen in a philosopher as radically anti-Christian as Nietzsche could be found in Italy in a liberal Catholic philosopher such as Vincenzo Gioberti, who also expressed the conviction that the press and newspapers, spreading among the people, contributed powerfully to increase the feeling of its ills and its desire to redeem itself from them. A year before Gioberti's comments, in 1850, Civiltà Cattolica had thundered against journalism, explicitly pointing its accusing finger against revolutionary France, the land of incessant political upheaval, where journalism had proved more clearly than ever to be an instrument of perpetual agitation among peoples, and where the specter of socialism had also recently appeared. For Nietzsche, the newspaper symbolized the massification of the modern world, and all that the philosopher of inactuality condemned therein. But first and foremost, he saw it as the instrument and expression of the revolt of the masses. The condemnation of the newspaper is the other side of the celebration of the torpor of the popular strata and of the beneficial character ideological opium. In the German philosopher, the polemic against the newspaper, the workers' movement, universal suffrage, the advent of the masses onto the scene of politics and history, and the involution of the world all come together. A posthumous fragment identifies parliamentarism and the press Zeitungswesen as the means by which the herd animal makes itself master. Whereas Beyond Good and Evil depicts a bleak future in which the despotism of the masses is illustrated by the requirement that every man read his newspaper over breakfast, the fact remains, however, that Nietzsche's indictment of the vulgar and dangerous element of the press is conducted primarily with the specter of socialism in mind, that is, the dreaded seizure of power by the herd animal, newspapers, organized parties, and the subaltern classes. Thus, the denunciation of the newspaper was accompanied by the denunciation of the party. For Nietzsche, the latter institution was itself characterized by its demagogic character and intention to appeal to the masses, seeing as it had the either objective or deliberately pursued effect of challenging the masses' traditional subalternity and passivity. The party in question here is not so much the bourgeois liberal party of opinion, but mainly the social democratic party seeking to organize the masses. It is no accident that the philosopher warns the workers against listening to the piping of the socialist rat-catchers, or, in other words, the newspaper. The latter is also condemned as an integral part of the culture of the big cities, where the phenomenon of mass revolt and elite decline is most evident and frightening. In his lucid reactionary hatred, Nietzsche clearly identifies the socially subversive, even before it is politically subversive character of the newspaper and the Workers' Party. To the extent that the latter organizes itself independently, It represents the threatening emergence of social strata hitherto incapable of playing a real political role. In Marx's language, by acting as an autonomous center of intellectual and mental production, such a party undermines or breaks the property owner's monopoly on such production. At this point, it is worth returning to the historical balance sheet set out by Engels in the period up to 1848, or at the latest, up to 1871. Given the relative ease with which civilians and the masses could gain access to arms, the relationship between the bourgeois state and the subordinate classes had been characterized by a potential dualism of military power. Yet, the repression of first the June days and then the Commune put a definitive end to such a situation. This was the moment for the Workers' Party to abandon the romanticism of the barricades without delay, and also without regret, especially given that, in the different objective situation that had now come about, new instruments of struggle had emerged, no less effective than the old ones. In the first place, this meant universal suffrage, which German social democracy, Engels points out, was able to use wisely, in turn providing a potential model for the other workers' parties. The German was the strongest, most disciplined workers' party. It knew how to engage in a patient work of propaganda and to conquer the masses, thanks to its press and the use of Parliament itself as a platform. But how could universal suffrage be a tool of emancipation, rather than serving the plebiscitary acclamation of a Bonapartist government? Was this not what had happened in Louis Napoleon's France, and what Bismarck himself hoped to do in Germany, when he introduced universal suffrage for the Reichstag elections as the only means of interesting the mass of the people in his plans to gain his coveted Caesarist legitimacy? The question is little more than incidentally touched upon, but even so, Engels does make clear that German social democracy could neutralize Bonapartist maneuvering insofar as it managed, thanks also to its organization and its press, to forces all parties to defend their views and actions against our attacks before all the people. That is to say, in a situation of dualism or pluralism of the centers of intellectual and mental production, every election is transformed into a great national political debate, in which the people are enabled to make an informed judgment, thanks to the absence of any monopoly on the means of information. There was thus a historical period in which the trumpets of the bourgeoisie and the propertied classes were challenged, as it were, by the bells of the popular classes. Bourgeois domination would not be sufficiently solid and guaranteed until the monopoly of armed force was complemented by the monopoly of mental production. This would mean marginalizing both those means of information and those parties which, because of their organization and their link with social classes antagonistic to the dominant ones, took the form, or were likely to take the form in crisis situations, of an alternative authority. Regarding the first point, the bourgeoisie is favored by objective economic and industrial developments. Tocqueville describes the fascinating spectacle of press freedom in the United States, where there are no licenses for printers, no stamps or registration for newspapers. The rule of surety bonds is unknown. Even this contrast with the practice of government controls and harassment in old Europe, including in the liberal country which emerged from the July monarchy, is not without its stereotypical elements. While in France the authorities had to confront a lively and combative popular and even working-class opposition press, born in the wake of the Great Revolution, or rather, to a revolutionary process that showed no sign of ending, in America the social and political control of the dangerous classes was primarily assured by the institution of slavery. And we must not forget that in a crisis moment such as 1798, even in the United States, the authorities had not hesitated to take crude measures to gag the press. Tocqueville, however, continues as follows. The creation of a newspaper is a simple and easy undertaking. A few subscribers suffice for the journalist to cover his expenses. The number of periodical or semi-periodical writings in the United States therefore surpasses all belief. The most enlightened Americans attribute the little power of the press to this incredible scattering of its forces in the United States. Newspapers cannot establish those great waves of opinions that rise up or overwhelm the most powerful dikes. This division of the forces of the press produces still other no less remarkable effects. Because the creation of a newspaper is so easy, everyone can do it. On the other hand, competition means that a newspaper cannot hope for very great profits. This prevents great industrial talents from getting involved in enterprises of this type. 32. It goes without saying that this picture no longer bears any correspondence to today's reality, characterized by a vast concentration process that has in fact secured the big bourgeoisie's monopoly over the press, and even more so over the mass media, which require even greater capital and investment. By wiping out the working class and popular press, or decisively contributing to this outcome, economic and technological development has rendered obsolete and superused the additional political means of coercion and conditioning of the freedom of the press, a freedom now to be considered juridically complete in normal times, also in the European case. Yet, it would be mistaken to believe that the present situation, with the bells of the subaltern classes vanishing and the uncontested domination of the ever more disproportionately powerful trumpets of the class which, as Marx put it, controls the material means of production, is the exclusive result of a merely economic process. Parties, trade unions, and repressive individualism. In reality, the development of the working class and popular press in the 19th century cannot be separated from the history of the political and trade union, organization of the subaltern classes, and the ruling class reaction to this process. Particularly instructive in this regard is the evolution that took place in the United States. In 1885, the labor press comprised 17 monthlies, 400 weeklies, and a few dailies, including the socialist Volkszeitung, the Lurch World, and the American Industrial Liberator. Despite the attempts of the bosses, who tried in every way to limit its sway, above all by ring workers caught reading it, the influence of this press was far from negligible. It was owed especially to the libraries and reading rooms opened in this era by trade unions and political movements or circles. The workers kept up with contemporary debates. But, together with the political organizations that supported it, or of which it was one expression, at the end of the 19th century, this press became the target and the victim of a developing conservative reaction that resulted in a disemancipation process. Thus, the disappearance of the party and union newspapers was owed not only to the objective economic process, but a specific political action. While these newspapers had allowed the subaltern classes to express themselves with at least some autonomy, they were now supplanted by a press that boasted of its independence, but in reality was controlled by big proprietors. These were years in which, as we know, the principle of universal suffrage was itself under indictment, held guilty of opening the doors of representative bodies to the classes of the destitute and uncultured, drowning the government of the best, and sanctioning domination by the ignorant populace and, even worse, by immigrants. The party press, counterposed to the independent press, was denounced as an instrument of this new barbarian invasion, as were the parties themselves, some even going so far as to call for their outright suppression. In the same European authors who, starting from the experience of the United States, systematized the conservative critique of the party system, it is possible to perceive the echo of the attitude, which was widespread among the American upper classes, of hostility towards the extension of political rights to the Southern Negroes or to city-dwelling immigrants, a source only of disasters, or at least of unwelcome results. Even without going this far, it is telling that, in the denunciation of parties committed to the oppression of numbers, essentially it was the classic arguments of the polemic against universal suffrage and democracy that reemerged. 7. In a period when, even before the enactment of laws sanctioning their disemancipation, blacks in the South were deprived of political rights by whites through force and fraud. In a period in which trade unions were pushed, as we shall see, into illegality or to the fringes of legality, the federal army intervened to crush strikes, and workers caught reading the trade union and party press risked being fired. And with this, an irreversible sentence to unemployment and the blackest misery, given the use of black lists, drawn up by the employers to keep agitators out of the workplace in this same period. Conservative publicists in America and Europe denounced the organized party as a school of servile submission and an instrument of intimidation that repressed and trampled on the individual. That is, in effect, conservative publicists indiscriminately indicted the only possible forces capable of opposing organized resistance to the violence of the ruling classes and the ruling authorities. Efforts to denounce the party as a machine zoned in on the hateful figure of the political boss. However, the other side of the picture unintentionally, but objectively, emerges from the observation that blacks forced to suffer the whites' vexations were beginning to resign themselves to their fate also because they were losing faith in their former bosses. The latter were indeed now retreating from the South, leaving the terrain free for a civil society and a power that did not need parties to sanction undisputed domination by a superior race. 39. Even apart from blacks, it becomes clearly apparent who the concrete targets of the campaign against parties are. When we see the accusation leveled against the militants who witness the disorders of public life unmoved, because these disorders are covered by the flag of their party, 40 clearly targeted, here, are the political, trade union, and social organizations, in the broadest sense of the term, of the lower classes, which, in order to be able to put up a minimum of resistance to the government and employers, are obliged to appeal to the cohesion and the spirit of solidarity of their members, to whom they sometimes provide political education and instruction. For this, they are condemned as a sort of church, which takes charge of all the spiritual needs of man. Moreover, it is a church that dangerously confuses the ideas of its flock. Now, the intellectual vision and the power of attention of the average man are very limited. It is hardly possible for him to apply them to a large area or to a highly diversified prospect. He can only follow action confined to a restricted sphere, like that of the parish, or extending beyond it, but with a single object clearly visible to all and entailing only a temporary duty. Once these limits are exceeded, his sight becomes dazed, his attention is divided and wearied, and if he continues to follow the course prescribed, he does it in a passive manner. The members of a political association pursuing a variety of objects are, therefore, units simply placed side by side, +2. Here emerges the classic theme of the childlike multitude, which the organized party claims to elevate to conscious political life, but which it thereby transforms into a massive maneuver and an army of soldiers accustomed to blind obedience. In this sense, such a party, based on passive cooperation and esprit de corps, prevents the emancipation of the individual. It is possible to outline a social history of the party form. The organized political party arose on the wave of the subaltern classes movement demanding their emancipation. It is these classes that need as extensive and intensive as possible an organization, and not those classes that already have at their disposal the apparatus of state and government and private wealth, as well as the social influence that immediately flows from it. That is why, throughout a whole historical period, the bourgeois party of opinion stood in contrast with the organized workers' or people's party. We have seen Bagehot reflect on techniques to prevent the class organization of miserable creatures who are satisfied with their lot, either because they are induced into an attitude of filial submission by the charisma of a queen who rules over them by the grace of God, or because they are dazzled by the vague dream of glory stirred up by chauvinist leaders. It is the subaltern classes who need enduring, organized efforts to elaborate an autonomous culture and political vision, to constitute their own group of independent intellectuals in the course of a process that is often broken up by the political and ideological activity of ruling groups. This is why, for a whole historical period, the at least apparently de-ideologized bourgeois party stood opposed to a workers' or people's party that sought to achieve a greater or lesser degree of internal cohesion, including ideological cohesion. A party formed on such a basis constitutes a strong center of autonomous mental production. In certain circumstances, especially in situations of acute crisis, the ruling classes have themselves sought to place themselves on this terrain, going beyond the purely opinion-based party form. But it is clear that, from their point of view, the ideal solution lies in the disappearance of parties that offer an ideological and organizational alternative to their own system of power. Such parties represented the emergence on the political scene of social classes previously considered as a set of work instruments or bipedal machines, which now begin to claim recognition of their dignity as men and individuals. But from Ostrogorsky's point of view, the parties that organize these subaltern classes are to be blamed for trampling on individualism. Indeed, using arguments not dissimilar to those used later by conservative publicists against parties, especially workers' parties, the 1791 Le Chapelier law in France banned workers' coalitions which, in their pretense to adopt an organizational structure that would defend supposed common interests, trampled on the individual's freedom to work. The nascent trade union movement was long pounded and strangled in the name of this repressive individualism. Even after the July Revolution, upon the occasion of a protest against piecework, the authorities of liberal France ordered, if the workers of Paris have well-founded claims to raise, these should be presented individually and in a regular form to the competent authorities, and in any case without hurting the principle of the liberty of industry and liberty of labor. Such repressive individualism was also very much alive in the United States in years that saw a developing campaign against organized parties. The Sherman Antitrust Act 1890 was applied first and most effectively to labor the workers evidently being deemed guilty of gathering in union monopolies with scant respect for individual initiative and freedom. 6. Adam Smith was also against coalitions of any kind, again in the name of the market and individual choice. But at least he honestly acknowledged that the prohibition, even if formulated in general terms, would end up striking in only one direction. The masters, being fewer in number, can combine much more easily. Masters are always and everywhere in a sort of tacit but constant and uniform combination, not to raise the wages of labor above their actual rate, or to sink the wages of labor even below this rate. Of course, the dissolution or drastic downsizing of organized political parties also ends up working in the same way as the ban on coalitions. The conservative campaign that grew America and Europe at the end of 19th century sometimes advanced the thesis that to eliminate permanent parties with power as their end would enable opinions to come forward with more freedom and to assert themselves with more sincerity. Exactly the opposite is true. The weakening or dissolution of organized parties allows for the means of mental production to be monopolized by a small, privileged circle that no longer faces any organized resistance to its work of manipulation. Late 19th century conservative critics sometimes declared themselves convinced that the weakening of parties would raise the level of public debate, as there would be less inducement to resort to those sensational practices which aim at the emotions and the senses. Yet, in reality, What followed was a startling decline in the level of political debate. The atomization of the masses created the conditions for the triumph of Bonapartism, based on the unequal relationship between a leader who could appeal to the most powerful means of communication and the most refined techniques of covert persuasion and manipulation, and a multitude which was now truly childlike, because it was increasingly stripped of any autonomous organization or means of expression. The denunciation that Bryce and Ostrogorsky leveled against parties and trade unions, accusing them of stifling free individuality, was contemporary to Le Bon's indictment of the era of crowds, that is, the era of trade unions and more or less socialist parties. The progressive growth of the power of the masses took place at first by the propagation of certain ideas, which have slowly implanted themselves in men's minds, and afterwards by the gradual association of individuals bent on bringing about the realization of theoretical conceptions. It is by association that crowds have come to procure ideas with respect to their interests which are very clearly defined, if not particularly just, and have arrived at a consciousness of their strength. The masses are founding syndicates before which the authorities capitulate one after the other. They are also founding labor unions, which in spite of all economic laws tend to regulate the conditions of labor and wages. They return to assemblies in which the government is vested, representatives utterly lacking initiative and independence, and reduced most often to nothing else than the spokesmen of the committees that have chosen them. The crowds are therefore the subordinate classes that organize themselves autonomously in parties and trade unions, and it is these organizations whose strength must be broken, so that the individuals thus atomized are consigned defenseless to the charms of the Caesar, who can now subjugate them with the tools of commercial advertising. The Bonapartist regime's baptism of fire, Italy and the United States. How to force the childlike multitude into war. World War I gave renewed vigor to Bonapartism's onward march. We have seen Theodore Roosevelt boasting of his entirely solitary foreign policy decisions, including those involving U.S. military engagement abroad. But Woodrow Wilson, a Democrat, agreed. The initiative in foreign affairs, which the president possesses without any restriction whatever, is virtually the power to control them absolutely. This philosophy inspired Wilson's attitude during World War I, from the initial declaration of neutrality to the ultimate decision to intervene. At this point, it may be useful to make a comparison between Italy and the United States. Neither country was immediately drawn into the conflict, and each of their governments prepared to join the war once the mass enthusiasm of summer 1914 had already largely dissipated. They thus were forced to overcome a broad resistance on the part of public opinion and especially of the popular classes, who had by now grasped the full horror of the enormous carnage that was underway. In the Italian case, to break the pro-neutrality majority in Parliament and the even larger such majority in the country, a sort of coup d'état was needed. This involved the participation of the Crown, which rejected the resignation of Antonio Salandra's minority government, and the unleashing of street forces tolerated or encouraged by the police, which intimidated and threatened opponents of Italian intervention. In these years, many philosophers and intellectuals conferred legitimacy on the interventionist coup d'état, explicitly theorizing the right of the elite to impose their will on backward masses who, as Gaetano Salvemini observed, moved by negative instincts and not by positive doctrines, were therefore inclined to avoid suffering and pain. Instead, according to Guido Dorso, a daring and brilliant minority is needed to drag this mob of mules and cowards by the throat, to die as heroes or win as victors. Later, Benedetto Croce himself, who had initially shown hesitation over the merits of Italian participation in the conflict, wrote, "The opponents of the war were certainly many in number in Italy as elsewhere, and perhaps masses, but they did not count because here we are talking about those who thought, spoke and acted politically. These masses of men gripped by the fear of war, closed in their comfort and selfishness, certainly ought not to be indulged. In a land with a parliamentary regime, such as Italy, the childlike multitude could be forced into self-sacrifice and a sense of duty only through street violence and the Crown's coup against Parliament, that is, only through a laceration of the constitutional fabric, thus constituting the beginning of the crisis that led to the establishment of the fascist dictatorship." Rather different was the situation in the United States. Upon the outbreak of war, Wilson not only proclaimed American neutrality, but launched an appeal to the country for parties, associations, newspapers, and all individual citizens to refrain from partisan and passionate judgments on the conflict and its participants, so as to fully observe a strict neutrality, in thought as well as in action. But a few months later, this same president authorized and promoted a loans policy favoring Britain and France. And yet, still in 1916, the Democratic Convention in St. Louis, reconfirming Wilson's candidacy by acclamation with only one dissenting vote, drew up an electoral platform, largely the incumbent's own work, in which he was commended to the American people for his splendid diplomatic victories, which had preserved the vital interests of our government and its citizens, and especially for the fact that he kept us out of war. But Wilson preferred not to commit himself quite so strongly, remaining more cautious and also more ambiguous. As even one rather sympathetic biographer observes, rather than refer to the campaign slogan, "He kept us out of war," Wilson merely insinuated or asserted that, unlike him, many Republicans did wish to intervene in the global conflict. 1 year later, he sought congressional authorization to arm merchant ships destined to operate in war zones. But, in the Senate, opposition and obstructionism from pacifists led to the bill's rejection. This was not enough to stop the president, who, availing himself of his executive powers, ordered the immediate execution of this same measure. We can conclude with the words of two American historians. The great power of the presidency in foreign affairs had made it possible for Wilson to place the United States on the verge of war without the knowledge of the average voter. These voters had re-elected Wilson because they believed he would preserve peace. The strong peace movement among women had rallied for Wilson. Many German Americans and Irish Americans who hated English imperialism also backed Wilson. A number of Midwestern WASP progressives saw the Republican Party in 1916 as pro-English and pro-war and supported Wilson. By March 1917, Wilson had involved the United States in a shooting war with Germany. Clearly, out of the two countries we are comparing here, the decision for, or imposition of, intervention was more difficult in the Italian case, where the signs of property-based discrimination were clearly visible. This was, in any case, true of the Italian Senate, which continued to be not only a monopoly of the propertied classes, but also heavily under the sway of the Ancien Regime, as consecrated by the Crown. In the United States, conversely, the traces of property-based discrimination had all but disappeared within the white community alone empowered to decide. In some states, women had already won the right to vote. But a U.S. president endowed with far-reaching powers could still force the childlike multitude to undergo the sacrifices and horrors of war in a disciplined manner, more easily and more elegantly than Crown and Parliament could do in Italy. A political regime well suited to the state of exception. This first demonstration of the superiority of the soft Bonapartist regime, which was by now establishing itself, was followed by other such examples both in the course of the war and in its aftermath. Its development entailed an enormous extension of executive power in all the countries engaged in the gigantic conflagration. Western countries with a more consolidated liberal tradition were certainly not immune to this phenomenon, and in some respects they were even in the vanguard. An English scholar would later observe that Woodrow Wilson, Clemenceau, and Lloyd George were invested with an authority which practically amounted to a dictatorship in the Roman sense of the term. When we look at the culture and the printed press of early post-war Germany, it appears colored by sheer astonishment at the fact that it was the Western countries that demonstrated a superior capacity for total mobilization and total ironclad disciplining of their populations for the war effort. A German professor visiting the United States offered this telling analysis. In pre-war political discussions, it was always said by the defenders of the system of government then dominant in Central Europe that democracy as a form of political life has certain advantages, but that parliamentary democracy especially would be doomed to failure in war. Practical experience has shown the contrary. In terms of political coherence and the disciplined pursuit of objectives, the Western democracies were clearly superior to the bureaucratic system of Eastern and Central Europe. The internal split between military and political leadership, which paralyzed the Central empires for most of the war period, was overcome by the Western powers through the efforts of politicians conscious of their objectives. The rise of strong personalities endowed with autonomous initiative, which, according to the continental conception, should have been rendered impossible by democracy, took place unhindered in the Western powers, but not in Russia, Germany, or Austria, where the few strong individuals able to impose themselves were exhausted in an endless struggle against bureaucratic military intrigues. His attitude somewhere between astonishment and admiration, the German professor continued. During the critical periods of the war, the prime ministers of Britain, France, or Italy, and the President of the United States enjoyed a fullness of powers, in comparison with which the power of an Alexander or a Caesar was limited. In Western countries, the dictatorial powers conferred were in practice much broader than those that monarchs were able to exercise in Russia and Germany. Of course, the protagonist of these miracles or misdeeds was not parliamentary democracy, but rather a political regime characterized by the personalization of power, and which had reached or was reaching complete development precisely in the country the German professor visited. Wilson was endowed with almost dictatorial powers, or even fully dictatorial ones. It is an irony of history that the man who had considered the emergency legislation of to be deadly to freedom now went much further in his use of the iron fist. He proceeded with a use of the state of exception, which by comparison made the previously criticized legislation appear very mild. The measures taken in the course of World War I aimed to wipe out even the slightest traces of opposition. According to the Espionage Act of May 16, 1918, one could be sentenced to up to 20 years in prison for expressing any disloyal, profane, scurrilous, or abusive language about the form of government of the United States, or the Constitution of the United States, or the military or naval forces of the United States. 12. While, as far as intervention in the war is concerned, I have made a comparison with Italy when it comes to questions of mobilizing capacity and total regimentation, the United States should be compared above all with Imperial Germany. Here, Karl Liebknecht, after voting against the war credits, had the at least temporary opportunity to use Parliament as a tribune to denounce the massacre, and even to invite the soldiers to lay down their weapons and turn against the enemy arrested in May after a pacifist and anti-militarist rally, and sentenced to 2.5 years imprisonment. He was pardoned and released in October 1918, in time to participate in the revolution the following month that put an end to both the war and the Hohenzollern dynasty. The fate of the American socialist leader Eugene Debs was harsher. He had been jailed for supporting the transport strike which President Cleveland crushed by sending in federal troops. And even on that occasion, he was branded an enemy of the fatherland. He was again arrested in June 1918 for an anti-war speech, sentenced to 10 years imprisonment, and released only in December 1921, after spending in jail both the end of the conflict and the electoral campaign in which he was a presidential candidate. It was Harding who reduced his sentence after Wilson refused to release him. But, more than the parallel fate of two leaders of the anti-war protest movement, we ought to examine the situation of the socialist parties in the two enemy countries. Despite everything, in Germany, pacifist agitation continued to make itself felt, sometimes even through legal means, with the distribution of leaflets in the factories, and with press organs that hailed the October Revolution and published the appeals for immediate peace which flowed from it. Repressive efforts in the United States were far harsher, and, more vigilant, federal agents systematically prevented supposedly dangerous socialist activities, censoring and suppressing their newspapers, raiding meetings and prosecuting speakers. Although the war represented a far deadlier danger to Germany than to its enemies on the other side of the Atlantic, protected by the ocean, it was undoubtedly in the United States that the iron fist made itself felt with greater force and effectiveness. The important thing was not so much the radical nature of the state of exception on the eve of the intervention. Wilson declared that the war would mean the end of all tolerance and recourse to brutal and ruthless methods even within the United States, as the painless way in which it was achieved, starting from a constitutional normality that already contained in Noose the figure of the dictator. With his intervention in the conflagration, the American president assumed dictatorial powers not only over economic matters, but also in the field of culture and information. 7 days after the declaration of war, Wilson created a committee for public information that provided the press with 22,000 columns of news a week, while withholding anything considered likely to help the enemy. This committee emerged through a presidential initiative bypassing Congress, and, at least initially, was also financed with presidential funds. Not even high culture escaped regimentation. This same committee mobilized college professors in its scholarship division to write propaganda for the war effort. While the federal government encouraged patriotic organizations to scrutinize the teaching of American history in high schools and college, as a scholar of the propaganda techniques adopted during the war, Harold Laswell later wrote, "The objective for the belligerent countries, achieved with greatest effectiveness in the United States, was to fuse the waywardness of individuals in the furnace of the war dance, to weld thousands and even millions of human beings into one amalgamated mass of hate and will and hope tempering the steel of bellicose enthusiasm." 22. Having brilliantly survived the baptism of fire of the war, soft Bonapartism was further consolidated with the great world economic crisis, acting as a prelude to a gigantic new conflict. In his inaugural address on March, Franklin Delano Roosevelt claimed such broad, extraordinary powers as if the United States had been invaded by a foreign enemy. Influential statesmen and politicians called for a national dictator and urged the new president to show all his energy. He becomes a tyrant, a despot, a real monarch. In the World War, we took our Constitution, wrapped it up and laid it on the shelf and left it there until it was over. Enormous expectations were placed in the nation's new leader, defined as a providential person, that is, in the words of Cardinal O'Connell, a God-sent man. The people on the street wrote to and addressed Roosevelt in even more emphatic terms, declaring that they looked to him almost as they looked to God, and hoped one day to place him in the halls of immortals beside Jesus 24, invited to behave like a dictator and a man of providence. Roosevelt made very extensive use of his executive power as early as the first hours of his presidency. Later, the 1936 Republican platform would declare, "The powers of Congress have been usurped by the president." 25. The country's supreme magistrate increasingly took the form of a charismatic leader, and all the more so, the better he was able to appear as an expression of the common people. Making skillful use of the new possibilities for direct communication offered by the radio, Roosevelt addressed the nation directly with his fireside chats. His message was clear. What mattered was not politics, but government. The parties, or rather the two parties proper to our American system, could be useful in the task of presenting and explaining issues, of drumming up interest in elections, and, incidentally, of improving the breed of candidates for public office. But ultimately, their essential function was to select the wise political leaders with whom the future lies, through their appeals to the great public, not interested in sterile political disputes. Naturally, the benevolent and affable tone of Roosevelt's remarks did not prevent recourse to the most drastic measures when he was faced with what was considered an emergency. A few months before the intervention in the latest world conflict, which Roosevelt had progressively been preparing even before Pearl Harbor, an executive order of the President of the United States and Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Navy authorized the military authorities to deport 11,000 Japanese, 2/3 of whom were American citizens, because they were suspected or liable to be suspected of insufficient loyalty. The appeal made to the Supreme Court was rejected, just like the one that had been made on the occasion of the 1918 Espionage Act. The public safety, of which the president was the privileged and sole interpreter, also authorized him to cancel rights, which, even if they were constitutionally guaranteed, could not be invoked during a state of exception. Not by chance, in his inaugural address, Roosevelt had celebrated the American Constitution as the most superbly enduring political mechanism the modern world has produced. It has met every stress of vast expansion of territory, of foreign wars, of bitter internal strife, of world relations. 9. Mission and total mobilization. Another element of the Western democracies aroused a sort of envious admiration in the German culture of the early post-World War I period. Ernst Jünger observed in 1930 how, by appealing to the watchwords of democracy, progress, and national self-determination, Germany's enemies had developed a mobilizing capacity far greater than that of the Central Empires. They had thus managed to master the decisive, fidistic Glaubensmassig element of total mobilization, and succeeded in passing off their war as a crusade of reason and transforming their soldiers into warriors for mankind. Without doubt, the idea of mission played an important role in the war propaganda and ideology of Germany's enemies. In 1915, Georges Sorel remarked wryly upon this fact. A few days ago, consulting a history of 1870, I saw that Napoleon III provided the publicists of the Entente with their main argument. In his proclamations to the army, he stated, "The whole of France follows you with its ardent vows, and the universe has its eyes on you. On our success depends the fate of liberty and civilization." Just like today, the French army defended civilization against barbarism and freedom against tyranny. 3. The French writer was right to make such reference to Napoleon III. The idea of mission, inseparable from the rise of Bonapartism, had its greatest development in the U.S. political tradition, in which it even took on an explicitly religious dimension. In the years before World War I, U.S. leaders launching the war against Spain accused the latter country of unjustly depriving Cuba of its right to freedom and independence, moreover resorting, on an island so near our own borders, to measures that shocked the moral sense of the people of the United States and represented a disgrace to Christian civilization in this extraordinary document. The indirect reference to the Monroe Doctrine and the call for a crusade in the name of democracy, morality, and religion were closely intertwined in order to excommunicate, so to speak, this most Catholic country. To all intents and purposes, this granted the character of a holy war to the conflict that would confirm the United States in the role of a great imperialist power, with the annexation of the Philippines and Puerto Rico and total control of the Caribbean. This same combination of ideological elements presided over U.S. participation in World War I. On the immediate eve of its intervention, the American ambassador to London, Walter Page, telegraphed his government to suggest, "Perhaps our going to war is the only way in which our present prominent trade position can be maintained and a panic averted." But the same American historian who reports this fact also adds, "The war once joined became a holy crusade. A crusade that, to use the words with which Wilson announced the intervention, had as its objective democracy and the universal dominion of right, its privileged interpreter being this great peaceful people, which from its birth had embodied such principles. The United States' repeated military interventions in Latin America did not in the least undermine this good conscience. On the contrary, as already in the war against Spain, again the crusade took on explicitly religious overtones. The American combatants in Europe were not merely soldiers, but crusaders. There was something in their eyes that had never been seen in the eyes of any other army. Not only were they crusaders, but crusaders whose transcendent achievement has made all the world believe in America as it believes in no other nation organized in the modern world. Never had crusaders, not even those who had headed to the Holy Land in the old ages that we read about, been more truly devoted to a holy cause than these gallant, incomparable sons of America. The latter was vested with the attributes that the Christian tradition attributes to Christ. Given that the United States was the light of the world as created to lead the world, and the world knows America as the savior of the world, it would be absurd, and indeed sacrilegious, to seek to resist this country's mission energetically set in motion by the president, an immense propaganda machine obsessively insisted on explicitly defining the war waged by the United States as a holy war, the holiest in all history. The United States succeeded, better and more effectively than any other power, in recasting in ideal terms its participation in the gigantic conflict. Pareto had cause to issue sarcastic remarks about the mission the American leaders assigned themselves of ensuring freedom and peace in the world, following in the footsteps of Imperial Rome and Napoleon. Even John Maynard Keynes went so far as to describe Wilson as the greatest fraud on earth. The fact remains that this idea of mission was extraordinarily effective not only on an international level, this is perhaps the aspect that most struck Younger and the German culture of the time, but also and above all on a domestic level in the United States. There, it largely silenced dissent, immersing the now both political and religious leader of the nation in a sacred aura, and working effectively to externalize conflict, Americanism, and rites of purification and expulsion of evil. Wilson consistently acted as the interpreter of the American spirit, to be considered the real winner of the war, of the American principle, of the true Americanism in 1928. It was the Republican President Herbert Hoover who underlined the absolute peculiarity of the spirit of the American people, of the American system, founded on a rugged individualism, which differs essentially from all others in the world. As harsh as the competition between the two parties and their leaders may be, it revolves around the way in which Americanism should be interpreted, without ever questioning the latter as a point of reference, and without ever raising doubts as to the United States' privileged and unique role in the history of the world and of mankind, however that might be fulfilled. In the course of the 1936 election campaign, while the Republican platform accused Roosevelt of betraying the American system, the Democratic platform itself declared that it sought the reestablishment of the American way of living and real Americanism. Roosevelt himself, who celebrated our American system and criticized Jefferson for being too influenced by French revolutionary theories, called on his fellow citizens to oppose not only communism, but also any other foreign ism, of course. It would be wrong to confuse or assimilate such different personalities in political, cultural environments. The fact remains that the common reference to Americanism and to America's peculiar mission prevented liberal currents from adequately opposing more decidedly conservative and chauvinistic ones. But our main object of investigation here concerns another point. If one of the characteristics of Bonapartism is the externalization of conflict, it must be said that this technique reaches perfection in the United States, thanks to the cult of Americanism. For the latter makes it possible to consider unwelcome ideologies and their followers as alien to the soul and spirit of America, and ideally to expel them. This rite of expulsion is all the easier because of the massive presence of immigrants, often of poor and modest conditions, and thus inclined to adhere to protest movements and, consequently, all the more easily identifiable as pathogenic agents external to American society. In crisis situations, not only do unnaturalized or recently naturalized immigrants end up being considered literally foreigners, so too do all those who adhere to ideologies and movements branded as alien to Americanism, nativism, distrust, and hostility towards immigrants, xenophobia. All these factors favored the development of a witch hunt aimed at expelling imported ideas such as socialism and syndicalism. 4. In times of acute crisis, this expulsion is not only metaphorical. The sharp tensions with revolutionary France in 1798 led to the enactment of laws authorizing the arrest and deportation of foreigners and immigrants. As we have seen, the rite of purification can also take place by meticulously filtering immigrants before they even enter American territory and rejecting possible pathogenic agents at the borders. In 1903, at a time of social tensions related to the growth of the labor movement, groups affected by the ban on setting foot in the United States included physical, mental, and moral defectives of all kinds, contagious cases, professional beggars, assisted immigrants, polygamists, and anarchists. The rite of purification and expulsion of evil developed in full force following the U.S. intervention in World War I. On that occasion, a feverish witch hunt was unleashed against anything with a German label. The teaching of German was suppressed in many schools. While it became dangerous to play German music, families and even towns with German names rushed to anglicize them to avoid incidents or to flaunt their patriotic faith. Of course, these manifestations of xenophobia were common to all belligerent countries, but they were particularly unanimous and effective in the United States because of the cult of Americanism and the celebration of its privileged and unique role in world history. The repression from above against pacifists and dissidents was accompanied by violence from below, both tolerated and controlled by the authorities. In workplaces and schools, suspicious elements were isolated and fired. Those who did not show sufficient patriotic sentiments were assaulted in the streets. The crusade for conformity unleashed on U.S. soil continued even beyond the end of the conflict. In 1919, the Washington Post reported that, when one irate citizen shot a critic of a patriotic pageant, the crowd burst into cheering and hand-clapping. And the tolerance of the state and government apparatuses towards those responsible for hunting down pacifists also remained unchanged. In Indiana, a jury took 2 minutes to acquit a citizen for killing a fellow countryman who, disgusted by the chauvinist craze, had dared utter the phrase, "To hell with the United States." But even more significant than open and brutal violence was a gesture that appeared charged with symbolic meaning. Those suspected of insufficient patriotism had their front doors daubed with yellow paint, as if to mark forever their estrangement from the American nation and Americanism. And the rite of purification and expulsion of evil perhaps reached its height following the outbreak of the October Revolution. Reds, radicals, foreigners, and dissenters of all kinds were harried, persecuted, prosecuted, and deported in the years. The operation of expelling external pathogenic agents from the healthy body of the American nation was, also in this case, charged with a strong symbolic value, thanks to the deportation of the victims to the very epicenter of evil, the Soviet Union, even if for understandable practical reasons. This meant not the Bolshevik-held areas, but the ones controlled by the white armies. On a more strictly military level, this stirred the reservations and anxieties of the British Foreign Office, which, in April, expressed concern that the use of Siberia as a dustbin for undesirable and extremely dangerous Americans could hinder the military operations of General Kolchak, who was striving with Entente help to overthrow the Bolshevik authorities. On the other hand, Churchill clearly admired and found satisfaction in the fact that several thousands of these infected persons, against whom in many cases, let us remember, no definite act of treason could be proved, were rounded up all over the states and were dispatched, foaming and howling, in a series of red arcs across the Atlantic Ocean to those melancholy regions over which their high priest Lenin bears his sway 48. The political and social turmoil provoked by the October Revolution was a fresh opportunity to test the capacity of the American political system to deal with a state of exception. We have seen Wilson criticize the dangerous extension of discretionary powers under the Alien and Sedition Acts of 1798, and observe that their only limitations and safeguards lay in the temper and good sense of the President and the Attorney General. But it would be hard to speak of moderate temper in connection to the Wilson administration's Attorney General, Mitchell Palmer, who set in motion widespread raids, breaking into private homes and union meeting halls without warrants to arrest thousands of suspected radicals. The accused were held without bail, denied lawyers, and often beaten after being chained and marched through the streets. Palmer helped to deport radicals, arguing that we must purify the sources of America's population and keep it pure. He declared, "I am myself an American, and I love to preach my doctrine before 100% Americans because my platform is undiluted Americanism." He established a special anti-radical division, headed by young J. Edgar Hoover, within the Department of Justice. The New York State Legislature expelled its 5 socialist members despite the legal status of the Socialist Party 49. Americanism, at times, led the hunt for radicals considered foreigners or agents of the foreigner to the most extreme proportions. In Hartford, Connecticut, for example, visitors at the jail inquiring after friends caught in the raid were themselves arrested on the ground that this solicitude was prima facie evidence of Bolshevik affiliation. Despite the economic crisis, which did not spare it, the United States emerged triumphant from the upheavals prompted by World War I. It was successful not only in a military sense, but also because of the superior agility demonstrated by its political system, based on the broad powers of the leader qua interpreter of the nation and its sacred mission in intervening in the war, notwithstanding the pacifist sentiments of the population. It had shown this agility as it passed from normality to a state of exception, proving able to push the latter to the desired degree of harshness and brutality, and as it externalized a conflict conducted in the name of the absolute peculiarity of American values, whose ultimate meaning the U.S. president was again himself called upon to decide. Perfect and imperfect Caesarism in the U.S., Britain, and Germany. For all these reasons, we can understand the interest with which defeated Germany looked at the political realities of the victorious countries, but especially those of the Republic on the other side of the Atlantic. Of the utmost interest is the conversation between Max Weber and General Ludendorff, after the war had just ended, while the Weimar Republic was still in its infancy. Now you finally have the democracy you so celebrated. W. Do you really think I consider the rubbish we have now to be democracy? If you talk like that, perhaps we can understand each other. W. But even the rubbish we had before wasn't a monarchy. L. So what do you mean by democracy? W. In democracy, the people elect as their leader, Führer, the one they trust. Once elected, he declares, "Now shut up and obey." The people and the parties can no longer interfere in his decisions. L. Such a democracy could suit me. W. Subsequently, the people can judge, and if the leader has made mistakes, may he be sent to the gallows. Let us leave aside the reference to the gallows, understandable in the climate still dominated by the conflict that had just ended. Nor should we be distracted here by the fact that Ludendorff would later identify his leader or Führer in the Führer himself, namely Adolf Hitler. Weber's position is different. He looks at the Anglo-Saxon model and draws the conclusion that during the global conflict, it was Germany's enemies who had the most energetic leadership, endowed with the broadest powers, less hampered by internal dissensions and bureaucratic resistance. The experience of the war and the victory of the Western democracies played a decisive role in Weber's political evolution and in his theorization of Caesarism. The latter presupposed in any case that the old legislative discrimination in the enjoyment of political rights be swept away. The only possible outcome of conflicts about suffrage nowadays must be equality of voting rights. In 1905, upon the bourgeois democratic revolution in Russia, Wiebe mocked those who, guided only by good intentions, believed that the introduction of universal suffrage was indispensable for moral reasons, even at the cost of the triumph of an ignorant mob and of the most extreme form of ochlocracy and of the fearsome cultural collapse that would follow. Not only on that occasion, but still in 1917, Weber recalled the Social Democrat Bernstein's reservations about universal suffrage, the introduction of which, albeit limited to the formation of the Reichstag, had perhaps been premature in Germany. The latter, it was suggested, would have done better to follow the British model of voting arrangements, which gave rather more privileges to those sections of society which were economically and socially prominent, and at that time, politically educated. But by now, the war had radically changed the terms of the question. Equality of voting rights was the logical and inevitable consequence of the equality before fate and death realized in the trenches. Upon returning from the war, even the lowliest could and would seek to claim equal participation in the reconstruction of the nation, while disdainfully spurning any short-termist expedient or any other solution. As a citizen, the soldier is sent to war and to death, without distinction of property or diploma. This reasoning, which connects to military service and wartime sacrifice political rights, which belong more to the soldier than to the citizen in the strict sense, would seem to grant little or no legitimacy to women's suffrage. This, even if, immediately after the November Revolution, Weber did agree with the decision by the Weimar Republic social democratic leaders to grant the vote to women. However, in the new situation created by the war and total mobilization, not only was there no point in repeating, the German sociologist went on to say the old cliché that universal suffrage would give free rein to the worst instincts of the masses, but it had to be finally realized that it alone could provide a firm basis for the Caesarism also necessary to keep the masses and all subversive tendencies at bay. 58. In Germany, where the hegemonic state, Prussia was still characterized by an electoral law based on property-based discrimination and class-differentiated representation, we have demagogy and the influence of the rabble without democracy, or rather, because we lack an orderly democracy. Orderly democracy was contrasted with unorganized parliamentary rule, as is in France and Italy, with its love of spectacles such as votes of no confidence and denunciations of ministers, and also with parliamentary democracy as such, which, in assiduously seeking to exclude the plebiscitary methods of leadership election, dooms itself to a many-headed assembly, incapable of truly governing. Much less 60. Does orderly democracy have anything to do with the domination of the public square, apparent in the Latin countries not as a consequence of universal suffrage, but as a result of the urban form of life so dear to them, as well as climatic and anthropological factors? The dangers of large modern cities, with the concentrated presence of the industrial proletariat, the domination of the square, and the influence of occasional demagogues, could only be averted and overcome by a responsible leader capable of imposing die geordnete Führung der Massen, that is, the orderly direction of the masses, or the ordering of the masses under a Führer or responsible leader. A form of Caesarism also existed in Germany, but less as a reality than as a threat to intimidate the bourgeoisie. Bismarck had well understood that equality of voting rights introduced for Reichstag elections, and anti-parliamentary demagogy, a polemical attitude towards representative bodies, counterposed to the people, all made up the prerequisites for his personal power and Caesarism. However, the latter could not develop fully and adequately because of the institutional framework in which it remained enmeshed. The reaction of monarchic hereditary legitimism to these Caesarist forces was apparent in the manner of Bismarck's departure from office. There was a contradiction between the Caesarist regime and the legitimacy of the monarch. The Iron Chancellor was to be reproached for ignoring or cloaking this with his conduct and his political outlook, which were still too burdened by pre-modern ideological elements and were, in some way, attached to the ancien regime. The coexistence and competition between the personal power of the charismatic leader and the legitimation principle of the hereditary monarchy produced a dualism whose baleful effects fatally made themselves felt when Germany was engaged in a life-and-death struggle. Such a dualism at best allowed for the emergence of a Caesaristic leader, but not the consolidation of a real Caesaristic regime. From this point of view, not even Britain could really serve as a model. Certainly here, too, Caesaristic traits were clearly apparent, in fact, in relation to the parliament from which he emerged. The position of the leading statesman there was becoming ever more dominant, deriving his power from the trust of the masses in the country and the army in the field, and certainly not from Parliament, which was now substantially irrelevant. The entire broad mass of the deputies functions only as a following for the leader or the small group of leaders who form the cabinet, and they obey them blindly as long as the leaders are successful. That is how things should be. Yet, even in this country, a certain dualism made itself felt. In democratized hereditary monarchies, the Caesarist plebiscitary element is always greatly tempered, since it is as much in tension with the parliamentary principle as, of course, with the legitimism of hereditary monarchy. Hence, the United States is the country to which we must look in order to best understand the political evolution that was now underway. The despised French parliamentarism was contrasted first and foremost with the American president's position of power, a position legitimated by formally democratic nomination and election. The president's superiority in relation to Parliament rests on this very fact. Weber, Caesarism, and the primacy of foreign policy. Bismarck's introduction of universal suffrage for Reichstag elections was also a response to foreign policy reasons. Yet the latter continued to play an important and even decisive role in the attitude of Weber, a great sociologist but also a fervent chauvinist. He emphasized the necessity of universal suffrage by arguing that it was the only way to guarantee the position of the nation in the world. It was no accident that, as the example of World War I and the Socialist Party's policy of loyal cooperation had shown, democratic parties which share in government are bearers of nationalism everywhere. The link between the theorization of Caesarism and the attempt to externalize conflict once again emerges. Here, of course, it would be pointless to look in Weber for the emphatic idea of mission and manifest destiny that runs deep through the American political tradition. And with regard to this other essential presupposition of Bonapartism, Imperial Wilhelminian Germany comes across as distinctly behind. Yes, the great sociologist himself spoke of an enduring mission, yet he did so not exclusively with reference to his own country or to the great powers, but also to the outwardly small nations. More significant in this context is Weber's insistence on the responsibility for history that rested primarily with the German people, for its defeat or abdication of this role would have the consequence that in the western half of our planet, there would be nothing other than Anglo-Saxon convention and Russian bureaucracy. 9. But unlike the American ideologues whom he accused of hypocrisy, Weber did not conceal what was materially at stake. As far as Germany was concerned, the war was a matter of life and death for the nation as a whole. If we were overwhelmed, the consequences would be felt, even by the grandchildren in the humblest little room of the lowliest worker. The restrictions, the sacrifices that the resistance in war entails and will entail for hundreds of thousands of people, this same existence made of restrictions, would then become the permanent destiny of the mass of Germans. The world, in fact, becomes crowded, the advantage of emigration vanishes. With the democratization of culture, the linguistic community becomes a source of exclusion even for the masses. National contrasts necessarily become more acute, intertwined as they are with the ideal and economic interests of mass literary production in the individual national languages. A Germany ruined economically by defeat in the war would be forced to sell off German goods on the world market, and the German workforce would be reduced to the condition of coolies. That would be the real German danger, and it would reduce the Germans to the rank of pariahs. That is what is at stake. Even without the American emphasis on mission and manifest destiny, the externalization of conflict implicit in the Caesarist program continues to function quite effectively. Weber countered every expression of anti-war dissent with the thesis that Germany as a whole benefited from its position as a major world power, meaning that the pacifist who refused to defend his country in the current deadly clash, while continuing to benefit from its eminent or privileged international position, stood in a position of logical inconsistency and moral hypocrisy. He who takes even a penny of income rente that others directly or indirectly have to pay, he who owns a consumer good or consumes a foodstuff on which there is the sweat of other people's work, not his own, this man derives his livelihood from the mechanism of that soulless and merciless economic struggle for existence, which bourgeois phraseology calls the peaceful labor of civilization, another form of the struggle of man against man, into which not millions, but hundreds of millions of men put their bodies and souls. In the food consumed in the opulent Western metropoles, the sweat of the looted colonial peoples is visible. Here, we are objectively brought back to Lenin's analysis of imperialism. And we are also reminded of the revolutionary leader's analysis by another argument of Weber's, dating back to the end of the 19th century, according to which, despite its peaceful appearance, the economic struggle for life already implicitly contains the clash between the great powers and inevitably leads to war over the partition of the world. Only total political inexperience and naive optimism can disregard the fact that, after an interlude of apparently peaceful competition, the inevitable aspirations for commercial expansion of all civilized peoples organized into states are approaching with absolute certainty the moment in which might alone will decide on the individual people's share in the economic domination of the earth and thus on the profit margin of their populations and particularly of their working class. But this realistic, unvarnished landscape of colonial expansion and competition between the European bourgeoisies, unmasked as a latent war destined to result in armed clash, here serves the externalization of conflict. For, to be victorious, the German people must be unanimous in defense of the welfare and position of power which it has conquered and still has to conquer. Hence, the very same Weber, who emphasizes the sweat of other people's work that weighs on every consumer good or foodstuff enjoyed in the developed capitalist world, then calls upon German social democracy to cling more tightly than ever to the rest of the nation in order to repel the Entente army of Negroes, Gurkhas, and all manner of barbarians who have come from their hiding places all over the world and who are now gathered at the borders of Germany ready to lay waste to our country. 3. Again, in this case, the universal suffrage invoked for all warrior citizens within Germany, regardless of property or education, goes hand in hand with the ever more appalling casting of harshly racialized colonial populations. We may find a certain humor in the fact that while, in the German case, Weber externalizes all conflict, he does not do this with regard to its adversaries, and in particular, Russia, including the Russia which eventuated from the February Revolution. When it comes to this enemy country, Weber takes a quite different approach. He emphasizes that, whereas the whole mass of the peasantry is at the front and unable to assert its desire for peace, the reactionaries left at home compel the continuation of the war by strengthening the military apparatus primarily against the enemy within, which they instrumentally denounce as a set of secret agents for Germany. In this case, Weber himself demystifies the attempts to externalize the conflict made by the new Russian leadership group, and thus he seems here to arrive at positions similar to Lenin's. However, it hardly needs adding that Weber's emphasis on the essentially internal character of the conflict in Russia serves only to underline the exclusively external character of the conflict faced by Germany, including German social democracy, which he calls on to avoid any allusions in Kerensky. In the great German sociologist, more explicitly than in other authors, the theorization of Caesarism is inextricably bound up with a vision of international politics that never tires of insisting on the inevitability of power struggles, of the eternal struggle between nations. Since, as far as the dream of peace and human happiness is concerned, the words written over the portal into the unknown future of human history are, Lasciate ogni speranza, leave all hope behind. It is necessary that authoritative and imperious leaders, capable of uniting and fascinating their followers, be called to direct those nations that do not want to abandon their hegemonic role. 5. Yes, already in the political competition developing within individual countries, it is the will to power that moves leaders or would-be leaders, and only the most narrow-minded kind of moralizing can be scandalized by this. Those who successfully assert their will to power internally and thus obtain a Caesarist plebiscitary investiture also prove most suited to promoting their country's external projection, in a world not only characterized by inevitable conflicts, but in which the will to power plays a central and decisive role. Only a politically mature people is a nation of masters Herrenvolk, and only nations of masters are called upon to thrust their hands into the spokes of the world's development. In this sense, the British Parliament was the place where political leaders were selected who had the ability needed to bring a quarter of mankind under the rule of a tiny, politically astute minority. In this sense, it was the decisive bearer of England's power in the world. The bureaucratic regime which long dominated or played a leading role in Germany, and especially in Prussia, had the main fault of penalizing or largely excluding from power those merchants, industrialists, private sector employees, workers daily engaged in the economic struggle for existence, and for this reason, best suited to conducting the struggle for life, which is the inevitable highest characteristic of international relations. Universal suffrage and the appeal to the people are thus purely instrumental, and Weber had no difficulty admitting this, for this writer, i.e., Weber himself, Democracy was never an end in itself. What alone interested and still interests him is the possibility of a lucid national policy for a strong, united, and outward-looking Germany. Mussolini, Pareto, the two democracies, and Bonapartism. The enormous strengthening of the executive that had occurred especially in countries such as France, Britain, and the United States also set the tone among circles and personalities that did not identify with democracy, and began to think about the possibility of an alternative political and institutional framework. We have already seen the interest General Ludendorff showed in the regime theorized by Weber, looking above all at the example of Britain and the United States. When Spengler spoke of advancing Caesarism, he certainly also had in mind the political evolution of Germany's Western enemies, that is, those countries where, despite the trappings and rhetoric of democracy, the old parliamentarism had definitively disappeared. It had been replaced by Lloyd George's personal rule or by the Napoleonism of the French military party. And, as far as the United States was concerned, by a president who had completely broken the old balance with Congress and done so to his own advantage. 2. Especially interesting is the case of the young Mussolini, no longer a socialist, even if not yet a fascist. He was already taking up positions of clear hostility towards the parliamentary regime, if only because it was deemed an obstacle to the energetic or total war policy he hoped for. Also, on the domestic level, one of the conditions for winning the war is this: closing down Parliament, sending the deputies packing. Wilson, for example, exercises dictatorship. Congress ratifies what Wilson has decided. The youngest democracy, like the oldest, that of Rome, feels that the democratic conduct of war is the most sublime of human stupidity. This was an anti-parliamentary profession of faith, but was not intended to indict democracy as such. The latter was rejected only when, in clinging to normality and to parliamentary practice, it proved unequal to the state of exception, to that formidable exception, which is war. Mussolini's target was the parliament that can give you only the democratic conduct of war, thus proving incapable of achieving, as circumstances demanded, a democratic dictatorship or a dictatorial democracy. But it also had to be said that there are or there can be two democracies, or at least two forms of democracy. When it can be personalized in the figure of a capable and energetic leader, endowed with ample discretionary powers, democracy brilliantly passes the test of war. It is rather the czarist autocracy that proves not up to the situation determined by the war crisis. Therefore, it is absurd to accuse the democratic regime as such of incapacity in the face of war. Rather, such a typical democracy as the English one knows how to wage war. The greatest of democracies, the American one, will also know how to wage war. Clemenceau is the exponent of healthy, productive, and, when necessary, a warrior democracy. Even democratic nations have little by little centralized real power in a few men or in a single man. In a certain sense, Lloyd George, Clemenceau, and Wilson are three democratic dictators. The democracy that stirred the young Mussolini's agreement or admiration had clear Bonapartist traits. For this was a democracy that was not only able to be authoritarian and even dictatorial, but also knew how to conduct an energetic and even outwardly imperialist foreign policy. Imperialism is not necessarily anti-democratic, and democracy is not necessarily anti-imperialist. Lloyd George's policy is democratic but imperialist at the same time. We might say that the cult of the Duce took its first steps by looking to a leader like Clemenceau. Mussolini deemed the latter a pilot with arms and a heart of iron who, with his energy and inflexibility and playing on the support of the Parisian multitude, was capable of striking at, punishing, and having arrested every Frenchman who showed hesitancy or defeatism, including even Caillaux, the once powerful French prime minister, now reduced to a mere number in the dark cell of the prison which collects all the riffraff specimens of Paris. The man who was now starting to become the deuce of fascism could perhaps also have recognized himself in the ruthless energy with which the America of Wilson and his successor proceeded to repress the communists, their sympathizers in the workers and popular movement fueled by the October Revolution. Where should one look for a way out of the present crisis of the representative regime? This was a problem also posed in Italy by the liberal conservative Gaetano Mosca. Having ruled out the outright suppression of universal suffrage, which he considered highly unpopular and rather dangerous, Mosca hinted at another possible solution. A short period during which a strong, honest government exercises many powers and has a great deal of authority may be considered opportune in some European nations, because it may contribute to preparing those conditions which will make it possible for the representative regime to function normally in the near future. Even in Rome, in the best days of the Republic, recourse was sometimes made to dictatorship for brief periods. This would be a kind of Caesarism, in which Parliament would have an almost exclusively ornamental function, as it did under Napoleon I and Napoleon III until 1868.89. The liberal conservative theorist did not blind. himself to the risks of this solution, including even very serious ones. It was thus to be considered only as a transitional measure, perhaps called on to prepare the ground for a political regime similar to that which developed in France after 1868, with the liberal transformation of the Second Empire. Vilfredo Pareto, whose pungent sarcasm directed against the adherents of holy democracy, the adherents of universal suffrage, and even more so, of beneficial proportional representation, we shall see later on, was clearly thinking of something similar. Intervening in the debate on the institutional reforms or counter-reforms meant to endorse and consolidate the results of the March on Rome. The great sociologist lucidly clarified the real objective that was to be pursued and not lost sight of amid the accumulation of disparate and often contradictory proposals. The means are infinite, but there is a single aim, and it is to escape from the democratic ideologies of majority sovereignty. The appearance of this may remain, but the substance must be put in the hands of an elite, since this is objectively for the best. 90 Pareto strongly insisted on the need to maintain the appearance of democracy. The present dictatorship, sooner or later, will bring about a constitutional reform. Better sooner than later, the reform should respect as much as possible the existing forms, renewing the substance. The fascist coup d'état should thus provide the opportunity to break with democratic mythology, while continuing formally to pay tribute to it. What measures would make it possible to achieve this objective? What was at issue was not so much the best means of election, but rather limiting and weakening the powers of Parliament, however it was elected, to the advantage of the executive. With his characteristic frankness and cynicism, Pareto declared that it was necessary to resort to measures of the kind used by Prince Louis Napoleon, who gave the country universal suffrage, reputed to be a democratic measure, and, as a counterpoison, greatly restricted the powers of the chamber. Here, Bonapartism was an explicitly pursued model. The captain of geniuses was certainly a constituent part of this model, but so too, the recourse to popular legitimation through a discreet use of the referendum. It is true that the great Italian sociologist was later made a senator by Mussolini, yet it would be wrong to reduce his positions to fascism. It was no accident that, alongside the example of Louis Napoleon, Pareto also cited Bismarck and even Britain, wrongly used as a banner by Democrats, given that its government, until recently, was essentially the dictatorship of one of the two great historical parties. But there was also no question of uncritically imitating Bonapartism proper. It would be absurd and counterproductive to seek to resort to indiscriminate repression. There are great currents of sentiments that never disappear, even though they may appear to a greater or lesser degree on the surface. Under the democratic ideology flowed the current of fascism, which then spread to the surface. Now underneath it, the adverse current remains. Beware, lest it, in turn, spread. Beware not to give it force by seeking to stop it entirely. The grave error of the Second Empire had been its bid to suffocate and repress all dissent, rather than isolate and strike at it with a repression targeted only at its concretely subversive manifestations posing real danger to the existing order. It should not be forgotten that the worst enemies of an order are those who want to push it to extremes. In this perspective, the chamber is most useful, indeed indispensable, though not as a real decision-making center, but rather as a barometer of the dissent that might exist in the country. A strong and shrewd power would, in any case, be able to dull, channel, and neutralize such dissent, rendering it effectively irrelevant as a political force. Clearly, Pareto appears to have been looking for a modern Bonapartism, softer and more flexible than that of Louis Napoleon. Here, the necessary homage to the principle of popular legitimation or universal suffrage would be reduced to a handful of plebiscites. Mosca, in turn, observed that perhaps even the new Caesarism will try to constitute a legal basis for itself by means of popular referendum, that is, plebiscites, as the two Napoleonic Caesarisms did, and Weber also defined direct popular elections and referenda, and above all the referendum on removal from office as the specific instrument of purely plebiscitary democracy. For some time, Italian fascism, or some of its circles, seemed to be moving in the direction indicated by Pareto. In 1923, Michel Bianchi, a quadrumvir of the March on Rome, pronounced in favor of a legislative government which, once invested with popular consensus, would be immune from any motion of no confidence. All this was advanced in the name of democracy and respect for the will of the people. It was necessary to make it impossible for Parliament to skirt around the will expressed by the country through the electoral verdict. But, giving substance to the fears already expressed by Pareto, Mussolini ended up pushing to extremes and thus jeopardizing the order suggested by the great sociologist. The duchy of fascism instead replaced it with an open dictatorship. Certainly, insofar as the fascist dictatorship was based on personal charisma and paid homage to the principle of sovereignty or acclamation from below. Through periodic plebiscites and appeals to the people, it did contain elements of Bonapartism. Yet it failed to consolidate itself as a real order, capable of lasting over time. of passing from a state of exception to normality, and of surviving the disappearance of a single leader. If we want to explain the reasons for this, it is not enough to cite the ambition or the unquestionable, boundless vanity of the man in question. Here, it may be useful to refer to Germany, where the leader or Führer, who had been called for from so many quarters, came to power, having from the outset cultivated a project of military revanchism and total mobilization, so vast as to outclass the winners of World War I and avoid any possibility of a stab in the back on the home front. With its attention still fixed on the November Revolution, which had broken out a year after the October Revolution and sealed Germany's defeat, the revanchist foreign policy program was closely bound to the determination to use all means in crushing communist agitation and any threat to the existing social order. Thus, across the whole care of its development, the Third Reich would take the form of a war Bonapartism, indeed a total war Bonapartism, under the banner of a permanent state of exception, managed with unprecedented brutality. This explanation may to some extent also apply to Italy where, as well as the determination to liquidate the danger of social and political subversion once and for all, war Bonapartism and the permanent state of exception were stimulated by a revanchist foreign policy project. Within this logic, the myth of the mutilated victory led to a policy of military adventurism, from the March on Fiume to the ultimatum to Greece and the occupation of Corfu, passing through Ethiopia and Spain, up to the catastrophe of World War II. Communist movement and the specter of Bonapartism. In these years, the specter of Bonapartism also haunted the ranks of the international communist movement. After the February Revolution, Lenin saw the beginning of Bonapartism taking shape in Kerensky's regime. The latter was determined to re-establish internal order in order to continue the war, and was also ready to denounce any pacifist agitation as the expression of a conspiracy fueled by Russia's enemies and supported, domestically only by elements alien to the authentic national soul. Gramsci's reflection is of particular interest in this context. He did not fail to notice that governments of a more or less as Bonapartist Caesarist type could also develop within the framework of a representative or formally parliamentary regime, as happened in Germany with Bismarck, in Italy with Depretis, Crispi and Giolitti, and in Britain with Labour's Ramsay MacDonald. When the prison notebooks then distinguish between reactionary Caesarism and progressive Caesarism, they seem to subsume Stalin's Soviet Union under the latter category. Trotsky constantly speaks of 96. That country as dominated by a Bonapartist dictatorship or by Bonapartism on a plebiscite basis. But at other points, he defines Stalin in quite different terms, as the indubitable leader of the Thermidorian bureaucracy. Clearly, in these definitions, which are difficult to reconcile, the mechanical analogy between the French Revolution and the October Revolution plays an important negative role. Its effect is that the phase of maximum radicalization and of most intense development of the popular initiative must be followed first by a Thermidor and then by a Brumaire, all this in conformity with the myth of the revolution that will resume its triumphal march once it has managed to get rid of the bureaucrats, Thermidorians, and Bonapartists. But Trotsky, too, was suspected of Bonapartist aims and tendencies by his adversaries, who, in the last analysis, also included Gramsci himself, who denounced his theoretical and political platform for its anachronistic and anti-natural form of Napoleonism. Hence, the prison notebooks seem to subsume both Stalin and his great antagonist under one same category. Hardly the most adequate means, this, of understanding the political developments that took place in the land of the October Revolution. Certainly, this category does not apply to Lenin in his case. Arendt believes we should speak of revolutionary dictatorship, and not of Bonapartism or totalitarianism. As she explains, far from creating an atomized and amorphous society, which is the presupposition of personal power. The Bolshevik leader instead broke with Tsarist policy not only by promoting the development of trade unions, but also by organizing as many nationalities as possible, favoring the emergence of a national and cultural consciousness even among the most primitive tribes. This is not the place to analyze the category of totalitarianism or totalitarian democracy, save to note that explanations of 20th century history often proceed in an a prioristic way, in the sense of claiming to deduce from the thought of a particular author, Marx, or even earlier, Rousseau, the reality of the total regimentation of the individual, while neglecting the macroscopic fact that, in the course of the Second 30 Years' War at least, in the most dramatic moments of crisis, even the countries with a more consolidated liberal tradition undertook to weld thousands and even millions of human beings into one amalgamated mass of hate and will and hope temper, ing the steel of bellicose enthusiasm. I have dealt elsewhere with the category in question and its ideological and Manichaean use, which completely disregards the concrete history of total institutions in countries with the most diverse political and social regimes. 100. Let us instead focus on the category of Bonapartism, which is our proper object of investigation here. Is this category adequate for understanding Stalin's USSR? Only in part. It gives an account, undoubtedly, of the extreme personalization of power and of its most unscrupulous and terroristic use. But we must not lose sight of another aspect of Stalin's USSR, that of the constant reference to the party, to the revolutionary Marxist program, to an ideology emphasizing the role of the class struggle. Even if the praxis stood in clear antithesis with the theory, the fact remains that the theory was itself an obstacle to the full development of Bonapartism. After all, Bonapartism appeals to the personal charisma of the leader and proclaims itself above all parties and social classes, while tirelessly expressing its contempt for those it condemns as doctrinaires dinging to systematic ideas or constructions or to metaphysical questions. From this point of view, the doctrinaires were those in France who continued to hark back to the Revolution of 1848 or to the Jacobin tradition, and Stalin and his men would also have appeared as doctrinaires, continually engaged as they were, despite their extreme practical unscrupulousness, in wearisome discussions about the realization of the program of Marx, Engels, and Lenin, and the degree of loyalty to the October Revolution. To the extent that the Kremlin chief could count on popular consensus, he owed this not to his personal charisma, to his ability periodically to take to the streets to immerse himself in the acclaiming crowds, nor even to his skill in mastering the mass media. Rather, it was owed to the activity and the propaganda efforts of thousands or millions of party activists and militants, convinced, rightly or wrongly, that they were fighting in accordance with the heritage of ideas of a definite revolutionary tradition for the realization of a certain model of society. In this context, it is not the radio, or as it would be today, the television that played the decisive role, but rather the party school. On the other hand, Trotsky himself, who accused Stalin of Bonapartism, provided this telling portrait of him, previously unknown to the masses. Before he felt out his own course, the bureaucracy felt out Stalin himself. He brought it all the necessary guarantees, the prestige of an old Bolshevik, a strong character, narrow vision, and close bonds with the political machine as the sole source of his influence. This is certainly not the portrait of a Bonapartist leader. Suffice it to think of the sharp contrast Weber rightly established between bureaucratic power and Caesaristic power. If anything, Stalin's victory represented the victory of a party and state apparatus that was becoming radically autonomous from the base it represented, and which itself defeated a possible Bonapartist-type alternative. The latter could easily have been embodied in the victorious leader of the Red Army, endowed with a charisma unknown among the other Bolshevik leaders. It was he, more than any other, who seemed to embody the idea of the mission of exporting a superior civilizational and societal model to the rest of the world. Naturally, the long duration of the Second 30 Years' War, as well as the expectation of world revolution itself generating a climate of mobilization and war, could also stimulate Bonapartist tendencies within the communist world. We may take the case of Fidel Castro's Cuba, with the country's military, political, and economic encirclement, the threats and the attempts actually made, of invasion, the embargo, a war measure, the permanent state of emergency imposed from outside. All this objectively pushes towards the personalization of power. But the properly Bonapartist tendencies are also countered by the reference to a well-defined ideology and political program, and to the party based on them. Ideology, program, and party certainly act as tools of legitimation, but also, to a certain extent, of limitation, of power. Moreover, the propaganda bombardment conducted by the powerful U.S. neighbor creates a situation of dual power on the ideological level, which can only be confronted by again resorting to the activity of the party. The seductive images of opulence broadcast by U.S. television can only be countered by a deep-seated politicization which appeals to the metaphysical questions that have always been odious to Bonapartism in all its forms. The moment in which a communist-led society seems to have come closest to the Bonapartist model is perhaps represented by the years of the Cultural Revolution in Kinowit, the leader who, bypassing the party and leveraging his own personal charisma, addressed himself directly to the masses. Yet the latter were not called upon to express plebiscitary acclamation and then return to private life. On the contrary, they were insistently prodded into permanent political activity, albeit one guided and controlled from above. And this control was itself problematic and brought many strains. The extreme difficulty which Mao encountered in delimiting the forms of struggle and the objectives of the Cultural Revolution, and in concluding it at any given moment, provides further confirmation of the autonomous role that continued to be played, also on this occasion, by ideology and program, as well as by political groups which, although sometimes clashing with the Communist Party or its leadership, also organized on the basis of this same ideology and program. On the other hand, it is precisely for these reasons that liberal or conservative theorists reduce the Jacobin, Bolshevik, or communist revolutionary of whatever form to a very singular and decidedly dangerous anthropological type, the Homo ideologicus, a species totally unacceptable to Bonapartism. with its furious loathing for indoctrinated and ideologized masses or individuals. Arendt's assimilation of communism to fascism and Nazism on the basis of lack of or ignoring of a party program is completely untenable and can only be explained by her own preconceived stance. It was, rather, a leader like Mussolini, who repeatedly boasted of not being hampered by programmatic scruples, and instead of proceeding exclusively according to his creativity or his mood. It is fascism and Nazism that insist on formal allegiance, irrespective of any determinate content, to an individual leader or Deus or Führer. This is the meaning of such formulae as believe, obey, fight, or our honor is called loyalty. Within the communist tradition, we encounter quite different watchwords. Think of the one coined by Wilhelm Liebknecht, and also dear to Lenin. Learn, propagandize, organize. 10 or that which Gramsci put in the masthead of L'Ordine Nuovo. Educate yourselves, because we shall need all our intelligence. Agitate yourselves, because we shall need all our enthusiasm. Organize yourselves, because we shall need all your strength. 104. As we can see, in the first place, appears the appeal to study, that is, to theoretical appropriation of the ideology and of the program summoned to guide the movement transforming reality. If there is a trait that both Nazi fascism and communism share, it is simply their common inability, albeit for different reasons, to pass from the state of exception to normality, as instead happens in the sphere of soft Bonapartism, to which we will soon devote greater attention. As for the rest, we would need to look to other categories in order to understand the political developments that took place after the October Revolution. The theory of the revolutionary vanguard, formulated by Lenin and already present in Nuss and Marx, had emerged with the aim of giving political subjectivity to what the liberal tradition considered the eternally childlike multitude constitutionally incapable of expressing an autonomous will. In the history of actually existing socialism, this theory objectively ended in the prevalence of a new version of the theory and practice which it had been meant to overcome. For Gramsci, so long as the subaltern classes were an amorphous mass perennially swaying back and forth outside of any spiritual organization, the working people were doomed to remain easy prey for all and simple human material, in the hands of the elites, raw material for the history of the privileged classes. This was the case, in particular, during World War I, when the childlike multitude was thrown into the furnace of war against its own will by an elite that explicitly claimed its right to impart this energetic pedagogy of pain and sacrifice to a reluctant mass which clung to the banality of everyday existence and material interests. But it so happened that the vanguard called upon to direct the process abolishing this state of affairs turned itself into a new elite, investing itself with a superior knowledge absolutely inaccessible to a multitude that remained or returned to a childlike condition. For this reason, the political regimes that recently collapsed in Eastern Europe were rightly denounced in the common understanding as dominated by a nomenclatura, by a now closed and sclerotic leadership group, a veritable oligarchy that developed on the basis of the central and privileged position of the Communist Party, although the latter itself constituted an obstacle to the development of Bonapartism proper. Bonapartism did, however, begin to emerge in Russia, starting from the collapse of actually existing socialism. Sometime later, the press described Boris Yeltsin's role in the following terms: elected president by the people, self-appointed prime minister of his government. Now, Boris the Terrible will also be minister of defense. The post is temporary, but in fact the leader of Russia now finds himself with enormous power, such as not even Gorbachev ever had in the Soviet Union. What is more, Yeltsin would find himself directing an army that was not conscripted, and therefore scarcely reliable, but one that was at least intended to become completely professional, made up only of volunteers, who are soldiers for their job, as in the US 106 typical of Bonapartism, were the declarations recently made by Yeltsin as he engaged in a tug of war with the Congress. I gave my oath to the Russian people, not to a constitution that is now outdated. And so, the president's newly founded party proposed the calling of a referendum to dissolve Parliament 108 as things stand today. At the beginning of December 1992, one can only wonder whether, if the situation stabilizes, the Russian leader will succeed in imposing a real Bonapartist regime, capable of passing easily from normality to a state of exception and back again, or whether we will instead see the state of exception growing autonomous, with the emergence of an openly authoritarian regime, or a dictatorship of a more or less fascist type. Caesarism, dictatorship, and Bonapartism. In the debate on the new political regime, based on a highly personalized executive endowed with very broad powers, that began its triumphal march in the major countries after World War I, we have seen how different categories were brought in upon different occasions. These categories were not always free of ambiguities and merit further reflection. If Cobbin referred above all to the institution of the Roman dictatorship, Weber spoke primarily of Caesarism. But in this debate, the category of Bonapartism also clearly emerged. Already present in Pareto and Mosca, it was discussed in greater depth by Sorel. A few weeks after the outbreak of the war, he stressed, in a letter to the Italian Misseroli, the tendency in France to grant the president wide powers. A Bonapartist restoration could not be ruled out, but the most probable result was perhaps a coup d'etat to reform the constitution. Inspired by the example of the United States, and it was a tendency that did not end with the end of the war, more than ever. Bonapartism seemed to have gained renewed vigor and to be making a forward march. It must be observed that throughout Europe, parliamentarism is moving towards a regime of personal power exercised by a great politician. The fact is especially remarkable in England. Lloyd George is truly a king without a crown, and a much more powerful king than the last Bourbons were in France. I believe that everywhere political customs are increasingly modeled on the fundamental principle of the Bonapartist Constitution of 1852. All the agents of the government must be responsible to a single head who, in turn, is responsible only to the people. 1 in 10. As we know, already on the eve of Louis Napoleon's coup d'etat and the imposition of the Constitution of, Bonapartist propaganda made reference to the American model. Now, as war was raging, it was Sorel who noted the elements of Bonapartism present in the political and constitutional order of the United States and the influence they had on the political evolution of many European countries. When Prince Louis Napoleon was elected president on December 10, 1848, he considered himself invested with a national delegation that placed him far above the chamber. A man appointed by more than half the voters was, to the Bonapartist eyes, much more national than the deputies, elected by virtue of local influence. The president therefore believed he could impose on the Legislative Assembly an action conforming to the will of the people, as expressed on 10 December. In the United States, the president is elected directly by the people. Their presidents almost invoke the supreme law of common salvation when they speak in the name of the nation. The principle of dictatorship is implicit in the American Constitution. The way in which the history of the United States has unfolded during the last century has contributed to persuading presidents that, when the occasion arises, they must act as leaders responsible only to the whole country. 111. In the French author's view, the political regime that was now spreading from the United States across Europe was not without its worrying aspects. Yet it seemed to be permanent, if not outright irresistible, in character. The more or less dictatorial acts of American presidents have not always been very felicitous. Despite the numerous demonstrations of what is dangerous in the semi-dictatorship of the American presidents, it would be difficult for things to change. Perhaps Sorel went further than anyone else in defining the characteristics of the new political regime that was now emerging, namely that it was based on personal power exercised by a great politician, a sort of king without a crown invested and legitimated by the will of the people. 2. It was not a military dictatorship, but a regime within which the principle of dictatorship is implicit. This regime, characterized by the personalization of power and the agility with which it manages to pass from normality to a state of exception and back again, found its main point of reference in the American Constitution and in the political tradition of the United States. Compared to Sorel, Weber is less precise, for he also uses other categories in addition to Caesarism. He speaks positively of the Caesarist dictator and the plebiscitary city dictators in the great American municipalities who had tamed corruption, 1 in 12. In other cases, the German sociologist appears to consider the Caesarist leader to be, like the military dictator, Napoleon I, at times. He seems almost to express regret for the defeat of the last Bonapartist initiative in France, mounted by General Boulanger. France paid a price for this, in that the supreme powers lack authority with the masses, something that is typical of the country. Nonetheless, in spite of some oscillations in his language, also evident from the contempt with which he speaks of Napoleon III's shadow parliament, which, despite everything, failed to tame the domination of the street and was swept away by the Paris Commune, Weber above all took as his model what I have called a regime of soft Bonapartism. The German sociologist sheds light on another essential aspect of this latter regime, which remained in the shadows in Sorel's analysis. The Caesarist leader raised to power not through the usual casting of votes or election, but rather through a confession of belief in the vocation for leadership of the person who has laid claim to this. Acclamation 115. Weber primarily turned his gaze towards the United States, where parties were essentially organizations for the patronage of office, lacking any specific convictions. 116. They are thus unable to put obstacles in the way of a simple fiduciary relationship between followers and leader, a relationship from which the former can expect material rewards, even substantial ones, but certainly not the respect of programmatic commitments which have never actually been made. The power that this leader exercises is not a dictatorship, but is liable to turn into one, as the objective situation requires. unless it wants to risk the kind of consequences affecting Russia at the moment. Every government, even the most democratic and socialist, would be bound to institute summary jurisdiction against putsches, sabotage, and other politically sterile outbursts of this kind, which occur in every country, although less frequently here than elsewhere. After describing Kerensky's Russia in gloomy tones, noting how it was committed to continuing at all costs a war odious to the mass of the population, Weber invoked martial law to prevent in other countries the October Revolution that had overthrown this odious regime. But our concern here is not so much to dwell on the great sociologist's own immediate political choices. More interesting is his theorization of a Caesarist or Bonapartist regime, liable to transform into an open dictatorship in moments of acute crisis and able to return from a state of exception to normality, as happens among politically mature Nation 118. From this point of view, Bismarck's main fault consisted in the fact that, although he was a great Caesarist leader, unlike those of the English-speaking countries, he was not able to bring about a real Caesarist or Bonapartist regime. For Weber, the important function of the British Parliament was not to exercise real power, but to solve the problem of succession. That is the peaceful way of eliminating the Caesarist dictator when he has lost the trust of the masses and the controlled nature of his position of power. 119, yet this assertion was itself based on the understanding that this orderly and painless succession should give rise to the installation of another Caesarist dictator, or rather of a leader who is the de facto Caesarist representative of the masses, ready to turn into an open dictator at any moment. 6. Universal suffrage, proportional representation, and the reaction against it, the single-member constituency, and new forms of property discrimination. Even after the reintroduction of universal suffrage, French liberalism certainly did not recognize it unreservedly, not even in the liberal phase of the Second Empire. It continued to find a model in Britain, with its explicit discrimination based on property qualifications. Even the Reform Act of 1832, which had extended political rights to the bourgeoisie, was not always the object of enthusiastic evaluations. It favored the triumph of mediocrity, while the previous system, even with all its feudal distortions, had sent the most capable men in England to the Commons. This judgment was made by an author whom we have already seen poking fun at the peculiar French idea that the vote is a natural, absolute right, and who emphasized the dangers of universal suffrage. This institution could be considered a good thing, but only on one condition, indeed a rather problematic one, whose fulfillment depended on an uncertain future, namely, the condition that the great majority of the citizens are wise, moderate, friends of justice and truth. It was necessary to beware easy and uncritical enthusiasms. I know that universal suffrage is a dogma. One does not discuss it, one adores it. I'm always wary of blind faith. In religion, as in politics, it produces nothing but fanatics. The French liberals seem to be searching for possible remedies to the massive extension of suffrage. Without any preliminary work of instruction and education, political rights were granted to the mass stirring below the surface of the old civilization, a mass in the grip of ignorance, credulity, weakness, and among whom revolutions find their soldiers. Plus, there was no sense in trying to remedy this situation by filtering the popular vote through a two-tier electoral system. Laboulaye observed, here following in line with Constant, of whose principles of politics he had been the editor. In a country where the passion for equality was so strong, it was unthinkable to turn to the pluralist vote so dear to John Stuart Mill, a figure credited with advancing very bold ideas which, if they might appear strange, had nonetheless imposed themselves on the debate and reflection in Britain. So, what was the solution? Despite his many reservations about universal suffrage, the French liberal was conscious that in his country a return to open property qualifications was now unthinkable. However, it was possible to do something about the electoral system. Laboulaye again took up the polemic against the list vote, which had already been denounced by Bonapartist propaganda as an instrument for the falsification of the popular will by organized political groups and parties. This was set in contrast with the American example, in order to assert that "Ailt is the constant thought of free peoples that it is necessary that elections be done directly, that the voters choose only one person, and know well the person whom they choose." Laboulaye made the case not only for the single-member system, but also for small constituencies. In our old houses, there was a considerable nucleus of deputies who had a relationship with their electors, not based on political ties alone. Big proprietors, great industrialists, generals, magistrates, lawyers, publicists, even poets had been in some way adopted as perpetual representatives of their place of birth or residence. Vitry knew only Mr. Royer Collard. Sedan was honored to elect Mr. Cunin Gradin. Clamecy was proud of Mr. Dupin, as Macon was of Mr. de Lamartine. Deputies of this sort, attached to their constituency by the community of interests or of memories, by the authority of talent or of glory, exercised a moderating action in the House and in the country. They were forgiven for not being wedded to the passions of the moment. Their advice was listened to and their opinion discussed. This was a great factor for calm and reason. Today, the extent of the constituency is so great, and its delimitation sometimes so arbitrary, that all these old relations of patronage and clientele have broken down. The new system has destroyed these personal influences, which had transient inconveniences and lasting advantages. The result is that today, political sympathy almost exclusively decides the election. Between the voter and the deputy, there is no longer anything in common outside of the opinion of the moment. The storm comes. There comes one of those terrible days when the country throws itself to the opposition. There will be a general election which will overthrow the House and tear apart the whole country. The advantages of this electoral system were thus identified in its ability to hold back too deep a process of politicization and to ensure an influence of local notables, sanctioned by custom and the traditional attitude of reverence towards them, observed especially by a rural or provincial population, unmarred by the pernicious influence of political parties. Ensuring that the countryside prevail over the city was also the concern of Napoleon III, committed to leveraging the peasants to neutralize the restless and turbulent cities. But Laboulaye develops his argument further. After emphasizing the importance of wealth and electoral results, he asked whether it was right to try to control or limit it by legislative means. Buying and paying for a voter's vote is real corruption. It is a crime punishable by law. But giving money to churches and hospices in the district, founding schools, opening kindergartens, building fountains, could all this be forbidden to a citizen just because this citizen is a candidate? If these expenditures are declared suspicious or guilty, then also stopped is the generosity in which the ancients identified the virtue of republics, that attachment to the community which is the honor of free countries. If, on the contrary, these expenditures are declared innocent, whatever the intention of the donor, and I would incline to that solution, out of respect for liberty and love of the public good, wealth is given an electoral privilege which it will be able to take advantage of. It will be an indirect establishment of an electoral threshold. If these observations are correct, we see that universal suffrage is a less easy instrument to handle than may have been believed at first. In the French case, at least, it would be problematic and dangerous to pull back from universal suffrage. Yet it was possible to undermine it by reintroducing, under the new conditions, the property-based discrimination which it was officially supposed to have abolished once and for all. We can find similar concerns and conclusions in the British political thought of the time. We have seen Baytot anxiously raise the possibility of a political combination of the lower classes, as such and for their own objects. The choice of electoral system is also of great importance in heading off such an unfortunate possibility. The liberal author draws an interesting social, political picture of the Britain of his time. There are whole classes who have not a conception of what the higher orders call comfort, who have not the prerequisites of moral existence, who cannot lead the life that becomes a man. But they, most miserable of these classes, do not impute their misery to politics. If a political agitator were to lecture to the peasants of Dorsetshire and try to excite political dissatisfaction, it is much more likely that he would be pelted than that he would succeed. Such a situation may well survive the extension of suffrage, but on the condition that it is not disturbed by an electoral system such as the proportional system, whereby industrial towns would be able to send to Parliament persons representing the beliefs or the unbeliefs of the lowest classes in their towns, craftsmen or workmen or other elements mixed in with them. This could be the beginning of an autonomous organization of the lower classes, especially since proportionality favors the development and consolidation of parties, strengthens their influence, and puts isms at the center of the debate, that is, precisely the great questions that are likely to excite the lower orders. All this would end up giving political value to existing miseries, and it would undermine the satisfaction or dull resignation that the mass of miserable creatures have hitherto felt with regard to their living conditions, despite everything. If, incapable of comprehending general political questions, the childlike multitude must confine itself to choosing a leader from among competing personalities drawn from among the ruling class. Clearly, the electoral system conforming to this objective must be the single-member constituency. Such an election may well be polarized between two candidates, both, even if in lively competition, committed to stirring up the vague dream of glory which can divert the masses' attention from their tough living conditions and prevent them from connecting their misery with the existing socio-political system. But Baytot goes further, for he makes no mystery of the fact that the electoral system he champions is intended as a dam against democracy. The basic defect of proportional representation is that it somehow follows in train with the ultra-democratic theory, which would confer an equal right to vote on adult males and even to women, abolishing also the plural vote, so that the rich and wise are not to have, by explicit law, more votes than the poor and stupid. If it is not possible to block or drive back the tendency that seeks to level out the exercise of political rights, at least it should be restrained with the single-member constituency. For the English liberal, as for his French counterpart, this had the merit of allowing the basic advantages of property-based discrimination to survive the expansion of the franchise. Proportionality as the completion of universal suffrage. On the opposite side to Laboulaye's and Bagehot's, the democratic movement also clearly identified the political and social significance of the debate on electoral systems that developed from the second half of the 19th century. We can look to an intervention in France from the end of the century. Proportional representation, our opponents claim, will allow for the representation of unconstitutional or revolutionary parties, will open the doors of Parliament to umbrella traders, rag pickers, and drunks, to dangerous elements and parties. The single-member constituency is meant to keep the classes traditionally considered dangerous at bay, outside of representative bodies. It can be understood then that in France not only the democratic movement but also a wider public opinion demanded the proportional system as the concrete realization of universal and equal suffrage, which was otherwise condemned to exist only on paper. Indeed, 213 it was necessary not only to abolish property qualifications, but also to reject proposals such as plural voting so dear to Mill, and at this moment also implemented in practice outside England, in a country like Belgium. But was plural voting the only way to make suffrage unequal? Let us look at the effects of the single-member constituency, at the very most. 45 out of 100 voters are represented, thus Parliament does not even represent half of the country. Who, then, does the majority in Parliament represent? Today, of the approximately 10 million Frenchmen who have the right to vote, only 4.5 million are represented. Is this your understanding of universal suffrage? Instead, it was necessary that all votes should have equal value. And if democracy was the government of all, then it is clear that its concrete realization, its future, was intimately linked to the question of proportional representation. Certainly, the definition of democracy presupposed here implies the participation of all in public affairs, the effective and proportional participation of all citizens in the designation of the state organs. 15 Political freedom is also the exercise of political power, not simply its delegation. Universal suffrage was not established to decide whether this or that parliamentary group will have the totality of representation in an electoral college. It was established to enable all citizens to exercise their share of sovereignty, and hence, minorities have the same right as majorities to be represented in proportion to their electoral strengths. In a regime of political equality, every vote must have the same representative value. The attainment of this objective is rendered impossible by the uninominal ballot, the supporters of which, it was polemically pointed out, did no more than follow the policy of the Bonapartist regime, which, in this way, managed to obtain enormous majorities in the legislature. 181 From the foundation of the Third Republic, the revolution to be completed through the introduction of proportional representation was seen as the realization of the watchwords of freedom and equality, which had emanated from 1789, and as the development of the 1848 revolution which had first affirmed the principle of universal suffrage. Already in 1864, from the exile to which Louis Napoleon had forced him, one of the protagonists of that revolution had raised the demand for proportional representation in the name of the equality that constitutes the essence of democracy. Louis Blanc raised this demand in polemic against any electoral system which, in condemning minorities and especially the lower classes to silence, sanctioned the rule of privilege. The collapse of the Bonapartist dictatorship, to which the single-member constituency was so dear, seemed to give impetus to this demand. Now, together with universal suffrage, proportional representation, called upon to make the principle of one man, one vote a concrete reality, was demanded. Invoking the Declaration of the Rights of Man, which confers on every citizen the right to participate, personally or through his representative, in the elaboration of the law. Proportional representation is the logical complement of universal suffrage, of which Lamartine gave the following definition. The right is equal for all citizens and is absolute. No citizen can say to another, I am more sovereign than you. For this principle to be applied, it is necessary that the representative value of each vote should be the same, that the vote of a radical voter should have the same value as that of a socialist or a moderate voter, and vice versa. Now it is clear that this result can be achieved only by attributing to each important fraction of the electoral body a representation proportional to the number of votes it has, and not by deciding that only the majority of the electors in each constituency will be represented. But would not proportional representation end up producing a strong organization of rigorously disciplined parties, resulting in a serious limitation or erasure of voter freedom? This was the accusation raised by the opponents of the new electoral system. Yet its supporters retorted that the organization of political parties on the basis of clear and precise principles had a positive meaning. Indeed, it was thanks to this that political freedom will become a reality. If the critics of universal suffrage and partisans of the thesis of the childlike multitude believed that the latter was able to pronounce only on persons and not on programs, the advocates of proportional voting condemned a system in which the personal element takes first place, and the elector votes for one man rather than another. For the supporters of this system, the omnipotence of local groups, boards of company directors, or the irresponsible committees of the constituency's main towns had to be replaced by the initiative of broad party associations and real political associations. 23. Proportional representation then became an integral part of the program of France's Socialist Party, which approved this demand at its Limoges Congress in 1906 and then at the Marseille Congress in 1908. Even if the replacement of the single-member constituency were not to bring any immediate electoral advantage, and even in the hypothetical case that the party should suffer some loss, the new electoral system, Jaurès, among others, pointed out would nevertheless contribute to adding a moral dimension to the elections and to pushing the deputies, the socialist ones, in any case to overcome any corporatist vision and exclusive defense of the interests of their own voters or of some limited local or social group. Proportional representation was also sometimes credited with an effect of social stabilization or reabsorption of radically subversive impulses, precisely because it allows for the representation of minorities who could otherwise only express themselves through frontal opposition to the existing social and political order. In this sense, the single-member constituency, guaranteeing the monopoly of representation to the majority, is antisocial insofar as it is founded on exclusion, and thus a harbinger of battles, struggles, and passions. Conversely, the proportional system was presented as the realization not only of freedom and equality, but also of the brotherhood proclaimed by the French Revolution. Backed up by such arguments, it found support even outside the socialist and radical democratic movements. But whatever the perspective from which proportional representation was advocated, the single-member system was identified and denounced as the heir of discrimination based on property qualifications. Indeed, apart from the different and opposing value judgments attached to them, this was not so dissimilar from the analyses set out by Laboulaye and Bagehot. In Italy, the left fought for proportional representation even before universal suffrage had been achieved. In 1900s, the Socialist Party included it in its minimum program 26. But the significance of this demand, put forward in the name of the great principle of the equivalence of suffrage, was best clarified by an MP for the Italian Republican Party, who polemicized against the single-member system in the following terms: "While we fight those who advocate the plural vote because it is detrimental to the principle of equality, we witness every day, undismayed, the constant rejoicing at this injustice that is intimately bound up with Italian electoral legislation." 7. Emancipation and disemancipation, women's suffrage. With the outbreak of World War I and the October Revolution, the exclusion of vast popular strata from political rights became highly problematic. It was riskier than ever to cling to restrictions based explicitly on property qualifications, such as had been swept away by the upheavals that had taken place in Russia and now threatened to infect the West as well. Moreover, how is it possible to continue enforcing such restrictions even after the call for a general and total mobilization? Could the right to vote really be denied to soldiers who had been called upon to resist, suffer, and die in the trenches in the name of the nation? Could the nation deny that the proletarians from whom it demanded even the greatest sacrifice had the full capacity to understand and to choose the same proletarians who in Russia had been the protagonists of a revolution that stoked constant distress among the ruling classes of all the belligerent states? The total mobilization effort also involved women, those in the workplace who took over from men sent to the front, and those whose skins bore the marks of the grief and sacrifice that the war entailed. Should they too be admitted to political citizenship? In his time, Spencer had stated that granting women political rights would entail a violation of the principle of equality. Since they were exempt from military service, if they enjoyed political rights without being exposed to the serious and mortal risks to which males were subjected, their position would be not one of equality, but one of supremacy. 2008. But the liberal philosopher's reasoning still makes sense in the new situation. In his September 30th, 1918 address in favor of women's suffrage, the American President Wilson underlined the important contribution that women had made to the national cause of total mobilization. They could not be admitted to the partnership of sacrifice and suffering and toil, only to be excluded from the partnership of privilege and of right. 29. The war had such a powerful impact that even a leading exponent of French conservatism proposed granting the right to vote to the widows or mothers of fallen soldiers. This was not a matter of women's suffrage, and not only because in such a scenario, women would continue to be largely excluded from voting rights. Maurice Barrès, the conservative we are talking about, declared that his project aimed to provide for the suffrage of the dead, that is, of the males fallen in battle, who, unable to express themselves directly, would instead do so through female relatives, meaning either their spouses or their mothers. However grotesque and even macabre this proposal may seem, it was, in any case, a sign of the cracks now beginning to emerge in the edifice of sexual discrimination, which was in danger of collapsing, and in some countries did collapse, partly because of the blows received from the upheavals taking place in Russia. 1 year after the October Revolution, other revolutions would sweep away the Hohenzollern and Habsburg dynasties, marking the victory of women's suffrage in Germany, Austria, and Czechoslovakia, before it then also established itself in Britain and the United States. But Barrés's stance is also indicative of the ambiguities that would continue to plague the question of women's suffrage. On the one hand, well before the outbreak of the war, the demand for women's suffrage was a decisive element of the platform of the movement for emancipation and the struggle against the various forms of discrimination in the exercise of political rights. Not to turn too far back, in 1892, the German Social Democratic Party started its campaign for a truly universal suffrage, one not limited to men alone. Writing in the course of World War I and immediately after the fall of Tsarism, Lenin denounced not only the persistence of property qualifications, more or less camouflaged by means of residence requirements or other supposedly petty details of the suffrage, but also the exclusion of women. The situation in Russia had in the meantime been altered by the February Revolution, already hailed by Gramsci as a proletarian revolution because of the sway of the councils and of the popular masses therein. He enthusiastically underlined the fact that it had destroyed authoritarianism and substituted it with universal suffrage, extending it to women as well indeed. The provisional government had announced the creation of a constituent assembly on this basis, and the Central Committee of the Bolshevik Party had already pronounced in this sense on 13th of March, February 28, 1917. On the other hand, women's suffrage has long been viewed from an entirely different and even opposed political and social perspective, a few years before the outbreak of World War I. In lamenting the improvised way in which universal male suffrage had been introduced in France after the Revolution of 1848, a measure at fault for granting political rights even to so many people incapable of exercising them properly. A scholar of electoral law listed some possible remedies: the distribution of voters by categories, as in Austria, plural suffrage, as in Belgium, with a double and even triple vote according to property, ability, or the quality of father of the family, and finally, two-grade voting, which would in some way filter and regularize suffrage, especially that of the popular classes. Unfortunately, these measures were unpopular and felt to be in contradiction with the principle of equal political rights. But by now, the French author concluded, universal suffrage has acquired the right of citizenship in our public law and can now celebrate its 50th anniversary. To seek to undermine it in order to reduce and transform it would be the most reckless of undertakings and the most illusory of theories. If, some day or other, it should need defending against itself, that will instead be done through its wider extension. Who can say whether, in the 20th century, women's suffrage will not be France's greatest reserve of conservatism? 35. At the end of the 19th century, American nativists began to turn to the conservative use of women's suffrage, hoping in this way to counter the corrupting tendencies of the polyglot metropolises polluted by immigrants. 36. This was a time when access to political citizenship for women of the upper classes in the United States was intertwined with the exclusion of blacks, immigrants, and even poor whites. The temptation to use women's suffrage for conservative ends was also felt during World War I, and this is perhaps the context in which Barrés's proposal should be placed. On the other side of the scales, in addition to the weight of difficult to eradicate prejudices, there was concern over the social upheaval that could result from granting political rights to women, and the consequent break with a centuries or millennial tradition of subordination. After the end of the conflict, demobilization aggravated the problem of unemployment. Was it possible to re-confine women in the role of angel of the hearth after they had participated in the total mobilization effort and also become full citizens? The remedy of votes for women risked being worse than the disease it was intended to cure. This is why in countries such as Italy and France, women's suffrage could only triumph after a fresh wave of immense upheavals, which saw women actively participate in the resistance, including with guns in hand. Democracy, parties, and proportional representation in Kelsen. It is telling that a moment that saw a powerful process of political emancipation and a now serious crisis of the explicit discrimination based on property, race, or sex that still regulated the exercise of political rights also corresponded to the triumph of the principle of proportional representation in countries such as Italy, Germany, and Austria. In this moment, it seemed as if this electoral system was now inseparable from universal suffrage, as per the claim of the democratic movement which had grown especially under the French Third Republic. In Germany after the November Revolution, the Council of People's Commissars proclaimed that all elections to representative assemblies must be carried out on the basis of an equal, secret, direct, universal vote, granted to everyone over 20 years of age, of both sexes, and according to proportional electoral principles 3, Kelsen is perhaps the most important theorist of this development of democracy, which occurred in certain major Western countries. Publishing an essay in a review in the immediate post-war years, which was later revised and issued as a standalone book, Kelsen polemicized against not only the communist movement, but also those who viewed with unease or hostility the democratization process, which was changing the face of Austria after the Revolution and the end of the Habsburg dynasty. Also to be set within this landscape is Kelsen's clear stance in favor of democracy, understood also in its classical and etymological sense. Democracy meant universal suffrage and participation in political choices, and, in this sense, Rousseau was to be considered an apostle of freedom, and possibly the most important theorist of democracy. Kelsen had no doubts about the fact that the hostility of the old monarchies toward parties is nothing more than thinly disguised attacks on democracy. This attitude survived in Austria after the collapse of the old dynasty, yet only self-deception or hypocrisy could lead one to suppose that democracy is possible without political parties. The enemies of the party system and of multipartyism opposed proportional representation, which, more than any other electoral system, presupposes the organization of those who possess political rights into political parties. Where this organization has not yet sufficiently occurred, proportional representation has the explicit tendency to speed up and strengthen this process. But this is yet further reason to take a stand in favor of such an electoral system, which is the logical consequence of universal suffrage and democracy. The aforementioned fundamental principle is that of freedom, i.e., of radical democracy. Just as I only want to obey a law that I have helped create, so I only want to recognize someone, if anyone at all, as my representative in government, if he was chosen for this position by, and not against, my will. 4. But a further observation by the great jurist deserves particular attention, unlike the single-member constituency, which is based on the anti-natural principle of territoriality, which he assimilated to the majoritarian system, given that, on the scale of the nation or the individual electoral district, both discriminate against and strongly penalize the minority. Proportional representation relies on the principle of personal status. Kelsen hints here at a question of extraordinary importance. In Britain, the electoral system based on the single-member constituency was heir to a long pre-modern tradition that sees as the bearer of representation not the individual, but rather communities and guilds. In this sense, equal universal suffrage, based on the representation of the individual and the principle of one person, one vote, requires proportional representation. Only this gives real form to democracy, which implies that all individuals are of equal political value. It can thus be understood why America could not represent a model either, and not only because that country had borrowed from Britain an electoral system rooted in a pre-modern conception of representation. For there is also another factor. Contrary to Weber and many of his contemporaries, the great jurist had no sympathy for Caesarism, however democratic or otherwise. He criticized plebiscitary practices, which even a thoroughly liberal thinker like Pareto had suggested to the fascists, and saw that, in a so-called presidential republic, with executive power entrusted to a president not elected by parliament but directly by the people, the principle of popular sovereignty is weakened. Where there is only one elected individual for millions of voters, the idea of popular representation must lose every last pretense of legitimacy. This is also true on a reduced scale of the single-member constituency, which creates a local leader, marginalizing the parties that Kelsen sees as the backbone of democracy. The national leader not controlled by parliament is even more dangerous. The chances of enduring autocracy may in some cases be greater in a presidentialist regime than under a hereditary monarchy, and direct popular election, far from banishing or lessening this risk, further aggravates it. 3. Weber also agrees that the single-member constituency is congenial to a Bonapartist regime, or, in any case, one founded on a radical personalization of power. Yet he does so on the basis of a different and opposed value judgment, for which Caesarist democracy, für Demokratie, is incompatible with the proportional system, which is capable of producing only a leaderless democracy, führerlose Demokratie. Such a democracy may be fine for Swiss cantons, and in normal times, but not for a great power that must be prepared for an emergency situation at home and abroad. The proportional system is the exact opposite of any dictatorship. If we want to put an end to the miserable impotence of the French president by resorting to a dictator, a man trusted by the masses and elected by them, we must instead look to countries like America and Britain and their political and electoral system. A theorist of democracy as political participation, Kelsen opposed any form of Bonapartism. This is why, while he was suspicious of the political regime developing in countries such as the United States, he did identify with the democratic regimes in Austria and Germany that followed the fall of the Habsburgs and the Hohenzollerns, corporatist parliament, and plural voting. It is impossible to understand 20th century history adequately in abstraction from the struggle between emancipation and disemancipation that has characterized this century, as well as the contemporary world as a whole. Even as far as universal male suffrage is concerned, there has been strong resistance. We can thus see, in the effort to restrain it, the reemergence of various suggestions and proposals which had already been put forward by the above-cited French scholar at the beginning of the century, but which he considered impractical. If it was necessary to grant suffrage to all, without exception, could one not, at least, try to organize and control it within the framework of a corporatist constitution? Ideas and suggestions of this kind circulated in Germany during World War I, and we can say that they circulated widely. Judging by Max Weber's efforts to refute the many proposals for professional and class representation, Berufsständige Vertretung, which he rightly considered nostalgic for a social order now past, which was incompatible with the mobility of modern industrial society. It should not be forgotten, however, that a tendency towards corporatist representation can also be found within the liberal tradition. The plural vote, dear to Mill as one of his opponents observed at the end of the 19th century, applied the model of the joint stock company also to the political community. But if the lower classes needed twice as many votes as the upper classes to elect a deputy, or if in Parliament the 50 deputies of the Agrarian Party had the same 100 votes as 100 socialist and worker deputies, effectively this would mean reintroducing the vote by estates or orders. On the other hand, corporatist representation characterized the Parliament of National Liberal Prussia until the end of World War I, and the political electoral system in force there was considered truly reasonable by many intellectuals and academics in America at the beginning of the century. We can thus understand the fascination that corporatist representation still exercised in certain liberal circles in Italy after World War I, before it became an unambiguously fascist agenda. In 1919, Benito Mussolini, who still posed as a revolutionary in pronouncing himself in favor of universal suffrage for men and women, and even for proportional representation, made this significant addition. The current political representation cannot be enough for us. We want a direct representation of the individual interests, so that just as I, as a citizen, can vote according to my ideas, as a professional I can vote according to my professional qualities. It could be said against this program that we are going back to the guilds. No matter. The important thing is to create councils for categories, which integrate a sincerely political representation. Immediately after the March on Rome, the man who had by then become the leader of fascism reiterated, "While maintaining absolute centralization in Rome, I want to create a kind of corporatist parliament elected by farmers, seafarers, and the professionals of every major industry." The proposal for professional forms of representation was supported by the Catholic Muri, as well as by a liberal right-wing leader like Antonio Salandra. The latter cultivated a project of decisive reforms to integrate the existing system of representative institutions through the use of forms of corporatist representation. Sometimes the plural vote was proposed as an antidote to universal suffrage. In 1917, Weber noted in critical tones that such a proposal enjoyed great popularity in Germany. 32. It is easy to understand the reasons for this. It would make it possible to continue to marginalize the working classes, while formally recognizing their political rights, through an electoral mechanism that was still in force in Britain, and was thus backed up by the prestige of a country which insisted that it had entered the war in a crusade for democracy. Immediately after the March on Rome, Mussolini, who had in the meantime also changed his mind about granting political rights to women, spoke out in favor of the plural vote. "I am a partisan of universal suffrage, but not of women's suffrage. Our reform will be particularly concerned with the inequality of electoral rights. It is absurd to grant the same privileges to an uneducated man and to a university rector. It is not by lowering the upper classes that a common equality is created. I am ascribed the idea of restricting universal suffrage. No, every citizen will keep his right to vote for the Parliament of Rome. But a university professor or a great technician must have one more word to say than a porter or an illiterate." 3. In this position favoring the plural vote, using arguments that seemed drawn from John Stuart Mill, Mussolini was hardly alone. Taking a similar stance, in April 1924, the liberal nationalist Maffeo Pantaleoni proposed a combination of the plural vote and corporate representation in order to strike at the source of demagogy. At the end of 1924, the head of government received a letter from a fascist MP, Agostino Lanzillo, who advocated double voting for voters over 50 years of age, and a multiple vote for commanders of men, captains of industry, presidents of organizations, etc. It is interesting to note that until 1925, Mussolini remained faithful to the idea of the plural vote. It was explicitly stipulated in the original electoral law bill, confirming the destruction of democracy and the establishment of the dictatorship. However, Edmondo Rossoni intervened in the debate in the Chamber of Deputies, representing the corporations, claiming for them the pride of having reconciled a large part of the working masses with the fatherland, and expressing the fear that the plural vote, by discriminating against the working masses or putting them at a disadvantage, might again alienate them from the regime. 56. Nationalists, fascists, and the single-member constituency. While the debate on universal suffrage developed at a European and even global scale, it became particularly important in Italy in the period surrounding the fascist coup. The reasons are easy to understand. This was a country shaken by profound social and political upheavals, in which the Red Peril seemed to be on the rise. This was a danger that Weimar Germany itself seemed to have averted, achieving a certain degree of stability, albeit later swept away by the crisis of 1929, precisely thanks to the electoral and popular legitimacy on which the new rulers confronting the persistent communist agitation could draw. Thus, at the beginning of 1919, the organ of the Italian nationalists could rejoice. The German people has spoken, summoned by the meetings to vote for the Constituent Assembly, with the most universal suffrage, with an extraordinary percentage of voters, reaching the hyperbolic proportion of 98% of those registered, and the registered voters represented the entire adult population. The German people gave the overwhelming majority of its votes to the bourgeois parties. This is no longer a question of an oligarchy, whether of a court or of the public square which, usurping the sovereignty legitimately expressed by the people summoned in their free assemblies, establishes its caste or class privilege through the violent seizure of the state. The rule of the Hohenzollerns, like the Spartacus dictatorship, is over. Today it is the whole German people, with all its layers and classes, which, against every regime of privilege, establishes in the most liberal and legitimate forms, by means of universal, direct, and secret suffrage, its sovereignty in the Constituent Assembly, which is to found the new regime in Germany. 57. But the elections that took place in Italy shortly thereafter, with universal suffrage and a proportional system, far from legitimizing the existing social order, seemed to put it radically into question. Hence, the extension of political rights, and the changes in the electoral system that had taken place between 1913, the advent of quasi-universal suffrage among the male population, and 1919, the introduction of the proportional system, became the target of a relentless press campaign by the same circles that had also celebrated the outcome of the elections in Germany. Yet even the violence of these polemics did not cancel out the awareness that it was no longer possible to restore open property-based discrimination. This same nationalist organ was forced to recognize as much, in gloomy tones, at the end of 1922. We have lowered the moral and intellectual level of the political voter too far by granting the vote also to illiterates. Raising it again by restricting this right is perhaps impossible without serious disturbance. In order to avoid such a popular reaction, it was thus necessary to resort to other methods that would be able to hollow out universal suffrage from within. But which methods were there in the Politica of January 31, 1920? Alfredo Rocco continued to thunder against a reform that had invested the masses with a function that they do not understand, do not appreciate, and are unable to exercise, and that, as far as Italy was concerned, it seemed ought to be blamed on Giolittus' senile decadence 59. But this leading nationalist and future jurist of the fascist regime concentrated his fire less on universal suffrage than on the proportional system, namely the new electoral system imposed by a brief but lively press campaign staged by the socialists and the Catholics. This system had the serious fault of favoring organized mass parties. The list vote with large constituencies and with proportional representation could not but succeed in favoring those like the Socialist and the Catholic parties, which are the only ones to possess a vast organization extending across the entire national territory, and have more or less numerous groups in even the smallest centers. Conversely, traditional notables were heavily penalized, as could easily be foreseen, and as experience has shown, in an electoral struggle no longer limited to the narrow sphere of the single-member constituency, but extended to an entire province, in some cases to several provinces, the personal action and influence of the candidate is no longer sufficient. This was especially true given that the list vote, having multiplied the expenses for organization and propaganda, has left little margin for individual corruption. However influential, rich, and prestigious he might be, the provincial notable would face difficulties in competing with a party present throughout the national territory, sometimes even with an extensive and deep-rooted organization. Such an organization cannot be improvised, and if the popular party could draw on the millennia-old organization of the Catholic Church, in turn the socialists in 30 years of work have now gathered around them most of the industrial workers, and in some parts of Italy also a good number of peasants. So that in northern and central Italy, the socialist section, the League, the cooperative, reach the remotest centers and bring the word and the will of the party there. But particularly telling is the article published a little more than a year later by another fervent nationalist, Armando Zanetti. He devoted this text to unmasking a commonplace central to what he termed the many lies or illusions of the democratic reformist mentality, a commonplace having to do with so-called proportional representation. This electoral system was guilty, first of all, of attacking the sleepy life of the agricultural areas in the shadow of the bell tower, which had hitherto come under the quietly accepted or passively suffered sway of local notables. Now, there came in its place the disturbance of entire regions due to rallies, demonstrations, conflicts for which it is not always easy to identify those responsible. A confusion of ideas among the good old provincials and especially among the peasants, among whom the poison of politicking is carried in a form little accessible to their simple mentality and under the criminal and ruinous form of incitement to class hatred. Let the provinces and the countryside go back to sending us their landlords and their lawyers, their little bosses and their provincial councillors, practitioners of local needs and local administrations, their rosewater socialists elected even with bourgeois votes, and themselves bourgeois in spirit and in manners. A little healthy traditionalism, a little true spirit of conservation will do Italy much more good than all the programs and all the reforms and all the subtleties of proportionality in calculating the relative weight of the various elements of a political conscience that does not always and does not everywhere exist. And perhaps it is not even desirable that it should develop beyond measure. Together with proportional representation, two legends, two democratic prejudices are to be destroyed. The first is that fortune, birth, and large agricultural estates, which in many cases constitute a candidate's electoral base in the single-member constituency, are a residue of feudalism to be fought against. This is a very serious error. These human realities, I would say historical realities, are also undeniable, useful, and practically indestructible with a democratic electoral law. The grave fault of the proportional system was that it substituted for local notables somehow natural leadership over a population content with its lot and distant from political agitation, replacing this with the artificial and demagogic leadership of the mass party, and, for that matter, the party understood in a purely classist sense. 2. So, as soon as the new electoral system was introduced, or rather, as soon as it was won on the wave of upheavals caused by the World War and the October Revolution, it began to be violently challenged. It was questioned not only and not mainly by recourse to the argument that it would hamper the formation of solid parliamentary majorities, though this argument surely was raised. More important was the consideration that this system marked the passage from the government of notables, or of the enlightened classes, according to the generous definition or self-definition offered by nostalgists for the good old days, to the government of the mass parties and of the masses organized in parties. Initially, substantial sectors of the fascist movement and party declared themselves in favor of a return to single-member constituencies. Particularly interesting, not least given its authoritative status, was the stance taken by Roberto Farinacci, expressed in an open letter to Mussolini in February 1923. I am wholly certain that only with this return to the single-member constituency will it be possible to form that government majority that is necessary so that fascism in power can worthily, completely fulfill its lofty mission in the supreme interest not of a party, but of the nation. The aim was not only to consolidate the executive and the power of the new government, but also to strengthen the personal ties between candidates and the electorate, beyond the mediation of parties. First of all, with a return to the previous electoral system, the selection of candidates, besides being the work of the party, would also be the work of the electoral body, whose trust in the elected member would be nourished by the personal knowledge it would have of him, as well as by that of the party, and by the direct evaluation of his qualities. This would be a double guarantee, to have objective certainty that he really is the expression of the popular will and of our political faith. For all these reasons, the ultra-fascist leader declared himself in favor of a system of single-member elections without a runoff contest, thus adopting the British model, the single-member system and the political and social control of the electorate. There was a moment between the murder of Giacomo Matteotti and the open establishment of the fascist dictatorship, when Mussolini himself advocated a return to the single-member electoral system. He was conscious that even with this electoral system, he would have been able to decimate socialist, popular, and communist opposition, and to gather around the fascist candidates an overwhelming bloc that would have allowed him practically to silence all opposition. This was especially the case given that the single-member constituency presented further advantages for those who already held power. After all, the government, unless it shies from Interference and high-handedness does not find in the single-member constituency organized political masses to resist it, except perhaps in the major cities. This was explained by Antonio Salandra, who was well aware of the room for maneuver that electoral system gave to Giolitti and his hatchet men, but continued to be an inflexible opponent of the proportional system. 6565. Ever since the creation of the French Third Republic, opponents of the single-member constituency pointed out that it powerfully favored official candidacies imposed from above, as was already the case under the Bonapartist regime. This need not necessarily mean violence or forms of illegal pressure coming from prefects and other authorities sometimes responsible for the most arbitrary rulings, though these were hardly lacking. In reality, as one of the protagonists of the French parliamentary debate of the time explained, within the framework of such an electoral system, a deputy who had received a sort of private mandate, particular to local interests, was easily led to try to solve the problems entrusted to him and to secure his own re-election by entering into a relationship with the existing powers that be. It may be feared that a representative may have too many things to settle with the executive power, on which the affairs which he deals with depend, to be an inconvenient restraint and to counteract the policy of a government on which he relies. If he has an acquiescent attitude justified in his eyes by his duties to his clients, the powerful cannot but desire the return to Parliament of such a governmental or ministerial deputy, according to the language of the time, and there is always a slippery slope from this desire to active help. Thus, between the electors, the elected member, and the government's ministers, an exchange of favors takes place in which the country and its general interests, its policy and its future are less considered than they ought to be. If this regime endures for some time, power will be without restraint, deputation without authority, and the representative system will become a fiction again. But from the single-member system there also flow other advantages to the incumbent authorities. After all, this system also affords it the possibility of carefully redrawing electoral constituencies so that, again in the Third Republic in one instance, 1,478 votes were enough to win election, but at the other end of the scale it took 28,667. By no means was this a phenomenon limited to France. In Bismarck's Germany, and even afterwards up to World War I, the inequality of the constituencies has only increased without their proportionally representing the number of voters. Thus, in the city of Berlin, a constituency which has only 30,000 inhabitants is represented by one deputy, as is one which has 142,000, and this irregularity, without which the socialists could double their number of deputies, is not about to disappear. On the other side of the Atlantic, the practice of gerrymandering, that is, the instrumental and manipulative redrawing of constituencies, which has, moreover, a long-established tradition behind it, acquired a new magnitude at the end of the 19th century. Indeed, it became one of the instruments of the process of disemancipation that developed in these years. Workers and immigrants, already penalized by registration laws and by the fresh obstacles set up against naturalization, were further discriminated against by a redefinition of electoral constituencies that disadvantaged the cities and urban agglomerations, to the advantage of rural communities considered more malleable and of true Americans. Only did the U.S. Supreme Court declare such practices unconstitutional. Gobetti, the proportional system in Britain, the reactionary meaning of the return to the single-member constituency, invoked by a large and varied group of people in post-World War I Italy, was clearly understood by the various mass parties that expressed their support for the proportional system. Luigi Sturzo's new-born Popular Party also expressed this view. Significantly, together with its rejection of the single-member system, its program made the demand for legal recognition and freedom of class organization in the unity of the trade union. The growing weight of the trade unions and political organizations of the popular masses marked the decline of the liberal Italy of the notables, also dear to the nationalists, who were in the front line of denouncing the ruinous and subversive effects of the abandonment of the single-member constituency. Later, in the prison notebooks, Gramsci would observe, to a much greater and more organic extent than in 1913, when the single-member constituency restricted possibilities and falsified the political positions of the masses through the artificial delimitation of constituencies, in 1919, throughout the whole territory on the same day. The whole of the most active part of the Italian people asked itself the same questions and tried to resolve them in its historic political consciousness. 2. This was not, therefore, simply a matter of a different electoral system from the previous one. Rather, the important development was that, with the proportional system, the masses were called upon for the first time to express themselves not in order to choose, on a fragmentary local basis, between this or that candidate or between this or that notable, but between different and opposed political parties and alternatives of national importance. Naturally, all this was sure to contribute to the deep politicization of the country, even in its most remote corners. Hitherto, the latter had remained sheltered from the anxieties of politics and modernity, to the great joy of the nationalists and the national liberals. But the most articulate intervention in the debate on the electoral system was owed to Piero Gobetti, this singular liberal revolutionary who proved in many respects to be closer to l'ordine nuovo than to the official Liberal Party. Some elements of his analysis take up themes and arguments we have seen already. The single-member constituency succeeded in being the ideal, most accessible to the peasants, alien to participating in the life of the state, satisfied to elect the deputy. Incapable of controlling him, Gobetti defended and championed proportional representation, not as an instrument of conservation, that is, for integrating minorities otherwise condemned to exclusion from representative bodies, but rather as the electoral system best suited to democracy, given that it obliges individuals to fight for an idea, and wants interests to be organized, and for the economy to be elaborated by politics. Already, a certain novel element emerges here, especially if we bear in mind Gobetti's condemnation of any form of professional representation, and the single-member college was itself denounced as an instrument of corporatism, for breaking up the classes into categories. So, we can understand the reasons for the struggle against the proportional system waged by the fascists who, not by chance, explicitly favored corporatism, and who needed the corporatist dissolution of the working class in order to complete their conquest of power. Gobetti posed a drastic alternative. Italy would either live in a regime of modern democracy under the banner of proportionality, or else regress towards Mussolini's Middle Ages. Notwithstanding his efforts to disguise his stratagems of vulgar restoration as futurist discoveries. 3. Yet one objection imposed itself. After all, the fascists stood for an electoral system with a long tradition behind it in the most classic country of the liberal tradition. Gobetti had no hesitation in writing, the single-member constituency was the ideal system in a country, England, that had renounced feudalism to guarantee itself against a statilatrous sovereign. It is still economically and politically a feudal form. It presupposes a limited vote and the existence of an aristocratic class. It is adequate to a traditional and sedentary type of life, free from the spirit of adventure. 7.4. This judgment may at first sight seem paradoxical, but it is one that we have seen implicitly formulated even by a great jurist like Kelson. We should not forget the picture that Britain presented in these years in terms of its politics and electoral law. It had already become clear that, thanks to the prevalent single-member system, immediately handing the constituency to the candidate who has obtained the highest number of votes, even if with a minimal advantage, thus, in fact, representing a minority of the overall electorate, a majority in Parliament might well correspond to a minority in the country. But the 1,924 elections displayed a particularly glaring disproportion. The table below compares the actual allocation of seats in the House of Commons with the distribution that would have occurred under the proportional system, which would thus have conformed to the real balance of forces in the country. Also telling was the Proportional Representation Society's calculation of the number of votes that each of the three parties needed to win one seat, shown in the second table. In the period of the Weimar Republic, these figures and calculations were reported by an authoritative German scholar who rightly observed that, given the strident contradiction between the will of the people and its representative expression under such an electoral system, the theory of the mandate becomes completely meaningless. On the contrary, the popular will manifested in elections is falsified on the level of representation to an extent which makes a mockery of all the maxims of democracy. The Labour Party seems to have understood this at its June 1918 conference in demanding the full realization of universal suffrage, which at that moment still had its limits, even with regard to the male population. It also called for the best practical arrangements to ensure that every minority has its proportionate and no more than its proportionate representation subsequently. It was the Liberals who published a manifesto for electoral reform aimed at ensuring a real correspondence between parliamentary representation and electoral strength. But, in the meantime, the Labour Party, which had itself become a beneficiary of bipartisanship, seemed to forget the link it had established between universal suffrage and proportional representation, allowing the Liberal bill for the reform of the electoral system to fall in the House of Commons. It is worth probing the underlying reasons why Britain remained immune to the wave that led to the triumph of proportional representation in various countries, including Italy, Germany, and Austria. At this point, we are forced to return to Gobetti's evaluation. Traditionally, in Britain, the bearer of the right of representation is not the individual but a community or a guild. And this feudal inheritance was preserved, to some extent, through the successive laws which extended the franchise. This may explain the fact that even up to the mid-20th century, there persisted not insignificant traces of plural voting, whose links with professional and corporatist representation we have seen already. The single-member constituency was seamlessly grafted onto this tradition, quietly distorting the will of the people in Parliament and the distribution of seats. It certainly runs counter to democracy, but is in perfect harmony with a political vision that continues to see not individuals, but communities or electoral constituencies as the bearers of the right to representation. Universal suffrage, the present tragedy of the bourgeoisie and its possible remedies. 78. We can thus understand why the campaign against proportional representation in Italy harked back to a British example. The latter country was sometimes cited as an example by Italian nationalists, who claimed to be pursuing their cause in the name of the proper functioning of parliamentary institutions, and to be drawing on the example of serious, even if exquisitely parliamentary, countries where there was no place for democratic abstractionism or for the proportional system. Not by chance, this was a political movement which, a few years earlier, had declared in its press organ that it wanted to be the initiator of alliances among the constitutional parties, especially Catholics and liberals, against socialism, towards which it instead felt implacable hatred. But, in these years, prominent liberals also took an active part in the battle against proportional representation. For Giolitti, this primarily meant putting an end to the cursed electoral law, the real disaster of the proportional system, by reintroducing first past the post on the British model. As we can see, this was the same proposal as Farinacci's, but this is not the essential consideration. More important is the fact that, in both fascist and liberal circles, the preference for such an electoral system was motivated, sometimes even explicitly, by the intention of neutralizing universal suffrage. Let us turn back to the letter addressed to Mussolini by Agostino Lanzillo. In expounding his plans for electoral reform, he began, "From an important premise, I do not think we can touch the concept of universal suffrage." This aside is telling, as an expression of both regret for the loss of the previous situation and dismay that it now seemed to be an unchangeable fact. The fascist MP did not conceal his ardent anti-democratic spirit. Yet, if it was not possible to reintroduce property qualifications explicitly, some remedy could and should be devised. The plural vote was one, but others could be imagined. It might be possible to modify and restrict eligibility. Today, almost everyone who is an elector is eligible, and this makes no sense because being a legislator is as difficult as few other functions in life. Eligibility to be a candidate for political deputation should require a series of qualifications, especially moral ones, for example, professional practice, life abroad, one's working experience, publications, recommendation by class organizations, etc., all with the aim of showing that the candidate possesses a minimum of qualities to be eligible. 1. So here was a new proposal: to dissociate active citizenship from passive citizenship, and to link the latter to requirements of property and education, or to a two-tier electoral system based on professional or corporatist criteria, the recommendation by class organizations. The various suggestions arising from the Italian debate all referred to the history of the liberal tradition and emerged on a particular terrain, namely, concern over the popular masses' tumultuous entry onto the political scene and the related desire to dampen the fuse of universal suffrage. To this end, it was necessary to proceed in a cautious and indirect manner, given that a frontal attack on universal suffrage would risk igniting the situation and making the explosion yet more ruinous. But none too different was the attitude taken in that same period by a liberal or liberal conservative like Gaetano Mosca, taking up the image dear to Constant. He stressed that there were those minds who are and will forever be minors. From this perspective, the granting of universal suffrage could only be judged a colossal mistake. The ideal would be to return to the situation in which non-property owners, and in any case proletarians, were excluded from political rights. But unfortunately, it would not be easy to mount a restriction of political suffrage. The granting of universal suffrage was one of those mistakes which are made lightly and in obedience to the suggestions of logic, which it is then difficult and dangerous to correct. This explained the present tragedy of the bourgeoisie. Prisoner of the lie it accepted when it wanted to enact universal suffrage, believing that it would always be possible to render it harmless with the well-known ploys. And now that it finds itself drowning, it can no longer renege on the principle it accepted. 84. Universal suffrage, the result of a long process, the almost certain product of the democratic logic, in the long run makes it impossible for the representative regime to function, for it ends up putting into doubt the very economic and social foundations on which this regime relies. From the time of Aristotle, the difficulty of reconciling political equality, which gave preponderance to the poor over the rich, with economic inequality was noted. It is thus no wonder that after the granting of universal suffrage, the European and American ruling classes found themselves faced with the same difficulty. If before the Great War they were able to confront it with relative ease, and up to a certain point overcome it, this partly owed to the political unpreparedness of the popular classes, who in many countries at first, allowed themselves to be easily regimented within the framework of the bourgeois parties, prey to a deep-rooted pessimism, which sometimes led him to draw parallels between the decline of the ancient world and the upheavals of his own time. The elitist theorist did not delve into analysis of the various electoral systems. Yet one basic indicator does emerge from his identification of the causes of the crisis of the parliamentary regime. Unfortunately, in the years between and Italy suffered a degeneration of this system. Two most great errors were committed. The first immediately before the war and the other immediately after. Here I mean to allude to universal suffrage and proportional representation. The two most great errors denounced here seem to be closely connected, insofar as it was possible to indicate a remedy for the enormous harm caused by granting political rights to individuals who are eternally minors. This could only consist in the suppression of proportional representation. We have seen the Italian nationalists ascribe to the single-member constituency the merit of stemming any widespread mass politicization, especially in the countryside. For Mosca, the efficacy of this electoral system ought to be strengthened by legislative measures which, while refraining from attacks on the representative regime itself, and leaving intact the freedom of scientific inquiry and the exercise of honest criticism of rulers' acts, would prevent or make as difficult as possible that corruption of minds, which are and will be eternally those of minors, which has hitherto been freely exercised in some European nations. The politicization along socialist lines of the childish multitude previously excluded from political rights was to be prevented by restricting the freedom of the press as well as of association. The return to the single-member constituency, assisted by these legislative measures, thus served as a proxy for the abolition of universal suffrage, which the spirit of the times had, unfortunately, rendered impossible, or at least inadvisable. The meaning of the attitude taken a few years earlier by liberal conservatives, nationalists, and fascists in Italy was explained, with customary lucidity, by Max Weber. Considering inevitable the universal suffrage demanded even by the humblest citizen, also in his guise as a soldier, the sociologist observes, while other questions of electoral law, for example, the proportional system, despite all their political importance, are nevertheless felt to be technical matters, the question of equality in electoral law is, even subjectively, such a purely political question that it must be put to rest if sterile struggles are to be avoided. From this statement there transpires an implicit recognition of the nexus that exists between universal suffrage and the proportional system. But awareness of this link was not widespread, and it could therefore be broken without provoking violent mass reactions on condition, of course, of continued formal respect for the principle of the equal electoral capacity of all citizens. Liberalism, fascism, and disemancipation, an extremely broad and variegated lineup, thus ended up identifying proportional representation as its primary target, violently challenging a system deemed the main obstacle to the disemancipation project that was now being cultivated. The debate that preceded the establishment of the fascist dictatorship in Italy was not, therefore, especially different from the one that had developed, for example, in France after the Revolution of 1848. In both cases, it was a question of finding a remedy to the exercise of political rights by the popular masses, which was considered politically and socially intolerable and a factor for subversion. The crisis in France led first to a redefinition of universal suffrage, albeit without attacking it head-on, by significantly reducing the electorate to the detriment of the poorer classes. The second stage was constituted by Bonapartism. It abandoned property qualifications, which had been reintroduced in a camouflaged way by the liberal bourgeoisie, but, at the same time, replaced list voting with the single-member constituency within a regime characterized by the iron power of the executive. In the Italian case, after making a mockery of universal suffrage and like genres, as its leader put it in 1923, fascism entertained the idea of neutralizing it, before it proceeded to establish its dictatorship and a war Bonapartism of its own. It contemplated neutralizing suffrage by reducing the political weight of the working class in particular, through reforms or counter-reforms ranging from plural voting to single-member constituencies, or the split between active and passive citizenship, with the consequent increase in eligibility requirements, not to mention the professional and corporatist representation to which it would remain faithful to the last. Seen in this perspective, fascism, at least in its initial phase, is one of those moments of disemancipation that have accompanied the tormented and tortuous history of suffrage. Also in this case, projects for political disemancipation directly concerned the socio-economic sphere. Their aim was to reaffirm the inviolability of private property and head off the danger of income redistribution, which the liberal tradition constantly tied to the excessive extension of political rights. We see this connection also in Mussolini's inaugural address as head of government, having already the previous year called for a strengthening of the state as a police and repressive apparatus. but simultaneously for the gradual demobilization of the economic state and its return to the Manchesterian state. Mussolini now set out a program for dismantling state intervention in the economy, abolishing the Ministry of Labor, reducing direct taxation, and increasing indirect taxation. All this, a gratified Luigi Einaudi commented in the Corriere della Sera, was classical liberalism. At that moment, Italy seemed to be back in the paradise of the classical economy. The finance minister in the new government was De Stefani, a rigid laissez-faire individualist who, not by chance, recycled himself in the post-1945 news media as a free market economist. It was this that had provided the basis for the initial encounter between fascism and the liberals, themselves often highly critical to varying degrees and in varying intensity of universal suffrage, and especially of the proportional system. Maffeo Pantaleoni, who favored the combination of plural and corporatist voting, praised the aforementioned laissez-faire address by the fascist leader and head of government. I do not recall in the Italian chamber over the last 20 years a more radically anti-socialist and anti-demagogic speech, more Manchesterian, than the one that Mussolini gave on 21 June. As we have seen, the liberal statesman Salandra was a partisan of combining individual and professional representation. In subscribing, even in 1927, to Mussolini's condemnation of any demo-liberal regime, Salandra defined himself as an old right-wing liberal without the demo. And the following year, in a letter to Benedetto Croce, he wrote that, in Italy, liberalism was extinguished by democracy. In each case, he was expressing nostalgia for a world not yet contaminated by democracy and universal suffrage. The believers in universal suffrage, the believers in Saint Democracy, and the followers of beneficial proportional representation were also the object of Vilfredo Pareto's mockery. Like Giolitti, he was a fervent laissez-faire liberal, though he suggested the use of Bonapartist measures as a first solution to the crisis. This, in the end, would be the path taken by Mussolini, albeit showing a radicalism that the sociologist had not wished for. After various ups and downs, fascism preferred to entrust its fortunes to a law designed to ensure an overwhelming majority for the national fascist bloc. Giolitti voted in favor, based on the recognition that this was still a measure mitigating the defects of the proportional system, indeed of the real disaster that was this electoral system. Though its failures could be better and more definitively overcome, the liberal statesman maintained, by a return to the single-member constituency, which he considered to be, sooner or later, inevitable. It is significant that even in 1925, with the dictatorship already in place, Mussolini himself considered introducing plural voting, as we have seen already. This served as a demonstration of Mussolini's dogged attachment to emancipation projects, built on the critique of equal universal suffrage and of the proportional system, a critique that fired the enthusiasms of a multiform array of liberals, liberal nationalists, and fascists, each committed to fighting this system. The long crisis that had begun in Italy with the Great War finally led to the establishment of a sort of war Bonapartism, based on a permanent state of exception. This outcome certainly had its own particular traits, but it also fitted well into a general landscape characterized by the acceleration or triumph of Bonapartist tendencies.